What up, chat? It's your boy Power XL, and we're back again. Yes, took a little break. I know. I hope you had a good weekend. We're gonna get back into it. A lot of Epstein junk is really going on right now. I mean, we don't believe I don't believe him. I don't think anybody does. So let's actually just look into what all
Somehow,
the news is from.
he didn't have any connection to anybody else. What are the odds?
Let's just look at let's review the data here.
This is the worst cover-up of my lifetime, the Epstein
so far.
case. The reason I'm talking about it so much is because if you can get away with this, you really can get
yes, exactly. It is a litmus test.
Away with anything. If the government can tell people to not believe what they just said a few months ago and have everyone be fine with that, that's just a level of gaslighting that I refuse to be a part of. Never forget, they just promised us names in the release of the Epstein files.
Breaking news right now. You're going to see some Epstein information being released.
What kind?
A lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret.
Coffee said nothing during Joe Biden's 4 years. He's a partisan hack. I think that it's fair to criticize Joe Biden for not talking about this, but it's also fair to say that Joe Biden didn't run on the platform of declassifying this. I think both things are true.
Not been held accountable.
Yeah, well, apparently there are no names to be given. No list, no blackmail. Epstein has now been pushed as a lone trafficker. It's the lone trafficker theory. Essentially, the government's memo that they just released contradicts everything we've seen before. And now basically implies that Epstein was trafficking to himself.
Right.
And Ghislaine Maxwell was trafficking to
no one else
Epstein,
involved.
And there was no other blackmail or trafficking going on.
Nobody had any idea that this was happening at all. Nobody knew. Nobody was part of it. It was just him. Wow.
That's it.
That's crazy.
How convenient,
essentially implies his wealth and his power then would be just from his skill as a New York financier.
I'm talking about Jeff Epstein, the New York financier.
Basically, he was the world's greatest tax advisor by day, the world's greatest trafficker at night to himself, and the rich and powerful people who all flocked to him and to his island had no idea of this double life. That really is kind of the heart of the modern theory.
Nobody knew.
All Epstein by himself.
He was playing
and
solo.
His friends just were there for his tax advice, despite not being a tax professional.
Yeah, they flew to his island on the Lolita Express so they could get advice on their taxes.
Yep. Wink, wink.
What the fuck is going on?
Or a lawyer.
I wasn't born yesterday.
Another huge revelation.
Oh my God.
Fact that really the government has increased the number of victims and decreased the number of perpetrators, right? We had the
logical entropy.
Idea that there were these other perpetrators for a while, that they were just redacted because the government was building cases. Now we got pretty clear statements that there isn't evidence to bring future cases on third parties. But if you look at the original 2019 indictment, it says dozens of victims. This is from Ken Klippenstein. But the Epstein review says over 1,000 victims.
Wow, that's a pretty big difference. How'd that happen? Over 1,000 people, it was all just one guy. That's crazy.
So what happened, guys? And by the way, in the interim, they also increased the number to 200 to 250.
200 victims. 200. So we have well over 250, actually.
So we went from dozens to 200 to over 1,000.
And here's the thing. These inconsistencies are very well documented. Everybody understands them. They have this account. And if you pull up this account right here, so this rapid response account constantly goes around and they clarify and correct and communicate different types of misinformation that's being spread. Why aren't they doing that with these files? If there are so many of these misconceptions going around and it would be so easy to clear them up, why is it that you keep disproving this bullshit, but you can't seem to do any time doing the disproving of the important thing? I wonder why. This is some 1984 shit? There's no mainstream coverage of this? It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter because the videos of this content are getting more views than the mainstream media.
Yeah.
And I want to say, guys,
Yeah,
I
that's
appreciate
true.
it because a lot of you guys are the reason for why that's happening. Do you think Trump is really in the Epstein files? I don't know. Neither outcome would shock me. Him
I
not
think he's
being
in
in
it.
it or him being in it, neither would shock me.
In the span of basically a year,
True.
in terms of victims, we like 10x the number of
I
victims.
think he done did it. That's
but
why.
now there's no perpetrators. Like the perpetrators have been
Or he's
reduced.
blackmailed.
That is the
They didn't do
crazy
it.
thing
Nobody
about
did it.
what they're implying
It
here,
didn't
what this
happen to
lone
anyone.
trafficker theory is pushing forward. It's also strange because previously Epstein, in a court filing, is said to have provided information to the FBI as agreed upon. Case agent advised that no federal prosecution will occur in this matter as long as Epstein continues to uphold his agreement with the state of Florida.
And what agreement
so
is
apparently
that?
there was some deal where Epstein was providing information to the FBI. What information? We don't know because
So
Yeah,
why don't we
exactly.
know that?
Was it the
Why don't we know that? I
information
feel
of
like
the
that's kind of a
kids?
pretty big one, huh? Damn.
no one
Yeah.
else was involved. There's also the simple fact that if you go to the FBI records, what they call the vault, most of the files are just heavily redacted. So the idea that we got some transparency wave
Yeah.
is literally a joke. Yes, it is true. There's
Well,
no.
it is transparent because you can see right through the text into the white background. The text is 100% transparent.
Yep. That's what they meant with
Epstein list where
by
there's, like, names
transparency.
written
They weren't
down,
lying.
But names exist in documents, on videos, in images, and they're all redacted. What's going on here? They're going to say, oh, it's all for the victims, right? But it's not all victim names. In addition to that, this lone trafficker theory is already on shaky grounds when you think about Prince Andrew's settlement.
Who's paying Prince Andrew's $16 million settlement to Virginia Giuffre?
with Virginia Giuffre, where he paid $16 million to make civil sexual assault.
So there's civil sexual assault allegations, and who's that in the background? Oh, that's right. That's the woman in jail for trafficking women to Jeffrey Epstein. Huh. What are the odds? That's crazy. Wow.
$1 million to make civil sexual assault allegations go away. Now, of course, it's worth saying that he did not admit to guilt. This was a settlement, but that is what.
True. But come on. Come on, what are we doing here?
You know.
What are we doing?
What you're always going to have with these rich and powerful people.
Yeah.
In the same way, you also have Leon Black, who reportedly paid $158 million over 5 years to Jeffrey Epstein
Wow.
for tax advice. And guess what? Leon Black.
What? So he paid
Charging him-
$158 million approximately for what Black
Kids.
contends was services rendered and values received. Well, the problem is that about what services that was.
Yeah.
That's the issue. It's about what that word of what services rendered. What does that mean? Was it tax advice or was it something else?
Years to Jeffrey Epstein for tax advice. And guess what? Leon Black, billionaire, also paid the U.S. Virgin Islands $62 million in
For what?
cash
For
as
what?
part of a settlement, a non-prosecution, where they wouldn't go after him for anything from, quote,
Any
Do
and
you
all
remember what I
Chuck
said yesterday about how when you
claims.
have $100 million, you unlock a new talent tree, and whenever you have $1 billion, you unlock an extra multi-classing ability? Do you remember whenever I said that, you know, everybody, oh, you're closer to Donald Trump or these billionaires than we are? I don't think you realize the levels that these guys fucking operate at. This is insane.
Any and all claims of any nature whatsoever, specifically related to Jeffrey Epstein. It's worth noting that $15 million of this cash payment will be going to counseling programs and activities or mental health services. You also have Jess Staley, the former boss of Barclays. He directly admitted to having sex with a member of Epstein's staff.
What?
Which one? I mean, the staff, like, so... Yeah, I don't know about this.
Which you would expect if someone was running a trafficking operation.
This is what I think Trump should do. This is my best case scenario. Trump releases all of the files, all of the names, all of the people, redacts the victims, and just says, yeah, we're not really sure which ones of them are pedophiles and which ones aren't. Yeah, we don't know.
That's not good.
Just straight up. That would be, yes, the purge, yes. Yeah, just putting it out there. Yeah, I don't know, but, you know, it could be these guys. Control yourself. Yeah, that'd be the most obvious. That would be, why would he release himself? He would be on the list too. Yeah, no, you're right. Pure fucking chaos. As I said, what have I said many times?
Though, I just have to say that there was a statement that this was entirely consensual, and I'm not saying anything about that. I'm simply saying the idea that Epstein was just trafficking for himself is unlikely to be true, in my opinion. Later, Staley wrote to Epstein, "Say hi to Snow White." Epstein replied, "What character would you like next?" Staley responded, "Beauty and the Beast." And then Jeffrey Epstein said, "Well, one side is available."
Again, the title of this video is "The Worst Cover-Up of My Lifetime."
Yeah.
This is crazy. They're not even trying. They're not. That's what's so insane about this. They're not even trying. It's so bad. Yeah, they're not even trying to hide it.
Obviously, some type of coded message. You can read into that for yourself, but all of this is public. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what makes the government's memo so infuriating. Is so much reporting has already been done. These settlements with powerful figures under denials, yes, but also under very questionable circumstances, make just a complete denial and statement that all of this was just Epstein impossible to believe. In September 2009, Epstein also emailed a woman named Irina to tell her that Jess Staley is staying in the Berkeley Hotel in London tonight. Staley emailed Epstein the next day to say, "I should have taken your offer."
What the fuck is going on? This is insane. Who is Trump so scared of in the world that he's scared to release the files? I don't think that he's scared. I don't think scared is the word. I think that he doesn't want to release the files because it will implicate potentially himself and other people that he's aligned with and friends with. I think, though, Trump should realize at this point, bro, you survived an assassination attempt. Like, this is like, if there is any point that, like, you have some sort of fucking authority to just do the right thing, the fact that you are alive says that. Two of them, well, the second one wasn't direct, to be fair. And there's probably like 50 of them that we just didn't even hear about. So, Petrified, yeah, just fucking do it, man. You shouldn't even be alive right now. Just do it. Oh, but it's gonna ruin all my friends' lives. That sucks. Too bad. Do it anyway. Fuck them. They had no problem roaching out on you after January 6th. And whenever you started becoming president, they flipped the script on you. No, fuck that. Fuck them. Do it anyway. They don't give a fuck about you.
According to the Times. There's also this book by one of the 60 Minutes correspondents called A Ticking Clock.
I think your assumptions
where
are wrong.
he says that he met with Ghislaine Maxwell, and he said, I want the tapes. I said to Maxwell at a table at Regency Bar, I know he was videotaping everyone. I want the tape of Trump with the girls. She didn't deny the existence of the tapes, but said, I don't know where they are.
I don't know where they are implies they exist.
Bro.
Apparently replied, ask Epstein, and she gave him a stern look and pointed a finger at my face. I'm the daughter of a press baron. I know the way you people think. If you do one side, you must do the other. If you get tapes on Trump, you have to do Clinton. Now,
Great idea. Yep, these conditions are acceptable.
Yeah.
You're telling me we get 2 and 1? Oh my God.
Double
I didn't
kill.
think we could be so lucky. We're about to get a hard reset? Yes.
again, what you make of a third-hand source like this talking to Ghislaine Maxwell, who apparently doesn't deny that some of these tapes exist. Was she even telling the truth or just playing some game? Either way, this was all known about, not just by people after the fact, but allegedly by people during the fact. This is from Mark Epstein. It's sourced from Jeffrey Epstein. Quote, if I said what I know about both candidates, they'd have to cancel the election.
Bro.
This is Jeffrey Epstein's brother.
Where's he at?
What the fuck is going on? How is this happening? This is so obvious, though. Dark shit happens. Why are we so surprised? The issue isn't that it happens. I'm not, like, yes, stuff like Jeffrey Epstein has been happening ever since the dawn of time. But it's the fact that it's happening in plain view and it's being protected. I'm not upset. In a way, I'm upset that it happened. It sounds bad to say that I'm not upset that it happened. Of course it's bad that it happened. But the real conversation here is about why it's not being dealt with, basically.
Exactly.
That's what Jeffrey told me.
Because they're
in
a part of it.
2016. So not even Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell allegedly were claiming this was all just between them. They were constantly insinuating that there were
Epstein
compromising
himself
things
said
on
it.
various powerful people.
Why can't we make these people testify? Why can't we make them give up the names? I don't understand why we don't do that.
Then they'll get in trouble.
Fifth Amendment? The right to avoid self-incrimination. To testify against themselves. This isn't about themselves. Yeah, they can't self-report. That's fine. Yep. Time to tweak the law? Yeah, no, that's what it says. Yeah. That's clearly what it says. And also, by the way, if we can't force them to testify, there's no way that this was happening completely domestically, which means that there are probably other countries in the world that we could extradite them to that don't have the Fifth Amendment.
China.
Now, what would I do? That's a good point. Oh, yeah. Russia, wherever. Is there a precedent for this? Seems like a perfect time. Most countries have something similar. Well, that's okay. You only need to find one that doesn't. Yeah, you're telling, and this is what's so annoying about this. You're telling me the CIA and Guantanamo Bay was able to make those clowns stand on boxes looking like scarecrows while they're being electrocuted. You can waterboard people. You can torture them nonstop. But the only people that you can do this to are a bunch of random fucking terrorists in the Middle East. And we can't do it to one of the most prolific human traffickers of all time. Really? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Where is the dark CIA? Where's the deep state when you need them?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's fucked up.
Pussies,
They're never there when you need them.
Maybe this is too far.
No.
That sounds like bullshit to me.
No, they're doing what they're doing.
The one time we need them. The one time.
Exactly.
Funny is that Trump himself, even before he was in a position to declassify this stuff, had accused other powerful people of doing these things.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island.
Why would you say this? Why would you say this?
Jeffrey Epstein.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
You also have the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was in touch with other convicted pedophiles.
How convenient. Wow. Also, the problem is being on a flight log alone doesn't prove anything, and people's speculations alone also bring no consequence. Then release everything. In my opinion, this might sound like, again, I do think that the way that I solve most problems is very barbaric, but I think it works. When you have an infection on a limb, sometimes you can't cure the infection and you have to sever the entire limb, even though there are cells inside of that limb that are not infected. Put out the information, put it all out, don't redact anybody's name, and sever the limb. That's what I think they should do.
Larry Nassar, he was writing letters. So the idea, once again, that he was just by himself, off by himself, doing things on his island by himself, and then taking calls with people like Bill Gates simply for philanthropic advice, really pushes the bounds of belief.
Somebody says, y'all want blood so bad you're turning your back on a patriot? How? I'm not against Trump. If I was against Trump, I would just be saying that, like, he's wrong, and I wouldn't be advocating for him to do anything. The reason why I'm saying this is because I think there's a chance that it can happen. Like, the reason why I'm pushing for this is because I think that there is a critical mass that you can make this stuff come out with. And the reason why I'm talking about it a lot and pushing it a lot, the same with coffee, is because we are trying to reach that critical mass. That critical mass is what got Trump elected in the first place.
Forget, a close associate of Bill Gates was named a fallback executor on the will of Jeffrey Epstein, which he, by the way, said he was shocked by and he deeply regrets, meaning Epstein.
Wow.
Bill Gates has said similar things to that effect. Of course, Bill Gates fraternized with Epstein after he was convicted of crimes. Previously, he told the Wall Street Journal, I didn't have any business relationship or friendship with him. But in fact, he met multiple times with him at his Manhattan townhouse.
Wait. Oh, Coffee, you didn't read the next sentence. once staying late into the night.
Oh, shit. He got his little delivery.
Gentlemen, I think we may have a problem here. And I think we might have a little bit of a situation.
Yeah, it's the
I don't know if you heard, but
thickens.
Kash Patel and Dan Boingo are considering resigning now. I'll look at it after this.
Oh, Kash
At
Patel
the
better
townhouse.
fucking resign.
Now, once again, I have to say real quick, all of these people are innocent until proven guilty. All of them deny
I'm
doing
pissed at
anything
him.
untoward.
That's true. They are innocent. That's right. And I think that they're so innocent that they should come forward and testify in front of Congress, in front of everybody, televised, and just lay it all out. Like, we didn't... Did we really make the Patriot Act for nothing? Like, don't we get to cash in on our deep state surveillance state stuff? Like, you have all these logs, you have all these phone recordings, you tapped everybody's phones, you've got everybody's internet logs, you've got everything. Just put it out there.
But my point is, there are already too many associations to make the lone trafficker theory make any sense. For example, Jean-Luc Brunel was somebody who apparently trafficked a bunch of people to Epstein, who himself abused a bunch of women and even was charged for it. He was charged for some really awful things, and then
drugging and raping a 17-year-old girl.
Jeez.
I see. And then on February, Brunel was found dead in his jail cell, and then he allegedly killed himself.
Wow.
What are the... Wow.
What are
I'm
the
sure not
odds?
noticing a pattern here.
later found dead in his cell. Interestingly,
Oh, wow.
Epstein was actually a financier of Brunel's modeling agency where a lot of this alleged abuse happened. So once again, the idea of the lone trafficker just doesn't make sense because Epstein's directly linked to another guy who was also abusing women.
Yes.
So after all of this, they're really asking you to believe the unbelievable. They're asking you to not believe what they've said
True.
about this case, both out of office and now in power. They're asking you to not believe public reporting linking Epstein to other known files. They're asking you not to believe suspicious circumstances regarding settlements of powerful people. They're asking you to believe that Epstein was just the greatest tax advisor and financial advisor on the planet that all of these billionaires needed to consult, despite the fact that there are entire organizations built around
You
providing
needed
the
to
same
consult
services.
him for
And
something
also,
else. It
by the
wasn't
way,
taxes.
Well, here's a really good way to look at it. If Epstein was so good at doing their taxes and they needed Epstein to do their taxes, then why didn't they start paying more taxes after Epstein died? It's just so stupid. How are people? Oh my God. That's
It's just
interesting.
a key
Yeah,
word
duh.
for what they really want.
Oh, maybe he taught them the way. Like Yoda, I like that. Gave him the secret sauce. It was in his will.
This is this without the, links to crimes. They're asking you to believe that when people are talking about Snow White and Beauty and the Beast, they're referencing Disneyland. And they're especially asking you to believe that they have found 900 new victims since reviewing these files and exactly 0 new perpetrators. So
What are the odds?
How convenient.
I think this is the reason why people are so angry about this, is the blatant disrespect to the intelligence of the public. That anybody could even for a second believe any of this is not just total fucking bullshit. It's insulting. It is.
So I'm just not buying it personally. I find it insulting.
I'm just not. Yeah. Yeah.
to the intelligence of every single person.
Bro,
Yeah.
yes.
I agree. He's a smart guy. Look at that. Wow. How about that?
They think we're fucking
Who's ever
stupid.
looked at this story,
Yes.
and yeah, it really makes me feel like this was a
Crime is legal.
appropriate time to launch a crime is legal merch collection,
Yeah,
to be honest.
good one.
So yeah, this is probably my last video on this for a while, but just disgusting.
It won't be mine. I'll tell you that. And this is outrageous. Give CoffeeZilla some support. I really like this guy. It's his second channel. I do think, by the way, there is a way to force this into happening. I do. And before you think that it's impossible, you can do anything that you want if you can get enough people together. Anything that you want. You can change the entire Constitution. So just get more people together. It's that simple.
Too simple.
Dan Boingo
Don't
will
like,
not
follow,
stay at
and
the
subscribe,
FBI
guys.
if Pam Bondi is not removed. Not only is Dan Boingo, but now
So
Kash
DOJ
Patel
released footage
is
Epstein
threatening
was
to resign if
edited with
Pam
Adobe.
Bondi isn't fired as Attorney General. Holy fucking shit. If Kash leave, MAGA implodes, I'm going to be honest. I totally side with Kash Patel over Pam Bondi. Any fucking day of the week, absolutely, without a fucking second.
They
Like, yeah,
fuck
bro,
them
like,
both.
this guy is,
No way.
I think this guy is way more on our side than she is.
Here's the intel I've got from multiple FBI sources and White House connected sources. One of them being Carl Serafin, who's really proven he's really dialed in and has a great knack for figuring out what's going on. There is orders obviously coming down from the top, Trump, to move on from the Epstein thing. And so when this fiasco came out with them giving mixed messages on the Epstein files, the first move was to blame Pam Bondi, who Susie Walls likes, Trump likes, but everybody else doesn't like, and reportedly is on her way out in the near future. At least people are pushing for that. Bongino will probably
They're trying to get rid of her now.
Soon.
They have to resign. They have to resign to protect their own reputations. Because if they don't resign, then they're complicit.
And they can keep his honor and go.
Guys, I have a crazy idea for the new Attorney General. I've got a crazy idea. I know it might not.
You do it.
Might not seem. But there have been so many videos of Alex Jones acting like he should be in the Warhammer 40K universe as an Inquisitor that I think we should give him a shot.
Go back to the media.
War
and
chief.
Kash Patel is really the guy.
No. Everybody says no. No, gentlemen. Like, back this. No. You see, you don't understand.
They've all got mustaches and they bug their eyes out at you and think they scare you. And you just look like an absolute clown freak that works for murdering terrorists that jack our food and water. I think you're a big joke. That's what I think you are, murdering scum. And army bases all over the world raping.
I'm telling you guys. Drastic times call for drastic solutions. No one does it better.
That the establishment likes.
Making a very strong point.
I'm not saying
telling
he's
you.
overall a bad person, but because of some of the issues and some of his congressional
telling you.
testimony that they could call perjury, that they still let slip through, that he's more and more what the Washington system actually likes.
Yes.
And so that's where we're at on all of this. I wanted to get Robert Barnes' take on what I'm saying here on air. And
someone says we already have a conspiracy theorist running the health department. I don't think we need another one in there as well. Do you know what the funny thing is? I think that RFK has probably been the least controversial and the most positive impact. RFK said no more Red 2, and they stopped making Red 2. So we had what? So let me get this straight. So you bring in a nutball, and he has all these nutball policies that are Red 40 that nobody believes are true, and then he just does them and things are better. You found where autism comes from? Yeah, it's from DeviantArt. I could have told you that.
the fact that I don't believe this Epstein Streisand effect's going away, I think what's gone on the last few months, really intensifying last week, is only going to get more intense now. That's my view. I think it's a giant distraction from overall the great things the Trump administration is doing. And I wish this fiasco would have never happened.
True.
Because now Epstein's gone from a mega massive story to really the biggest ever. And it's going to become one of the deciding issues of the Trump administration, regardless of what Trump wants. So that's where we are. What's your take?
Yep, fucking exactly. This is exactly the way I feel about it, 100%. And he loses his hair in the lawsuit? I guess so. I believe they dropped the Epstein because of the bullshit disaster on purpose, so I don't know. But either way, Dan Boinjo, if they resign, if him and Kash Patel both resign, that would be probably the most based possible thing that you could do.
Whitewash broke just a few days ago. Seems like
I hope
years
so.
Ago. I told everybody this is a big scandal, ladies and gentlemen. And I told you it came right from the top from Trump. For whatever reason, he wants to move on. Never seen any evidence he's connected to Epstein. But regardless, we were told all this stuff was coming out. Now we're told it never existed. Well, we know a ton of stuff does exist. But I told you this wasn't just going to blow over. And the fact that they handled this way was going to create a giant Streisand effect. Well, now it has.
Just a minute. We got to deal with somebody. Be responsible. Be careful. Not everyone has the same IQ as you. Stop and return. What do you unhappy about? What have I said that you're not happy? Actually, you know what? You're saying these. You're making abstract statements. Why am I even going to begin arguing with a person that's just making these abstract, meaningless statements?
Warren, I came out and said, looks like Montana will resign. I believe he will.
Yeah.
I think it's overall because
there's no reason to put up with
integrity. And it's not even about Trump. It's just about the way things have been handled.
Yeah.
And where this is going. Trump is doing so much good. His administration is doing so much good. Tom Homan, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Mahan, trying to stop the wars. It's so important. But this attempt to say, never talk about Epstein again, move along, these aren't the droids you're looking for, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, is backfiring.
Yep.
And now the Democrats want hearings.
He's
it's
right.
just all going completely insane. The answer to all of this is to just put the information out.
Yep.
The answer is to tell the
truth.
Let the chips fall where they may. Yes, it can kill the stock market. Yes, it's going to bring down a lot of powerful people. But those are the powerful people that set up this corrupt system. We didn't elect Trump to play half measures. We didn't elect Trump to sit there and take over the establishment. We elected him to demolish the establishment.
That's one thing to keep in mind. A lot of people wanted Trump to go in and completely fuck everything up. That's exactly it. That was the goal.
Trump didn't save him in Butler and take him through all these crises to then just...
Would you support releasing the files even if Trump is in them? Absolutely. If it says verbatim, guaranteed, without a shadow of a doubt, Trump did the worst of the worst things, I would say put it out there right now. How could you not?
Take over the establishment, try to dismantle it that way. No, we want the whole thing to come crashing down for the whole world to see as an example to future tyrants. If we don't do that, God's going to judge us. Probably nuclear hellfire. That's my view on it. What do you think below? But I believe Bongino will be gone by Monday.
That was a pretty fast escalation. Wow.
Got a comment on what's happening in Washington with Dan Butler.
This is they found this. There was a homeless man on the side of the street. He was he heard what Trump said about the windmills, and he was trying to count the amount of dead birds that are underneath the windmills. And they decided to stop and interview him and ask him what he thinks about the Epstein files.
And Bondi, a direct plea to President Trump. Please, President Trump, I know you're not involved at this level. I know that you are busy working on huge projects. But America can't lose Dan Bongino. He has so much credibility. Everybody knows him, loves him. Pam Bondi.
Jesus. You recorded fucking... Bro, like, you literally worked in media for fucking 30, 40 fucking years. You really... Why did you get out of your car? You could have just recorded this fucking shit in your car. It would not have had this... What are you doing, man? Why would you do this? This is so dumb. Like, it's Glenn Beck.
So
loud. It's Glenn Beck. And so anyway, is there so much credibility? Everybody knows him or knows him? No, I think so. I'll watch one more video and then we'll wrap this up.
I get a call, I don't know, about 4 years ago. It's from, let's say, a friend.
4 years ago.
Thing, right? Guy says, listen, and this guy who calls me is an unimpeachable source. This guy's not like some ham and egg or tomato can guy throwing out some theory about a UFO he saw 72 years ago, whatever. This is like a legit, no-nonsense guy. Guy you trust with your, wife, kid, and car, right? He says, I got sent on a temporary assignment once. And on that assignment, I got sent out with the WCD detail, William Clinton detail. And I knew this guy well. And he says, Dan, I got to share this with someone. He said, I go on a plane and and Bill, Clinton gets on the plane with this guy, and it turns out later the guy's Epstein. Now, this guy I'm talking to, this source, he don't know who Jeffrey Epstein is. He's just getting on the plane doing the thing, the whole, protection gig, right? He says, I get on the plane, and there are these girls who are obviously not of age who are on this plane.
Are you telling me that there's a bunch of underage girls on the airplane called the Lolita Express? No fucking way. Next thing you're going to tell me that does KFC sell chicken? I had no fuck. What about Burger King? Do they have any burgers over there?
They're clearly young. These are not women. These are girls. And he says, I see Clinton disappear into the back.
Convenient.
He goes, I don't know what happened. I'm not saying what happened because all I know is he disappeared and these girls were back there or whatever. And he said they landed.
Let me ask you guys, those of you all who voted for Donald Trump for president, what would your response be if Donald Trump had Bill Clinton arrested for sex trafficking of minors? What would your response be?
Big
Cinema
W.
based W.
Justice.
I would laugh my ass off. I did vote for that. That would be winning on a level that I didn't even know was possible.
True.
It's not going to happen. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Best damn president. That would be, I think there's a very low probability. Listen, this is the way that I always look at most things. I think there are a lot of things like this that are 1% chances. But if you open up my World of Warcraft account, I have a lot of 1% chance mounts. 1%'s happen. When was the last time an ex-president got arrested? Donald Trump.
Next stop,
like
wherever
2 years
it was. And he goes up to the boss on the detail and he says, I ain't getting back on this plane. Because he's a temp. He's not used to like whatever Clinton was up to with the whole shenanigans thing. And this guy is clear as the driven snowman. He don't want to mess around with this. He says, whatever just happened back there, like, I don't want any piece of it. They sent him home. They sent that guy home. And he's never tempted to that detail again. Now, remember,
where is all of this data? This is all government record, right? So if it all got deleted, so there's two universes. The universe where it exists, well, that's easy to figure out. And the universe where it got deleted. If it got deleted, I think we should know that it got deleted.
Those Blackberries on that detail. Here's where the story gets super weird. The guy tells me, months or a couple weeks later, when you lose property in the Secret Service, an email goes out. It'll say like, hey, I lost his phone. And it gets logged into NCIC or whatever it is. Yeah. And everybody knows. So basically, if you find this guy's gun, God forbid, or his phone, it's now effectively stolen property, right?
Yeah, sure.
All of a sudden, all the Blackberries on that detail for the agents start showing up like, oh, this guy lost his BlackBerry. Holy shit. Wow, that's so crazy. How'd that happen? I'm like, no. He says, yes. He says it was the craziest thing. Like, oh, look, Agent Joey Bag of Donuts, missing BlackBerry. This is around the whole time. Like the Clinton thing's going.
Are you really telling me that this guy is the co-head of the FBI. Either he's lying. Why is this guy not empowered to look into this? And if you want me to look, as I said, these are the faces of shame. This is not the face of a liar. This isn't the face of a deceiver. This is the face of shame and guilt. He's resigning. I think he should.
So fast forward this story, right? He tells me that about a year and a half after that, I'm in a green room at Fox, and I'm not going to say who because they didn't give me permission to share it, but the short story, but not who they are. Says, you know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no.
What?
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that?
What?
The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure of that. That he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset. Meaning his plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake.
Anybody that this is, if they were exclusively in one person's custody, the political party at the time of recovering them would have used them and weaponized them. This is obviously not true.
The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source. These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. But this person, who is a very, very good reporter. I mean,
does the source just trust me? I mean, I understand that you might not want to believe this guy 100%. But isn't it crazy how so many of these stories come together that kind of paint the same picture? It's like if you were making a jigsaw puzzle, like let's say you have a 300-piece jigsaw puzzle. You have 285 pieces. And it's very clearly like, I don't know, it's like a bird on a tree. And somebody keeps trying to say, no, it's a motorcycle. And you say, no, it's a bird on a tree. Look, it's obviously, they say, well, how do you know that? You only have 283 out of the 300 pieces. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. Something is wrong. You're wrong about this matter, very wrong. You have to understand there's a limit to what people can do. Trump saved us from fucking people who hate America, and we're running America. Wake up, stop staying at home. Trump should do this. If you don't know everything, there are things Trump can't do. Let me ask you this. Why can't Trump do this? Why not? Didn't Trump just threaten to bomb Moscow to Putin? Wasn't it just exposed that Trump just said, yeah, if you piss me off about this, I'm just going to nuke Moscow? Honestly, I don't know. I don't. But he clearly didn't change his mind in one day. Well, you're saying that Trump can't come out with these files. I'm asking you, why can't he come out with the files? By the way, if English isn't your first language, there's a high probability that you aren't an American. I don't know. Maybe you are an American. Okay, this guy seems to be pretty positive. I guess I'm originally from Iraq. Okay, now you're an American? Good, welcome. All right, never mind. That's good. Yes, I am an American? All right, great. He's not in it. How can he be in it? There's a lot of ways he could be in it, man. Come on.
He's not in it.
Come on.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways. Because maybe he got threatened. Then why doesn't he just kill the people that threatened him? He bombed Iran overnight with B-2 bombers. He destroyed their entire nuclear facilities. And you're telling me that he can't kill the people that are threatening him? It's bullshit. No, it's... why Democrat didn't release it if he's in it? Seriously? Because they're in it too. And there's a third party that has access to it. What if it's a foreign government like Israel? I think that if Israel said that they were blackmailing Trump by... Like, I will just... If any country said that they were blackmailing Trump and that they would threaten to kill Trump if you release the Epstein files... I think that the American people would overwhelmingly support obliterating that country. Straight up. I'll say it. I know I would.
In aces, right? Swore Epstein was either a witting or unwitting intelligence asset, and they may have had his plane wired up, and they're the ones who have all this stuff. So the point is, to sum it up, How do you know some of these countries aren't going to some of these power players who aren't making decisions? Because, hey, you wouldn't want this video out there, right?
Somebody says I'm crazy. I'm crazy. No, I'm not. I'm the only person who's not. I think that there's a lot of people. This is a big issue that a lot of people have, is that they're so afraid of the direct and immediate effects of a confrontation that they let it get worse over time. And because of that, because they let it get worse over time, it makes the problem at a certain point unapproachable. And I think that really it's important to effectively, like, it's important to kill problems as soon as they start to exist, rather than letting them fester and grow and get worse over time.
That's a W take. Let's fucking go. Let's see if there's any more of these Epstein files out here.
Premiere Pro and stitched from 2 clips. Tucker Carlson
footage was modified according to its metadata, despite Dan Bongino previously saying that they would release the original footage so you wouldn't think there were shenanigans.
There's video. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
Well, unfortunately, that's not what we got. Even the raw video, the original video, was put into Adobe Premiere Pro. This is a scoop from Wired. Quote, metadata shows the FBI's raw Jeffrey Epstein prison video was likely modified. And basically, they pulled the metadata and showed that the footage appears to be assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website, where it was presented as raw footage, which technically it is not. Now, I pulled the EXIF data myself. This is what it looks like. You can see that there's these ingredients file path here, where you can see 4 different files. 2 of them are just identical. So 2 unique files here.
I'd only accept this if it was to compress the file. Well, here's the reality, is that a lot of these things they can sometimes make sense, because the file type would not be something that they can upload, and they are re-uploading it in a better file type or with a different type of resolution. And so, like, there are, raw data is huge. Yeah, exactly. So, like, there are reasons for that.
That have been basically...
again, it's another point on the graph. Exactly.
Stitched together is the most charitable interpretation. But look, the stunning incompetence, if that's what this is kind of hard to take. Just over and over, they sort of hype up what they have and then deliver something different in a meaningful way.
Nothing.
I mean, you cannot
nothing.
say, hey, we're going to give you original footage so you don't think there are shenanigans, and then you splice together 2 clips in Premiere Pro. I mean, yes, maybe you didn't do anything with it, but it kind of ruins the whole chain of evidence. Wired actually quotes a professor of UC Berkeley whose research focuses on digital forensics. He has testified in numerous court cases, and he says, if a lawyer brought me this file and asks if it was suitable for court, I'd say no. Go back to the source, do it right. Do a direct export from the original system, no monkey business. So that kind of puts it all together. I mean, maybe this is all charitably just incompetence. Charitably, it was just...
I think this is the problem. The problem is that there have been so many of these things that have happened at the same time and in a row that it's very hard to say that any of this was a coincidence when the coincidences just keep happening over and over and over.
Right.
That I mean, there's just too many fucking coincidences, man.
Everything's a coincidence nowadays.
Hey, there was a minute at night missing because it's an old analog video system and there were 2 different files. They spliced it together. But even that is was done horribly in the worst possible way. For instance, the video aspect ratio suddenly shifts as the tape changes over, or whatever they claim.
Yeah.
You can see that right here. There's a sudden shift in the video. I have not changed this video in any way. In the Premiere Pro timeline, which I guess they had as well. So this is as intended. So there's this just weird shifts in the footage. I mean, this was done
It's where they
in a very sloppy way.
That's what happens when I don't line my videos up together.
After they explicitly talked about needing to do it in the right way.
He's reaching. I think that all of these things can be explained, but here's the problem, is that this is the 3rd or 4th video he's made about this. how many coincidences are you going to have that all align with the same outcome before you think to yourself, maybe that's the outcome? How's he reaching? Well, let me explain. So this is pretty common in like video editing, that they probably just resized it inside of Adobe Premiere Pro because they were putting all of the videos together. Because with multiple, in a lot of video software, like if you look at, for example, this says 11:58 p.m. So oftentimes videos will cut at a certain period of time to create another file. Because obviously, like, you can't just make this infinitely long file. And so the file will stop at a certain point. Like on Twitch, for example, if somebody's doing a 24-hour stream, like an ongoing subathon, you'll notice that their streams are 48 hours every single time. Here, I'll give you a direct example right now. So if I look at the Twitch tracker for my 24/7 channel, you'll see that a lot of my streams are exactly 48 hours. Why are all of my streams 48 hours? Well, it's because that's the amount of time that somebody can actually go and watch the, and it can hold data for. But would the aspect ratio change? Yes, it would, and let me explain why. It's because they could have done a bad job with it. So, for example, they're taking the aspect ratio, and you can see these black bars. The aspect ratio does not match the editing area for the window that they're editing the video in. So basically, they're putting
They both should be the
if I can
same.
explain it like this, because I've done video editing. I know how this works.
So
You
have
take
I.
a video, and it's like an old World of Warcraft video, and it's 4:3. So you take this video, and you put it in there, and it looks like this. But then you have a second video that you're putting in as well, and then the second video is like this. Because you...
But why would the second video be like that if it's on the same machine? That's not how it works. That's if you have two different kind of videos.
resize the original file incorrectly because you did a bad job. As a video editor, Zach is right.
No, you don't fucking resize this the wrong.
Right? Yes, I've edited videos. I know this.
It happens
now,
all
every
at
system
once
is
for
different,
both videos.
and I don't know how this system works, and maybe in this system, this problem isn't relevant. They're hiding something. Here's the problem. All I'm saying, you guys, when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. You don't have to be a hammer. You have to look at data, and you should always apply what I believe to be the null hypothesis of the scientific method. You assume that what you believe is not true, and you work backwards to find out that it is true. You think of plausible deniability, you think of other reasons why things could occur, and that helps you arrive at the truth more effectively than beginning at your answer. But the footage is not raw. The footage is not raw. It is not raw, almost guaranteed. Well, by definition, it's not raw because it was taken through Adobe Premiere. If it was raw, it would be the direct file from the video.
Yeah, just upload two separate videos then.
So this is as intended. So there's this just weird shifts in the footage. I mean, this was done in actually a very sloppy way after they explicitly talked about needing to do it in the right way so the American public could rely on it.
I'm not going to withhold information from the American public ever, but I'm also not going to rush to get it out there in a format in which they can't rely on it.
Except that's exactly what they did. The promises that were made are just consistently not kept. When you go on Fox News and say you're gonna do it right, you're gonna give us the original video so we don't think there are shenanigans, and then you do this, yes, we can interpret you charitably, but it leaves room for doubt. It's not only the case.
It does leave room for doubt. And again, the problem is that there are so many, and this goes back to what I said, there are so many other points on the graph, and every single point on the graph points to this being a conspiracy and a cover-up. There is nothing logical about assuming that none of this was a cover-up and this happened completely organically. No logical person could come to the conclusion that all of these things just happened to happen simultaneously, and it was like some weird stars aligning. Everybody seemed, it's like some kind of like Rube Goldberg machine that makes Jeffrey Epstein the only person. Like, it's bullshit. Total bullshit.
That at 11:58 p.m. the aspect ratio changes.
Yeah.
It's also the case that the enhanced version and the raw version also differ from each other in how the aspect ratio changes. You can see that originally the enhanced and the regular raw version line up perfectly in terms of aspect ratio. But when the camera flips over to this new day, now their aspect ratio is actually off from each other.
Exactly. And you can see how it's probably because the new day signified a new recording, and the new recording was then resized wrongly. That's what I think happened. I actually don't think this is a smoking gun.
So why?
I don't.
I mean, this is like so obviously bad. They said they were taking their time with this. They said, oh, we're not, no shenanigans here. But this wasn't a complicated job. It was just about, like, they did mild sharpening and contrast boosting. Why they're playing around with the aspect ratio like they're a film director in their first year of film school is unimaginable to me. I just, like, cannot understand.
And Coffee's right about this, too. Is that how the fuck do you not get this right? Like, I got this right in 2008 whenever I made videos in Windows Movie Maker. This is the FBI communicating information to the national public, and you're fucking it up?
Why you would be doing this
exactly
in such a sloppy way. So just incredibly incompetent work here is the nicest way to say it.
Yeah.
We know now
it's
that
it's incompetent at absolute best.
Epstein footage that they have released to us, even the raw footage, was modified. Last thing I want to say is that it's the final day of Crime is Legal merch. 10% off at the link below now.
Yep, there it is. And you remind us all we are. Yeah, there has to be some sort of diversion. Whoever's responsible is corrupt and they have funding. Yeah, I don't know. If Trump's first order of business was to fire all the competent people in government, well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like they weren't there to begin with, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know. Would you want a resignation over this? I think that the person who is, I mean, actually, in a way, I think I would want a resignation over this. And the reason why is because of how mismanaged it is. That's the reason why. Like, even if all of this is true and they're telling the truth, they've mismanaged. Check the Trump tweet. It's about this. Okay, let me see what he said. Oh, let me link you Coffee's video, too. Like, I've been watching a number of his videos on this Epstein stuff, and I'm really glad to see him bringing this up and talking about it. Give him some support. I completely agree with covering this and caring about this. It's unbelievable how they believe people are idiots and wouldn't notice this. It's not just noticing one thing. It's noticing 20 things that all lead to the same conclusion. If the only thing that was wrong is, oh, the aspect ratio is different, I would go and say, yeah, well, they probably just edited it wrong or they fucked up the aspect ratio in post-production. Sure, mistakes happen. But the problem is that how is it that the mistakes that always happen seem to be in the benefit of one thing? I've always said that when coincidence and personal interest converge, in a lot of cases, it's not a coincidence. And I think this is a great example of that.
And but I did vote this time, and I don't like to vote because I don't believe in any of them. And this time, I really felt like I know Trump well. I love Trump personally, and what we were looking at was just so awful and totalitarian and stupid. And it wasn't even the arguments that I disagreed with from the Kamala Harris. It's weird to even say her name now. Who was that exactly? It was like a bad dream. But it wasn't even so much the arguments I disagreed with, though I definitely disagreed with the arguments. It was the style of argument that drove me completely bonkers, summarized most crisply by "shut up, racist." Yep. Whatever you said, it was "shut up, racist." And it's like, but wait, you know, first of all, I'm not a racist, but that's not even the point. The point is, I just told you what I think. I just asked you an entirely legitimate question, mostly, what the hell are you doing? And rather than answer it, you didn't pay me the respect that you would a human being. You treated.
They don't pay you the respect because they don't have it. It's used as a way to shut people up because they're afraid of the label. It's again, it's controlling people with language.
Treated me like a slave or an animal by telling me to stop barking. Shut up, racist.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't put up with that because I'm not a slave or an animal. I'm an American citizen, an adult man who pays his taxes. So, you know, I ask people questions for a living, and very often I get answers that I don't care for, that I disagree with, that I think are stupid. But at least they're answers. At least the person responding is treating me like a human being with a soul created in the image of the Creator. He's paying me the respect that every human being is due. When you ask a direct question to someone in charge, you are due. That person is morally bound to give you an answer.
And this is going to the
He's not bound to agree with you, but he's bound to stop and answer your question. And the left never did that. They would dismiss you out of hand. You are not.
I think actually Tucker Carlson's bringing up a really good point, and I think this is how a lot of people got radicalized, is that why can't we ask questions about obvious things? Why can't we talk about this? And as soon as people can't talk about something or they feel like they're being suppressed, it radicalizes them.
Not worth listening to. Be quiet. And that's, of course, where the impulse to censorship comes from.
So radicalize me?
It comes from the belief that you don't deserve to speak because you're not fully human. They own you. And that's what I voted against.
I think it's, I don't know if I really agree with that conclusion, but I agree with the evaluation of the problem. I think it's that they view certain types of ideas as being dangerous, and they think that it's more important to protect people from those ideas than to engage with them.
Against, above all, I voted against a million different things that I hated about the last administration.
Sure.
Their insane desire to start pointless wars around the world. Their total unwillingness to protect this country domestically, to protect the people who live here, to protect the territorial integrity of the country, bringing in tens of millions of people illegally, giving them free stuff the second they get here, making a mockery of citizenship. I hated all of that. I hated all of that. But the thing I hated most was their total unwillingness to answer any question about why they were doing what they were doing, because it was just too insulting.
I think this is probably the point where a lot of people got mainstream radicalized against this was actually with COVID. I think that the way that the government handled COVID and the way that you couldn't question or ask any sort of dissenting opinion about COVID radicalized, I think, a large enough contingency in the population that the damage that that did, the trust with the government, like it put it back by like 20 years.
And every single time I would just feel like raising the middle finger and screaming obscenities, which is not an adult response, I'll concede, but that's how I felt. And I think that's really at the heart of why the Epstein thing is so distressing.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, the guy was some weird sex freak who was abusing girls.
Yep.
We knew that. But the fact that the U.S. government, the one that I voted for, refused to take my question seriously and instead said, case closed, shut up, conspiracy theorist, was too much for me.
Well, it's also that I think that he's not going hard enough, at least not yet. Trump was the one who pushed it. He was the one that started putting out names. He said Prince Andrew. He said Bill Clinton. Why the fuck were you saying this if it wasn't true? Why were you saying this? And he either owes us an explanation or he owes them an apology. Because going around and implying some guy is some sort of collaborator with a generational pedophile and kind of insinuating that they were doing the same thing is total reputation destruction. Complete reputation destruction. Why the fuck is he not coming? Like, I think he should be held accountable for that. You're just making up bullshit. Never apologize, right? Well, it's not even about, like, that's not even true. You should apologize if you're wrong. If you're wrong, you should apologize. Never apologize if you don't think you're wrong. You can apologize if you think you're wrong. That's fine. But an explanation is needed at least.
And I don't think the rest of us should be satisfied with that. And by the way, let me just say really quickly, because I was so mad about it that I think I found out part of what's going on. I think we are going to find out more. And I think the truth, for whatever it's worth, in case you're interested, is that the DOJ didn't release lots of incriminating sex videos with Epstein and his billionaire pals because they don't have them. They don't have them because when the original...
They said they had them.
Search warrant was served 2007, I think, possibly 2006, I think 7. It was basically designed to protect Epstein. The search warrant was written in such a way to make sure that the feds never got their hands on the actually incriminating evidence. It's another way of saying the cover-up has been going on since 2007, almost 20 years. And so the real question is not, was Jeffrey Epstein a weirdo who was abusing girls? Yes, we can answer that. The real question is, why was he doing this, on whose behalf, and where did the money come from?
Yeah.
And those are the questions that need to be answered. And I think it's entirely fair to ask them.
True.
And it's not adequate to say anyone who asked them is somehow desecrating the memory of little girls who died in Texas. I'm not going to put up with that answer.
It's a bullshit answer.
It's a bullshit excuse.
I think it may have been the worst answer Trump has ever given to any question ever.
That's like what you say when you want to fucking deflect, like,
care who gives that answer.
Actual question.
That is not acceptable. And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government.
From my limited understanding of history, it seems like one of the historical figures that Epstein is kind of similar to is Rasputin. Because Rasputin was able to infiltrate and get involved inside of the Russian family and create incriminating evidence and, like, basically establish himself as a confidant and a piece of power inside of that. And I think that Epstein did the same thing. They're a whole circle. Yes, exactly. I don't know. Maybe that's a crazy thing for me to say. But I feel like from what my understanding is, it's a big stretch. And I think that maybe if I knew more about him, I would realize that I'm wrong. But from what I understand, it seems pretty similar.
Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with...
Shut it down! Shut it down!
...saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person, who worked at CIA.
Sure.
That has never prohibited me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things. Murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting U.S. president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. Good. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person.
Well, I'd say it makes you an American. Like, I think there's a certain degree of, like, for example, I think that there's a big difference between criticizing the CIA for having the... Why is it that we allow AIPAC to even have any influence over our politics in the first place? Like, if there was, like, a political action committee that was for the CCP, everybody would lose their fucking minds. You know why? Money? That's bullshit. I don't believe that. You think You think Israel are the only people that have money? There's plenty of other people that have money.
That's not creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow. That that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has...
I think that also there's been a secondary reactionary effect because some of the pro-Palestine people have been so aggressive and ridiculous with how they behave that it's alienated some people away from the cause and towards Israel, which I think is inaccurate. I think that, you know, again, you should never support something as a reactionary stance from somebody else's behavior.
Been to create a lot of resentment, and I'll say it, hate online, where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad?
Interesting question.
Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of a foreign government? By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that. I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one...
Well, why aren't they coming out and saying it? That's the problem, is that Tucker Carlson can say that people are telling him this behind closed doors, but we need to get these people out in front of an audience and saying it. They're bought off. Very easy solution there. If they're being bought off by a foreign government in order to subvert our government, that's treason. So charge them for it. That's it. Just do it. And again, it's treason, and yes, exactly. And the reason why, and they call it lobbying, it's career suicide. Well, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, they can choose between career suicide or capital punishment, in my opinion. Go ahead. Pick your poison. In this case, literally. People are such pussies that they allow these malicious bad actors to take advantage of them and to ruin everything. They ruin fucking everything because nobody wants to call this stuff out for what it is. Nobody wants to take decisive, deliberate, extreme action because they're afraid.
Feels they can say that. Why? I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes.
It's true.
Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you.
Oh.
And I think our answer should be, no.
Yes, you are.
As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know, did you do this or not?
Exactly. Yeah. Like, if we're sending them all this money, why can't we just withhold it unless they give us the information?
And yet everybody has been so brainwashed into thinking that's somehow an expression of hate or bigotry when it's not. It's a baseline question that every U.S. citizen has a right to an answer on. What the hell?
And Israel has done this, and a lot of pro-Israel lobbies have done this too, and they have maligned people inaccurately as anti-Semites when they are in fact just critical of Israel's actions.
Oh, was this? And by the way, if it turns out that it was nothing at all, that somehow Jeffrey Epstein really did earn $165 million giving tax advice to somebody, which is, for the record, a lot more than most people pay their accountants.
It's bullshit. And the reason how you know it's bullshit is because if Jeffrey Epstein gave some kind of, world-class, nobody can think of this tax advice ever, then why didn't these people that were involved with him start paying a lot more taxes after he died? It just doesn't make any sense.
And that none of this was actually a foreign intel operation, stupid. And that there was no blackmail involved, that actually Bill Gates was just hanging on the island because the weather was especially good, No one was videotaped doing anything immoral or illegal, and then that was used against them to get them to obey. If all of that is false, then just tell me how it's false.
How do we know that? What do you think? What do you think? Do you really think that after Epstein died, they had to pay twice as much in taxes? Use your fucking brain. Just think for 1 second. You don't need, this is the problem that a lot of people have. Not everything has explicit empirical evidence. Sometimes you have to just make a guess. You do. And I'm making a guess. I think I'm right. Common sense is a comment. Yeah, you've got to be able to make a guess.
I think he's right.
It's called extrapolating from incomplete data. Yeah, it's bullshit.
But don't call me a lunatic. And when Fox News runs a piece, as they did yesterday by Hugh Hewitt, saying that anybody who's got even more questions about Epstein is some kind of nutcase with an unhappy personal life, who's spending too much time on Twitter in the fervid fever swamps of conspiracies.
I saw
up yours, buddy. Why don't you answer the question then? Don't let anybody insult you, anybody, and I mean anybody, ever get away with insulting you instead of answering a legitimate question.
That's a fucking fact. That is a fucking fact. That's perfect. I love it.
Okay? Ever. And by the way, you will hear certain people say, well, that means you hate the person. No, it doesn't. I've got a bunch of kids. I would never let them get away with that. If I caught one of my kids, smoking weed in the bathroom at my house, I was like, are you smoking weed in the bathroom? Shut up, racist. You hate me. No, you're my child. I don't hate you. Answer the freaking question. Were you smoking weed in the bathroom or not? I'm not the criminal here. You seem to be.
There it is. No, he's fucking right. He's completely right about this. And let me see, I can pull up some more about this too. Okay, here we go. Notice that JD is staying pretty quiet about all this. It's because he knows he doesn't want to stink of his name on it for the future. I don't see the reason why he needs to get involved. It's not really his thing. I mean, why would he?
Obviously, that's absurd. I quote the New Testament, but I also refer to common sense when I say that no man can serve two masters. It's not possible. I only have one wife for that reason. You say to your wife, I'm going to take another wife, but I'm going to love you just as much. Nothing's going to change. My wife's going to be like, no.
That woman leaves.
One wife.
Two women
leave. Because you can
leave.
only really pledge your loyalty to one person or one country. This is a fact. And there's also a sense, and this is relevant to me.
I think this is true, by the way. If you seek any form of public election or public election to office, I think that upon winning, you need to renounce all forms of citizenship to any. You need to not only renounce, but you need to also make it transparent to the public that you had actually probably in order to even run. You know what? To even be on the ballot, I think that you need to disclose any citizenship that you have, and upon winning, you need to renounce any citizenship that you have, even if it's for city council. Nope.
And I know you're speaking about Israel, but it's not just Israel, to be honest.
What if you run and then lose? Well, then you don't have to renounce it.
I think it's a huge problem. I think anybody, by the way, who serves in a foreign military should lose his citizenship immediately.
That makes no sense. It absolutely makes sense. I want people who are working in the American government to be, I want them to be completely locked in to the gravity of their decisions. I don't want them to think that there is a lifeboat or another place that they can go in case those decisions don't go well.
Yeah, so they can crash and burn everything and run.
That's what I think. Complete accountability. That's a bit much. That's a bit. You're telling me it's a bit much that people shouldn't be citizens of other countries whenever they're elected officials of ours? That's a bit much for you? I don't think that's enough. I'm being reasonable.
There are a lot of Americans who've served in the IDF. They should lose their citizenship. There's a lot of Americans who've served in Ukraine, and they should lose their citizenship. You can't fight for another country and remain an American, period. Obviously. I mean, it's like not even, it's so funny how all of us have been cowed into being like, oh, that's hate speech. No, it's not. You don't hear hate in my voice because there isn't any. It's just an obvious recognition of the truth. But there's a more insidious thing, and I say it's not just Israel. I'm not just trying to like give myself cover. I'm being honest. There are a ton of countries that offer citizenship, actually, some of which I love. I have been offered citizenship in a couple of different countries that I really like, and I thought about it. And then I thought, no, there's something about being lashed to the mast. Like, everyone can see that America's in trouble, the demographic trends are really bad, and the country's decaying and cities are falling apart. So you're like, oh, wow, you know, maybe I should flee. And then I'm like, my ancestors are from here. My parents are buried right across from my kitchen. I'm staying here. And the second you make that decision in your head, like, I don't care what happens to America, I will be here, it totally changes your attitude. You're like, I don't even...
You know who else believed this? Hernan Cortez, when he burned the motherfucking boats. And do you want to know what's so crazy about it? It worked. And Pizarro? Yep. He burned the fucking boats. Arthas? Yeah.
I don't even care. It's my country. And they've been here for so long and fought in all of these wars. My ancestors, and I'm sure yours, would be totally shocked.
Not a good example? No, it absolutely is. My point is that when you're locked into the outcome of something and you actually have skin in the game, do you remember what I said before about the election? Is that I don't bet on what people say, I bet on what people bet on. And that's why I said definitively Donald Trump was going to win the election the entire time. And there are people saying that it was going to be 50-50. It's because when people actually have the opportunity to put their money where their mouth is, they are automatically a lot more conservative and realistic and less idealistic instantaneously. And whenever you add accountability to actions or words, then you have that accountability and those words measured at a much different rate and a much different level. Bookmakers are right. Yeah. And so, yeah, don't bet on what people say. Bet on what people bet on.
Some of the conversations. Foreign flags in the Congress? Are you joking?
So somebody said again, well, I disagree. I served in Ukraine. I don't think I should lose my citizenship. I think that's crazy. That's not what I said. I never said that. I said running and winning political office. Are you running for and winning political office? No, you're not. So why are you even talking about that?
Wars, my ancestors, and I'm
that's
sure
what Tucker said. I don't care what Tucker said. That's not that's I don't. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything he said. I'm giving you my opinion. I'm listening to what he's saying, and then I'm saying what I think.
You should be totally shocked by some of the conversations. Foreign flags in the Congress? Are you joking?
Yeah.
Get out. And so, get out. Once you decide you're all in on your country, it really changes the way you approach everything. And by the way, it should be the baseline requirement. You shouldn't be allowed to serve in government if you're not a U.S. citizen or you're a dual citizen. Are you joking? Of course not.
Absolutely. 100%.
And I would love to know what the justification is. And of course, there isn't one, which is why they're allowed to just write you off as some sort of like freak, some internet freak, hater, Nazi, whatever. I'm not. Just an American who loves my country, and I think it's fair to demand that the people running my country love it every bit as much as I do.
True. And that they're locked in. Yeah, this is it. Remember, I think Steve Jobs said that he never took advice from consultants because consultants don't have any level of accountability of their decisions. Anybody that will never stand to own the consequences of their advice, you should always take it less seriously. This is something about amnesty. We'll watch this one too. Depends on the type of consultant. Some consultants save you money right out the gate. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, everything exists on a spectrum, but it's the entire idea that I'm bringing up.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
What do you think about amnesty for farm workers?
What do I think about amnesty for farm workers? I think it's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard. Ooh. Are you joking?
Oh.
Amnesty for farm workers?
Oh.
We have like 60 million illegal aliens in the country. The country
how does it keep going up?
to the country I grew up in, and it's not better, it's worse. So I'm not going to sit for another lecture from anybody telling me we need to import more people to write code or pick grapes or any other task. Period. It hasn't worked. The country hasn't gotten richer. It hasn't become more unified. Those words should burn on the tongue of anyone who utters them. How dare you talk like that? Amnesty. How about deportation? It's...
Ooh.
What about that? Any questions?
Oh, man. I'm loving that, man. Yep, there it is. Based, absolutely. I love to fucking hear that. There you go. Yeah, GP keeps going up. Yeah, how do you fix have you tried to fix your Tourette's? My Tourette's. I don't think I have Tourette's. And 60, I think 60 million is probably a bit much. But, you know, I'll see if there's any more of this to look at. But, yeah, I think that's basically it. Should anybody who serves in foreign military should lose their citizenship? I don't agree. I don't agree with this element of it. I think this is too far. Personally, I just don't think so. Especially when, like, for example, like I like the logic with this, I don't like, because in a lot of cases we are serving on behalf of a foreign military whenever we go to solve problems like World War II. Or we go to solve problems like Vietnam or, you know, the Middle East conflict. Like, we're not really solving a direct issue of our country. We're solving an indirect one. And so it's different. I think it's different, but it's not different enough for me to draw this distinction. Of course it's different, but I don't think that you should lose citizenship for serving in a foreign military unless the military is, like, adversarial to the United States or something like that. So that's really it. Let me go back. I'll see if there's any more of this here. And where the fuck did it go? Is there any blackmail?
The answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf
of... this is it. And Tucker Carlson, people are popping off about this. And I'm very glad to... I'm very glad to see it. I really am. There's a new one. It's a new day. Here we go.
The President of the United States is trying to cover the Epstein story. It's the double down right here on Truth Social.
Jesus.
A big post saying
That's a twit
that actually
longer.
it's the Democrats who wrote the Epstein files. This is just after Elon Musk, who worked with Trump for many months, said that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Obviously, we've already seen deflections from the president about Epstein, saying that it's a disgrace to talk about it.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It just seems like a desecration.
But today, it goes a step further. Quick context.
Yeah, because he's on it.
Infighting in the Republican Party over basically who's at fault for the giant botch of the Epstein file.
I'm gonna be real. I don't think there's any infighting at all. I think people are pretty unanimously against this. There's not a lot of infighting.
With the majority of Republicans not wanting to believe that Trump himself was against a full release, but rather that he was sort of tricked into not releasing the Epstein files by one of his lackeys. But today, Donald Trump came out and basically...
I don't see how that's better. Oh, no. No, he's not bad. He's just retarded. Oh, good.
Yeah. Pam Bondi, saying they're all going after Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Democrats who conned the world with the Russia hoax? They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton.
Why are we giving publicity? Well, focus on the we there. You've been the one saying this. You've been gassing this up forever. He's talking about this 10 years ago.
Steele dossier. Now, this is such a smokescreen and a deflection.
It's not even a smokescreen. It's like one of those, like, really, really, like, fucking off-brand, like, scuffed smoke bombs that, like, barely works. And then, like, someone's, like, trying to run away from behind it, but you can, like, very clearly see it's just, like, them running away. It's not even a smoke screen. It's just nothing. It's transparent. It's a sparkler.
A left versus right issue. Epstein never has been. It's the people versus the predators, not left versus right. The people versus the pedophiles, the people versus the people on planes.
It's crazy that people have actually tried to turn this into a partisan issue. This is not a partisan issue at all. It has nothing to do with partisan politics. Everybody, I think that this is it's ironic because actually, you know, Trump said he was going to, you know, try to, like, unite the country. I think he did. Promises made, promises kept. Everybody is united against this.
Left versus right here. In fact, Some of the people who want this the most are people on the right, even on Truth Social.
Of course.
Obviously a hugely
Yeah.
Trump-favored place. Everybody is saying, no, this is unacceptable. You have to release the files. Later in the post, Trump also says these are
Acceptable.
radical left-inspired documents and to not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. But actually, we all do care about it. You know who doesn't actually want this out? The elites. That's why they've never done it. That's why it was a compelling pitch when Donald Trump hinted to his base that maybe he was going to release the files. People largely didn't trust the job that Biden had done. That's why
and
it
he
was
appointed people who explicitly said they would release the files. Like,
Yep.
let's not pussyfoot around with this at all. He 100% gassed this up as much as he could.
a compelling story. So the idea now that it was
Don't you think Trump was on the list? Democrats would have used it during the election. I've said this 50 times, so I don't want to repeat it. I think there's a third party that has the full unredacted list, and the reason why they're not using it on each other is because it would be mutually assured destruction. And if part of the list gets leaked and it is redacted, then that third party will release the full list, and it will damage both of them. That's what I think is happening.
Biden and Obama who invented the Epstein files is absolutely preposterous. They don't want that out either. And maybe that's because, as a producer of 60 Minutes alleged, Ghislaine Maxwell implied that there were tapes on Trump and also tapes on Clinton. You know who else said it? Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, saying Epstein said, what I know about both candidates, the 2016 election would have to be canceled. So this whole idea...
That's crazy that all of these people know all of these names, but nobody actually gets named and no evidence actually manifests because of some abstraction of law that we like. If there's one thing that the Iraq War taught me, it's that every single law has an exception. You can't torture people. Well, but... Oh, well, you can't go and just invade a country for... Oh, well, but... Why is it that we have all of this Patriot Act stuff, and the one time that we need to use it for a good reason, it won't happen? I'm a little bit annoyed by that.
That this is a left or right thing. It's not. It's the elites. Anybody who was on that plane, anybody who was associated with Epstein, seen with Epstein, even if they did nothing wrong, they don't want that out. Everyone who wasn't seen with Epstein, wasn't on that plane, of course they all want the files. And what's interesting is obviously the Trump administration has sort of played footsie with this idea for a long time.
They haven't played footsie with it, bro. This was their shoes. They were running on this idea, literally. This was something that they put out there.
That is true.
They know this is a big issue. They had the influencers stand out there with a bunch of released material. But we also showed clips of Donald Trump implying that maybe Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew were doing bad things on the island.
Bill Clinton.
Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island.
That island was...
We need to get an apology to old Bill Clinton. Donald Trump dragging his name through the mud over nothing. Making up some bullshit about how Bill Clinton, our president, who had a surplus of the budget, how could somebody say that about innocent Bill Clinton?
Oh, Bill.
What the fuck, man? His pure name has now been sullied. Exactly. This is outrageous. He owes Bill Clinton an apology.
Really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
So consistently, Trump has hinted that maybe these guys were involved with Epstein. Maybe it was bad. But turns out all these guys knew each other and knew Epstein. We know this in part from a Piers Morgan.
Oh, wow. How fucking convenient.
An interview where he talks to a lady who went to a dinner party with Trump, Clinton, Epstein, and Prince Andrew.
Extraordinary.
Wow.
Well, wait a minute. So can't they just find that out? I mean, there's got to be itinerary for this. Why is there never any... Like, I feel like if you're even if you're a retard, you could figure this out. When was this? Where was this? Where was the restaurant? Who was there? Is there a guest book? When would it happen? Does the group have a guest book? Does anybody remember there? Who did you have on staff that day? You can find all of these things out. But isn't it weird that none of these things are being investigated at all? Nothing's happening? That's so crazy.
A collection of very high-powered people. How did they all interact with Epstein? How did Trump, Clinton, and Prince Andrew interact with him?
Everyone was very, very pally with him.
Wow.
You know, it was like there was close bonds. You could see that.
So these guys knew each other, apparently had dinner parties together, all of them together.
Dinner.
Trump later accuses two of the guys of doing bad things. And then when we release the file...
So let me guess. You're at a table and one guy is convicted as like a fucking creep. The other two guys you say are creeps, but guys, no, I didn't know it. Look, bro, like that shit was, I didn't know any of this. Wow. Wow, bro. Like that. No, I didn't do that. It's not me.
Can we release the files?
Really?
Well, no, actually, no, we can't do that. Nobody cares about that. The reason why seems obvious. Epstein knew Prince Andrew. Yes, he knew Bill Clinton. Yes, but he also knew Donald Trump. And recently, tapes were released of Epstein talking and calling Donald Trump his closest friend.
So how do you know this?
So it makes intuitive sense to distance yourself from files that may or may not have your name in it, and even distance yourself from the people involved. It's worth stating Trump actually denied knowing Prince Andrew.
So Epstein's files are a smoking gun because they don't want people to pay attention to Diddy's trial or Diddy's files. I'm sorry to say, but I don't really give a fuck what a bunch of like weird, creepy, like pedo actors in Hollywood do compared to heads of state and people that run worldwide militaries. Like that's comparing a mountain to a molehill. Like, yeah, you're right. The Diddy stuff is really bad, but this is like the elite version of that.
I don't know Prince Andrew.
True.
Of course, this was immediately debunked by photos showing the two together. And of course,
why would you say this?
Showing that they clearly knew each other as of 2000. Now, the reason
Why
you
is
would
he
deny knowing
lying?
Prince Andrew, even though you did, is obvious. At the time, he was facing allegations related to Epstein.
doesn't know him.
By the way, allegations
He has no
that now
idea.
are basically over. Prince Andrew is very happy about us dropping the Epstein probe. A source for The Sun said he's only been abroad once since the scandal erupted. Prince Andrew has always been very nervous about going abroad and always looking over his shoulder, as he should be in my opinion. But now he's very happy because the guy who never met him but was photographed with him in 2000 just ended the investigation. Now, I have to say, Trump's been pretty consistent on the fact he has no interest in releasing the Epstein files in full. He said this multiple times. The reason most people have sort of a false memory of this, the reason it's sort of a Mandela effect that he campaigned on the idea of releasing the Epstein files is because Fox News released a deceptively edited clip.
I don't think that's the reason. I see what he's saying, but I disagree with it. I think the reason why is because he filled his cabinet with people that explicitly said that they would release it entirely. And I think that the people that you run with as like saying this person is going to be my cabinet member for X, Y, or Z thing, and really it's X, Y, and Z thing in this circumstance, like Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, all three of them, and Elon Musk, like all of these people, even if he didn't explicitly say it, every single other person that was on his team that he was co-signing their statements and then sponsoring them to be part of his leadership team all said it.
Where they cut out the part where
even J.D. Vance in that interview with Theo Von said release the list. Even he said it. That's the vice president.
Said, yeah, I'll probably release the Epstein files. And they cut out the part where then he backtracks on that completely.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
And that's the part most of us saw. Of course, later, people found out that the full clip showed him saying basically the opposite.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
We also have Bill O'Reilly.
That answer isn't even a bad answer. It's only a bad answer when you contextualize it with nothing got released, period. Of course you don't want to put out a bunch of fake stuff that negatively affects people. Like, obviously, sure. Like, I mean, that's a reasonable, prudent thing to say. But the problem is the way that it was looked at, right? It's a terrible answer now. In retrospect, it's very bad.
On News Nation saying he just talked to Trump back on St. Patrick's Day, and Trump basically said the same thing.
He said, and I agree, there are a lot of names associated with Epstein that had nothing to do with Epstein's conduct. They maybe had lunch with him or maybe had some correspondence for one thing or another. If that name gets out, those people are destroyed because there's not going to be any context. Media doesn't care about context.
Too bad. Yeah, that sucks. Also, by the way, this is immediately disproven by Donald Trump. Donald Trump won the presidency, and Jeffrey Epstein said Donald Trump was his best friend. So it's not even true to begin with. It's bullshit.
Context. So you can't do that.
So over and over, we've seen the same answer from the president. Not the fact that, oh, no, the Epstein files, it's a lefty conspiracy. No, actually, it's the worry that people in the files are going to have their lives destroyed by the files. That sounds a lot more like covering for the people in the files than it does covering the victims. We've heard
That's a very actually that's a really good point. I never thought about it from that perspective.
Yeah.
But I think when you think about it that way, yeah, he's totally right about that. Yeah, he's absolutely like, yeah, he's going in and he's covering for them particularly. Exactly.
Patel and Pam Bondi talk about, we got to protect the victims.
Go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims.
We're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that back out there.
But when we actually hear the president talk about it, and the real reason, right, because he's ultimately the decision maker on whether this gets released, what the real reason is cited is not about victims.
And also, this is another thing, is that nobody can really, like, I mean, Pam Bondi, I think, is a retard for other reasons. But nobody, like, Trump is the one making these calls. She's not making the calls. He says jump. She says how high. Like, it's not her, it's him.
It is about the people, the names in the thing. So I find it disgusting. They're using the victims of Epstein as a shield for the people who are actually in these files. Now, of course, who specifically is he worried about? Well, maybe it's his friends. Maybe it's people he has dinner parties with. And of course, maybe it's him, Donald Trump, that he's worried about. The journalist Michael Wolff actually quotes Steve Bannon as saying Jeffrey Epstein was really feared in 2016 for what he knew.
I was there, and it was that moment, and Bannon said to Epstein, and he said this in a good humor. He said during the campaign, it would be the 2016 campaign, you, meaning Jeffrey Epstein, were the only person I was afraid of.
So that is 3 independent sources. You've got the
Why would Steve Bannon say that? Why would he say that? Isn't that weird? What's going on about that?
A Rosen quote, the Michael Wolff quote, and that Mark Epstein quote, all saying that there is some type of damaging information on Trump. 2 of those people specifically implying that it's also on Clinton as well. You also have the Elon Musk allegation from left.
I think that if Trump is implicated, Bill Clinton is probably also implicated. I would say the probability of that's like 80-90%. That's a pretty high probability situation there. You know what I mean? Pretty high one. Yeah, definitely. And Hillary? Right. Yeah, and why didn't she ever get put in jail? This is what always made me mad about Trump whenever he was first president. You said you were going to put Hillary Clinton in jail, and you didn't put her in jail. Why didn't you do that? What the fuck? What happened to lock her up? Or make a wall? Well, he made part of the wall, at least, right? Hillary didn't get anything.
Field, but he doesn't source anybody, so we won't count that. Either way, I must say, I don't know for sure if Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Donald Trump were heavily involved in anything nefarious or not. That is exactly why we should
Well, one thing we do know for sure is that they were all heavily involved with Jeffrey Epstein. That's one thing that we do know. So that's, I mean, it's really, really close
demand that we open these files. But the possibility of both Democrats and Republicans being implicated in some of these files, whether they did it or not, or just knew him, may give a plausible reason for why the Epstein files have been heavily redacted this whole time. There are very powerful people involved. We've known that. The reason we've been given, of course, is that, you know, we've got to protect the victims. The real reason behind this
bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit.
Bull motherfucking shit.
Scenes is really they're protecting the powerful people. Now, the most charitable interpretation is
they don't want to have people get their lives destroyed, but I don't understand the logic here, because Bill Clinton and Donald Trump both were implicated with Epstein, and neither of them had their lives destroyed. Elon Musk had photos with Ghislaine Maxwell, and he didn't have his lives destroyed for that. There's plenty of people that had involved themselves or interacted with Jeffrey Epstein before. And it's not like they just had their life destroyed just by a connection with him. So that's it. So I don't even understand. I don't even understand this type of thinking. It's not even real.
Bill O'Reilly said it's because those people would have their lives ruined. They had nothing to do with Epstein, but we know some of them probably did. We know this from the Miami Herald because the FBI agents who searched Epstein's house found a cache of thick black binders all labeled with names that contained hundreds of naked or semi-naked photographs on CDs that Epstein stored in various places. The labels on the binders were redacted from photos because prosecutors said they were names of third parties who were not relevant to the case they were mounting against Ghislaine Maxwell.
Wow.
This is, in my opinion, this is the emperor's new clothes. This is so obvious what's going on here. Binders, there's terabytes of data. Yeah, I have never seen any, like, honestly, this makes me really disappointed because I think these guys would know how to hide it better than this. What a bunch of fucking retards. Are you kidding me? You've got it in binders in your apartment? What are you, fucking retarded? Why would you do that? Arrogance? Yeah, exactly. How many of you guys know a friend that deals drugs maybe or that does something like that, and eventually, you know, he used to use burners, he used to use other accounts, he used to trade in crypto, but then eventually he did it for long enough and he got confident enough, and then he just started giving people his actual fucking phone number. Yep, and then you get got, and then you have to take a vacation. They get lazy. Yep. Every time. Embarrassing.
So my question is, are those some of the third parties? Their names are on binders with a bunch of explicit photographs that Epstein was storing? That seems like something we should be investigating. Or what about the fact that since the FBI is saying there's no blackmail involved with Jeffrey Epstein, we investigate the Wall Street Journal report that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly tried to extort Bill Gates over an extramarital affair? Because I thought there was no...
Whoa. Wait a minute. Convicted sexual offender reportedly threatened to expose Gates' relationship with Russian bridge player. That's crazy. Wow.
Tried to extort Bill Gates over an extramarital affair because I thought there was no blackmail involved. And my real plea to people is to not allow comments like this, these statements about partisan politics, to trick you into thinking this is some type of left versus right issue. That
it is partisan politics. It's the left-wing elites and the right-wing elites against the people. It's simple. Usually you don't see this happen, but in this case, that's what it is.
That is the Trump play right now. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's a disaster. I think it's very stupid. I think people on the right are just as interested as people on the left. I think
it makes me feel stupid personally for like covering, because like there's been a lot of other things that Trump has done, like for example deporting people, like the raids, the fucking getting rid of DEI and everything else, right? Like I've been really supportive of a lot of things Trump has done, but I feel stupid even covering it right now because of just how much of an elephant in the room this is.
Yup.
You know what I mean? Is that weird for me to say? You suck one. Yeah, but it's a really, really big dick. It's pretty much the biggest one. Can't defend that? Yeah.
universal issue, as it should be. If there are predators in the highest offices in the land, be they Democrat or Republican, we want to know about it.
That's right, bro. I fucking
Some of the
I'm so happy. I totally support CoffeeZilla in these videos. Like, give this one a like. I've been watching these every fucking day, and I totally like. I've talked about a lot of this stuff already myself, and so you guys are probably like, as I said, like people are probably tired of hearing about this.
To give away the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you get it?
Yes, I do.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you get it?
Yes, I do.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis? I had hired psychologists to do a psychological profile on Jeffrey Epstein, what type of person he was, and what would actually get under his skin.
Question.
What
People
made
need to
him
know
tick
that.
was that he was a narcissist. He had no
Never guessed.
ability to feel empathy.
I would have no way.
And saw himself as the master of puppets, so to speak.
No way. Master of puppets.
Sir, one witness
Well, wait a minute. Oh, apparently that's not true. There aren't any puppets.
described your penis oval-shaped and claimed when erect it was thick towards the bottom but was thin and small towards the head portion, and called it egg-shaped. Those are not my words, I apologize. But as Mr. Critton has stated, that this is a... I'm willing to continue. I hate to call him back.
Let me go on the record.
He tries at all times to be the master of his domain and in control of his world. As soon as he feels he's out of control, it's unsettling to him.
Complaint filed by Virginia Roberts against you. Isn't it true, sir, that a friend of yours sent you 3 12-year-old females for you to sexually abuse on one of your birthdays?
Form argumentative, harassing, and irrelevant to this lawsuit.
But you're saying it's part of the lawsuit? Yeah, I'll read it directly.
It was Jeffrey's birthday when...
On one of defendant Epstein's birthdays, a friend of defendant Epstein sent him 3 12-year-old girls from France
Why is he
who
smiling?
spoke no English for defendant to sexually exploit and abuse. After doing so, they were sent back to France the next day. Isn't that true?
Once again, I'm going to move to strike. Irrelevant, argumentative, harassing.
I would like to answer that question. I really would. However, today, my attorneys have told me I have to assert my 5th Amendment, 6th Amendment, and 14th Amendment rights of the U.S. Constitution. You're invoking your 5th Amendment rights to each of these questions because you know that your answers will incriminate you and you feel that it will result in you being prosecuted for these crimes. Isn't that right?
Objection, argumentative, harassing, and calls for a legal
God.
conclusion.
Oh man, yeah, those are your rights, you bitch. Yeah, I guess so, right, guys? Kill himself. I can't believe this guy killed himself for being too innocent. That's what happened, bro. Like, he was so innocent, he had to kill himself.
I would give Trump an F in the last month on his handling of the Epstein case.
True.
Everything they've done has created a giant Streisand effect.
True.
That said, though,
Big
he made a
F.
point in a Truth Social post yesterday that the Epstein file has been controlled by the Democrats, and only what they want to be known is going to be in the file, just like Russiagate and all the other hoaxes.
Then why didn't they release it?
I had always pointed out that they could delete anything they didn't want to be seen, but what about adding things that they wanted to be seen? FBI reports, not any real evidence, but things that spin it. And that's what Trump said yesterday. So
FBI reports aren't anonymous. You could find the individual people that made the reports and ask them directly under oath.
I'm not in the business of being an apologist for Trump. I've been a major critic. But this has to be investigated. This has to be looked at very, very deeply. I did a big live stream earlier today that is very, very important. We're going to be going over more. And I want to respond to how Trump has fumbled this, but also want to respond to how I think he should handle it, all coming up here today. But this is a big deal. As Bannon said, we could lose 40 seats in the House with this fiasco. This continues.
Shouldn't have done it.
Because unlike the Democrats, we
Shouldn't
have
have
morals,
done it.
and we don't become complicit in cover-ups. But is there a cover-up? What's happening? We're going to figure it all out together as we war game every single angle of it. Be sure to follow me on the next Real Alex Jones. Be sure to watch the live stream I just did because it's so incredibly important.
I think he's coping. I do. I think he's coping. I think he's trying to figure out a way that it wasn't Trump. I think the fact is that, like, I don't see the logic that, like, all these FBI reports that happen, like, I mean, it's not like this Epstein shit happened like 100 years ago or 50 years ago, like with MLK or JFK. Like, a lot of the people that were probably involved in it are still alive. Let's go back. I'll see if I can find a few more of these posts here because I've missed out on a lot of them because there's been a whole lot going on. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Is there a list, first of all?
Well, obviously, I can't violate attorney-client privilege. However, I can tell you my experience as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney for 3 decades. I have no client that has ever kept a written log of all the crimes that they've committed or anyone they've committed them with or anyone around them has committed.
Then how did you find out who they were working with? Then how do you find accomplices? Baldy is making up. Shut up, Baldy. Like, also, by the way, I've been thinking about this theory a little bit more often, and I'm curious to hear what your opinion is on it. Maybe there isn't an Epstein list made by Epstein. Maybe the Epstein list was, do you remember how they said that Epstein could have unwillingly been an intelligence asset? What if the Epstein list was actually compiled by a foreign power? And Epstein just kind of either let it happen, didn't care that it happened, or didn't know that it was happening. Which country? No idea. Not even a guess. I don't even have a single guess.
Good point.
It just doesn't happen. So for someone as intelligent, somehow or another, Jeffrey Epstein made a lot of money. So there's got to be a degree of intelligence there. I don't think.
Not necessarily. I mean, yes, in a way, but no.
He's committing crimes. I don't think he's putting a list together. I don't think there's a list that exists. And look, let's face it. You want me to put the cards on the table? Ghislaine Maxwell's 20 years in prison. She's the only person who was even charged. She was never even mentioned when they first charged Jeffrey Epstein. But once he's dead, well, now what are they going to do? They spent millions of dollars on this whole investigation. All of a sudden, for the first time after he's dead, her name comes up. They charge her. They throw everything they have on her. If she had something, look, Sammy the Bull Gravato testified against John Gotti and put the biggest mobster in jail ever. If there was something that was there that could save someone's life, I think that person would take it into consideration. But maybe.
So you're making an appeal to moral authority for a person that was put in jail for 20 years for child sex trafficking? Are you kidding me? Baldy really doesn't know what the hell he's doing, man. He doesn't know what the fuck. He doesn't know what the fuck. This is crazy.
Your baby don't know what he's doing.
There's nothing there. And a podcaster at the time made a big deal and made a huge name for himself by making assumptions that just weren't accurate.
My issue.
Man, shut the fuck up. Man, shut the fuck up. Like, can you please explain why they won't release the list after talking about it for so long? I don't know why they won't. Which podcaster? I don't know. Probably talking about Joe Rogan, right? I mean, like, he who will not be named, right? They don't want to say his name because it gives him power. I don't know. Maybe it could be Dan Bongino himself. And so Alex Jones, yeah, it could be that too. And so it won't release the list because it's tied to alien abductions. Okay. So if there's no evidence to charge anyone, why is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison? Because she was the one that trafficked to Jeffrey Epstein. This is such a stupid line of argumentation. And anyway, let's see here where the rest of this. Arguably the most let them eat cake. No criminal ever keeps a written record of their own crimes. That is the entire basis of blackmail. Yeah, this is insane. Like, obviously people do this. And also, just because they don't keep a written record where they say, oh, on this Tuesday we did this thing, it doesn't mean that you can't corroborate that. Like, how do you find accomplices with any crime? Do you find them in a list? No. You look at corroborating evidence and you make a conclusion based off of that. What a bunch of fucking bullshit. What a lying baldy. This is amazing. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
Lying baldy.
They keep a video record, not a written record? Yes. This is so dumb. Hitler is on the list? You think so? Maybe you're right. Let's see if I can find this here. But, oh, here's another one.
I tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed. And they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why the...
So... why is this guy not being brought in front of Congress to testify of what this is under oath? Why is it that he said this and now he can't say legally? He didn't attorney-client privilege.
Being suppressed, I know who's suppressing them, but I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being...
Yeah, his client's dead, right? I mean, like, he was Epstein's lawyer. What the fuck?
Being suppressed in order to protect them, and that's wrong.
Just out of curiosity, without names, are these politicians, business leaders?
He's going to say all the above.
They're everything.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, a lot of them are, at least one of them is somebody who was accused. Others are accusers. And the judges have said, if somebody calls themselves a victim, we're not going to give any information about them, but they may not be victims.
Two different judges won't allow the information to be released? You tell me the president can't figure that out? You telling me they can't figure that out? They control all three branches of government, but they can't figure out how to get this information? Man, bro, I don't think I believe that. I really just don't think I believe that, bro. Like,
They may be perpetrators. So we don't have information about false accusers. And we know there have been many false accusers who have accused innocent people for money. And those records are being deliberately, willfully suppressed. And they shouldn't be suppressed. If the accusation is allowed out, so should the material that diminishes the credibility of the accuser. We want total transparency on this. Every single document, no redaction.
That's right.
That's what I've said from day one. I waive any of my rights to privacy. Anything there is about me, I'm happy because it will be exculpatory, because I know I haven't touched a woman other than my wife from the day I met Jeffrey Epstein. I don't even hug people, but I was falsely accused and I was able to prove it, and I was able to prove it through documents, and I want other people to be able to disprove false accusations through documents, but these documents are being suppressed and withheld.
Bro, like, I'm saying he says the judge muzzled him. So what happens if he just does it anyway?
Goes to jail.
At a certain point, you are fucking 80-something years old. Just fucking do it anyway, man. Jail? No, I don't believe it. Nope. I don't believe his life would be in danger. Is bullshit. Why are you not accepting of the idea Trump threatened to close the file? Why is it our view to understand it? It's simple. They tried 4 times and almost got him 1 time. Trump isn't invincible. Trump's human. What if they threatened his family? Because of the guy in El Salvador. Do you really think that the guy in El Salvador didn't receive more threats than Trump did? He was going up against some of the most bloodthirsty gangs in the entire world, and he put all of them in jail. If somebody's threatening the president of the United States, then maybe he should just have them killed. Problem solved. So if Trump, like, really, I mean, I thought Trump, like, the entire idea, like, I thought to myself, finally, like, I was like, Trump is an absolute fucking unhinged psycho. Thank God. I'm gonna, you know, we're gonna hopefully elect him, and then maybe something can get done.
That's what I'm waiting for.
And I was like, okay, yeah, he's going to bomb Iran in the middle of the night? Yes! Great! This is what I was hoping for. Trump runs the country. Yes, it's insane, man. He let the Ayatollah live? Well, maybe, I mean, there's a bigger reason for that. Who's we? You didn't elect shit. Yeah. I voted for him the first time. And hey, by the way, you voted for him? How'd that working out? I fucking idiot. Suck my dick. Oh, yeah, you voted for him? Good job, dumbass. Good job, stupid. How about that? Deep state runs the country? No, it doesn't. The military runs the country. I tell you right now, the people that run the country are the fucking military, because they're the ones with the guns. And if you go over and you put a gun at somebody and you kill them, now they're dead and you're not. That is the ultimate justice. Those are the people that run everything. Who runs the military? The president does. The president is the commander-in-chief. That is what matters. Some sort of fucking complex bureaucracy? They don't run shit. Monopoly on violence? Yeah, that's crazy. You really don't get it? Oh, right. Oh, I don't get it. Uh-huh. Sure. I think that you're not creative enough. Cartels and mafia around the world for all the money. Tell that to El Salvador. And that guy's doing just fine. That's a bit crass of a take, but I get it. Yes. President has no power? Nope. I don't think so at all. I don't think so. And that's why blackmail is powerful. Well, then kill the people that are blackmailing you. You're the president. If you can't kill people that are blackmailing you as the president, I don't want you to be the president. Straight up. If you can't figure out a way to kill him, Bill Clinton did that. It's a high score take. What do you think every single powerful leader has done in the history of humankind? What do you think that they did? What do you? Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, fight war. Yeah, exactly. It's not a high score take. Yeah, exactly. I think you're wrong about this. Dead man switch, bro. Bullshit. Oh, bullshit. And yeah, they had some Clintons on their side. Yeah, it's a real world, actually. It doesn't make it right. I think it does. Destroy your enemies. Yeah, you have to. Strength conquers weakness. The privileged will never understand that. Yeah. And, yeah, Wade Asman went to high school? Yeah, unfortunately, they were fucking high schools. I guess so. You aren't black-pilled enough to know who runs the military? The person who runs the military is the person who can tell the military what to do. That's it. That's the bottom line. People like to imagine power is this abstract concept. Power is the ability to execute violence against somebody with no restraint. That's real power. Everything else besides that is working under that direction or working under that directive. If you can kill somebody, you have power over them. Period. There is no greater power than that. And so I don't want to hear about some deep state bullshit, some blackmail bullshit. Nope. Doesn't work. And again, I think El Salvador disproves all of that. And so is Bill Clinton. Look at him. Anyway, let's see here. Victor's right. History, absolutely. And yeah, it also acts on its own accord without the president authority as well. Yeah, definitely. Let's see here. The president's just a client to the military. Not if they do what he says. Actually, it's the power to get someone to get someone to kill others for you. Yeah, definitely. And bro's pretending like he doesn't know. No restraint isn't power because you need restraint or you'll destroy yourself. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you guys. I think that a lot of people. This is what I think is really sad. I think a lot of people have been lulled into this idea that the people that you elect into power don't have any power. I think this is a learned helplessness that is pushed forward by conspiracy theorists, and it is an active psyop to make you expect that the people that you elect that have the power to make change don't actually have the power. And it is a collective learned helplessness that enables them to continue doing bad things while simultaneously having you make excuses for them not doing what you want them to do.
Yeah.
I think it's bullshit.
Good point.
Absolute bullshit.
Lots and lots of questions that have been swirling about Jeffrey Epstein for a long time, for over 10 years, and the government's involvement in it. If there's anybody who could walk in and say, okay, we've resolved all of the questions and there is nothing here, it would be President Trump and his crew. The problem is you can't really do it without giving some explanation, and there has to be some explanation, and I think that's why you have a lot of people still pretty with a lot of very valid questions about it.
You absolutely nailed it. You can defuse this ticking time bomb if you simply get out there. Sit down, the AG, get the deputy director, and get the director.
This is not going to go away.
Hell no.
It's not going to go away. It's not. People not
going to let this go.
I'm tired. This is not going to go away.
Himself, put them in front of cameras, have them make a statement, and have them answer questions. We're only talking about 5 or 10 questions. But what this will do is, first of all, restores confidence. Number 2, it answers some of the basics, especially the simple things like, you can't tell me that 1,000 people were hurt and that there are no people out there that we can arrest. You can't tell me that, oh, sorry, we don't have a list. Fine. Don't have...
Fucking based. So fucking based. Exactly.
How do you have all them people but no one to arrest?
Man. Absolutely.
100%.
Why do our parents teach us that good always wins? Well, this story isn't over yet, number one. And also, because that's not true. It's not done yet. This isn't the end of it.
The story hasn't ended.
Have a list. Tell me who the perpetrators were. Let's depose every single person who might have had a chance to get on that list.
Even Fox is
and might have been out there at that island, and let's talk to them. Let's find out what happened. You're telling me other videos out there in New Mexico and at the island and in New York, and nobody saw anything? I don't buy it, and that's why they need to get out there and...
Fuck yes, bro. This is exactly the way that I feel. 100% this is how I feel.
Same.
Face the fire. Doesn't have to be long, but you have to answer questions to the American people, because absent that, the story won't die, and that's a distraction the president doesn't want.
Of course, and in that True Social that he put out, he talked about all his accomplishments.
Yeah.
And he's saying, why let's not let this overcome. And I think he doesn't want that. I think his supporters don't want that, and I think that's why they want.
No, this is the one thing that people want more than anything else. This is the one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're okay with a cover-up and not impeaching Trump, you should be investigated. Well, I don't know about, like, impeaching him, right? Like, I don't know why the cover-up is happening right now. Like, I mean, obviously, like, is there a chance he should be impeached over this? Yeah, maybe. But, like, I just don't think, like, I feel like that's a little bit too, like, that's too soon.
Just some simple answers.
Yeah. And of course, he's right about that. I mean,
there's no question.
None of this mars any of the extraordinary accomplishments, and we want to keep going.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah, he's defending pedophiles. There's absolutely no reason it justifies that. I could see reasons why you would do it, right? And I get it, but at the same time, oh God, oh geez, this is. Here we go. Well, let's look at a few more of these. Well, let me go back and it's relevant though. What justification there is there? So, if the justification would be that the information wasn't fully complete, or it wasn't fully verified, or we had people that weren't complying, or because it was partially held by a foreign government that wasn't cooperating, I think that there could be a lot of explanations for why it hasn't come out yet that could make sense. And those are just the first three that I could come up with right off the top of my head that would kind of make sense. But that doesn't mean that it's okay.
By admitting that the Epstein files are real and have been written, and that you've read them and you don't like their contents and they were written by your enemies, doesn't make...
That's actually a really good fucking point. Why are we giving publicity to files? I thought there weren't any files.
Doesn't make the most compelling case.
Bro, like,
as far as I'm concerned. Holy moly.
Holy moly is right. That's it. Can't even keep his own story consistent. Blaming Obama. Yeah, I know. And the last arrest of Epstein was after Obama was president. Yeah, it was 2007, right?
You're in an uproar off the Epstein list? That's all you've got? It's really, really surprising that this matters. Of course, I think there's a list, but I don't know. I suspect, but I have no knowledge, nor do I care. It's Friday night. I'm giving.
I mean, it's Sunday. It's Sunday, and I still care. Fuck that. I still care, and it's Sunday.
I'm go out and enjoy myself. I'm getting ready to have a nice weekend. I could give a damn about the client.
I don't know. Why is he trying to sweep, bro? Like, why would you try and sweep for this? Like, I don't even understand. But I get that, like, you might not care about it, but, like, is it stupid that other people care about? Like, why?
Client list. This has no effect on me whatsoever. I have a life. I don't understand for the life of me why this matters so much. I'm talking about people losing it. They're crying on camera. They're talking about resignations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuck yeah.
100%.
Off about everything. I'm like, really? With all the stuff going on in this country, with all the power that you possess because of the cachet and the influence you have because of your connection to this administration, that's why you upset at Trump?
Yeah, because people think he's protecting a global elite pedophile network. I feel like that's kind of a pretty big one. Like, I would say that is probably like a pretty good, like, I would say of all the reasons, if you were to think of a lot of reasons, I would say that this is a pretty big reason. It is. It's a pretty big reason.
I'd say so myself.
And also, by the way, here's another thing. He said he was going to do it. What about the fact that he said he was going to do it and now he didn't do it? What's going on with that?
Yeah.
Trump one bit for looking at them
and saying, backtrack?
Really, that really matters to you? That's really that important? Now maybe.
Yep, it is.
He had a different reason for saying it, trying to be evasive or whatever. I don't know. But I do know this. In the grand scheme of things, it ain't going to affect the lives of over 200 to 300 million Americans.
It can. And so here's the reason why it can. If there's a list and if there is a clientele group that I think is known among high echelons of government and power structures, that list and that information can be weaponized in order to compel people to behave in certain ways that could be against the interests of those 100, 200, 300 million people. So it's not about what the list is fundamentally. Of course, the list is fucking nothing fundamentally, but the problem is what the list implies. It's what the list does. It's what you can do with the list. This is like saying that a bullet doesn't have any power. Well, yeah, you're right, but what if you have a gun? Oh, a gun doesn't have any power. Like, well, yeah, but if you have a bullet, it does. You can't say a gun or a bullet are not dangerous just because they're not combined at the exact time. It's just like, I don't know why Why would he even say this shit? Like, this shit's making an appeal to triviality. Yeah, if it's so, yeah, that's another thing. I hate the appeal to triviality is the most intellectually dishonest thing that somebody can do. If it doesn't matter so much, then why not put it out? If nobody gives a shit this much, then why not put it out? If it's not going to affect anyone, then why not put it out?
Right.
He's a sportscaster. His opinion on this is irrelevant. Guys, I'm going to be honest. Trump was a real estate agent. What the fuck did JD
I got
Vance
mad.
do? Most of the people that are involved in most things, it's not like you need to have a degree in this, bro. Like, they just show up, bro. Yeah, they just show up.
I think we'll be just fine without knowing whether or not there was really a client list.
Yeah.
I think we'll be okay. It's unbelievable that this is a big deal to me. It really is.
Yeah, exactly, right? And people want to see the lists that aren't on it. Yeah, absolutely. And so I think, bro, I can't believe he's doing this. He's saying this bullshit, man. That's dumb as fuck, man. Here we go. Another one right here.
Agree with a special prosecutor has to be an independent special prosecutor has to take over. Do you believe that DOJ and FBI right now, with the guys who are all close to Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, do you think they have any credibility left to pursue this?
No, and I'll tell you exactly why, Steve, because
damn,
in 2016, we trusted the plan with Trump. But now Trump has become the deep state. The exact thing we voted him in.
Why do you say he's become the deep state?
What is more deep state than covering up for pedophiles? Why would you go to that island?
Yes. Yes. Why would you even go to that island?
Why? Tell me, why would you go to that island? Why would you go on the plane?
Agree with
yeah, he's like, well, that's a good question. Why would you be there? There it is. And yeah. I don't know what the fuck this is. They're competent enough to know that? I know. It's embarrassing, man. And yeah. Why the fuck would you go to that island? Yeah, sir, we want Clinton. I gotta say this. I disliked you. Mostly do a crappy gossip. I clicked your stream 10 minutes ago. I must say, you're not stupid and base for sure. I gotta respect, though. Yeah, welcome to everybody else. Most people that have discovered my stream they've come into my stream and they were like, this is that racist guy from Twitter that wants to kill all the minorities. And then they're watching, they're like, oh, this doesn't seem that bad. Okay, yeah, we can watch this guy. He's all right. And that's it. That's how it happens. Yep, most of my viewers begin by being haters. That's it. I'm very used to this. And oh yeah, oh, let me go back. We'll watch a few more of these here.
First of all, it should have come out a long time ago. Professor Dershowitz wanted it out. And by the way, he is one of the best attorneys in this country. I know him.
That was
I know
old
his
Baldy
wife.
that we were looking at earlier.
That's a great family, and they've been dragged through hell on this. I want to know why AG Garland and the Justice Department are so quiet on this tonight. You know, they're out there labeling parents domestic terrorists, yet they're saying nothing about this. And these documents were so slow to come out. Human trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar business in this country, and Jeffrey Epstein is dead, and Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison for 20 years where she belongs. And if people in that report are still fighting to keep their names private, Sean, they have no legal basis to do so.
I agree.
Unless they're a child, a victim, or a cooperating defendant by some chance against some potential case against Ghislaine Maxwell. And I think Mark Garagos, as a great criminal defense attorney, will back that up as well.
Man.
There you go.
Man, that's crazy. I'm literally out of bruh moments. I think I am too.
Literally. Because they didn't do any of that.
So this is apparently she gonna go out and say this shit?
What's up, guys? This has been a practice in how to not handle a scandal inside of the Trump administration with the Epstein files, which were on Pam Bondi's desk and ready to be released, which were so lurid with the base. However, there is an out that is happening right now. In an article that stunned me to my very core, ladies and gentlemen, this shocking exclusive from the Daily Mail: Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, will reveal the truth.
I love how everybody says her name differently. Nobody really knows.
About the pedophile client list, says insiders. Why are Republicans blocking her? My goodness, what is this? Ghislaine Maxwell is willing to speak in front of Congress about the Epstein files, sources tell of the Daily Mail. Maxwell, 63, is the only person behind bars, serving 20 years on child sex trafficking charges, despite the fact that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly controlled the web of underage girls. Ghislaine Maxwell is a proxy for Jeffrey Epstein. She's serving time for his crimes. I'm not saying she's innocent at all. What I'm saying is that Jeffrey Epstein was clearly the mark here, and when he killed himself in prison, then they moved those charges effectively to Ghislaine Maxwell. It's also why so much of the evidence is on lockdown. You must understand the reason the evidence is on lockdown is that Ghislaine Maxwell is appealing right now, and then that evidence is what's called under seal. I'm not saying that's a great excuse. I'm saying that the federal government needs to explain that to all of us. And then the DOJ needs to push for the release of that evidence. But that's a matter of fact. That's where so much of the evidence actually is. It's under seal in the Southern District of New York, under the control of the Justice Department. Litigation pending, right? Additionally, Epstein's victims allegedly were passed around as sex toys to his wealthy friends and billionaire business associates who regularly visited his homes, including his private island. Now a source says, despite the rumors, Ghislaine has never offered any kind of plea deal. She would be more than happy to sit in front of Congress and tell her story. No one from the government has ever asked her to share what she knows.
I wonder why.
Really?
Why would it be that nobody from the government wants her to talk about this?
She remains the only person who was jailed in connection to Epstein that would welcome the chance for America to tell the truth.
Isn't that weird?
What is the truth? And it remains to be seen. Maxwell was convicted in 2022 for a role in the scheme to sexually exploit and abuse multiple girls, Epstein, over the course of decades. Obviously, she has a very sketchy background as well. Her father was a spy and was Mossad and was connected to British intelligence and a ton of other intelligence agencies. Ghislaine Maxwell sort of is the key holder and the last piece of physical evidence. You saw that they obviously had Virginia Roberts killed. That's what I believe. She was a piece of living evidence, you know, to all of these crimes. Maxwell argues that she should have been protected from prosecution as part of a non-prosecution agreement made by Epstein, her former lover and boss, in 2007, when he agreed to plead guilty to 2 minor charges for prostitution and a sweetheart deal.
How convenient for him.
Now, controversy continues to rage over the Department of Justice statement that there was no Epstein client list and the release of the videos in New York's Metropolitan Correctional Center, which the DOJ says proves he committed suicide. It proves absolutely nothing, by the way. If anything, it proves the opposite.
Do you think it's because she could name anyone now, and if no list exists, everyone's on the chopping block? I think that you're actually bringing up a very good point, and you shouldn't listen to what she says. I mean, she is a, pedophile child trafficker, right? So, like, this should not necessarily be a beacon of morality. But at the same time, if she can provide evidence for what she's saying, then I think that's, like, I wouldn't just go off of her word. Like, I agree with you. Like, you shouldn't just go and listen to what she said and be like, oh, it's all true. No, you're right. But, like, at the same time, like, you should start, trust but verify.
Pointed to the fact that there's a critical missing minute. There's also a bunch of people going in and out. You also can't see Jeffrey Epstein's cell block, much less his door. The entire thing is absurd, right? The entire release is absurd. The scandal alleges a cover-up that prompted a rebellion against President Trump's loyal MAGA base, and that's a real problem. Some believe Attorney General Pam Bondi should be fired, including Dan Bongino, who's threatened to quit. On Saturday night, President Trump posted a rebuttal saying, for years, Epstein, over and over again, why are we not giving publicity? Why are we not giving publicity to the files written by Obama?
I feel so happy that he fucks this shit up too. Thank God. Like, I do this all the time.
Comey, Brennan, and the losers of the Biden administration. The Epstein cover-up was also the main topic of conversation among this weekend's Student Action Conference, including myself.
Sharon Allen, an attendee, told NBC News, "It's not about Pam Bondi to me. It's about, look, Trump elected, you were elected, and you were supposed to be different. So prove to us that you're different by exposing predators, right?"
Yes, true.
A source close to Maxwell told the Daily Mail that the former girlfriend of Epstein, who continues to protest her innocence, would welcome the chance to be sit in front of Congress and tell the story.
She would welcome the chance. That's a lot.
She could appear digitally, right, from the courthouse. This happens regularly.
Boring.
From inside of the jail.
Boring.
She could appear digitally. Maybe they
boring,
can, like,
boring. Donald's content president. You got to have her there in person.
Yeah.
You have to have her there in person.
Heavy impact.
Like, again, you have her there in person, make her wear red, and then give her a list that looks like a book. Like, that's what you have to do.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm telling you, like, that's the best outcome. Live stream. Yeah, live. 100% live.
Send her with the guard. The source said, congressional hearings have been held
red book?
from
No,
everything
black
from JFK's assassination to the Epstein
Nothing
files.
on it.
Ghislaine Maxwell would be willing to speak to Congress to tell her story. Maxwell is also fighting to have her appeal heard at the Supreme Court. July 14th, lawmakers in the U.S. government would submit their responses in plea to the Supreme Court to take up her case. President Trump's former first buddy, Elon Musk, sensationally claimed the cover-up is because of President Trump. Maxwell, the source close to Maxwell says it's a false flag. Interesting. President Trump was photographed with Epstein several times. They ran in the same circles, but Trump was one of the first to break contact with Epstein over Epstein's mistreatment of women.
Oh, hold up. Because they fell out over a business deal. We're missing this part right here. So, like, no, it was definitely that too, but it was also this. Yeah, that's a bit of context, right? I mean, so, and he should, hey, yo, you should not, and that's the thing. You shouldn't have fucked with them. You shouldn't have been making up that bullshit. Tech business? Yeah. Trump doesn't like mistreating people. I guess so. Is Trump defending the orange guy on this one? Am I defending the orange guy? I'm not defending or not. This isn't defending him. What? Are you retarded? You're not some kind of a retard, are you?
Contact with Epstein over Epstein's mistreatment of women.
You're not a retard, are you?
Okay. There are no big shocks about President Trump and the Epstein files, but there are a lot of powerful men involved and a lot of money, and they got to follow the money.
Yeah.
The Department of Justice also said that no one else is likely to be prosecuted in relation to the Epstein case, including Prince Andrew.
Why not?
And Donald Trump got invited to England literally this morning. Donald Trump's going to make a statement.
Oh, I wonder
England this
why.
morning. Yeah. Got it. Prince Andrew has consistently and vehemently denied all the actions against him. This Guthrie committed suicide last year. This is Virginia.
It's crazy how many of the people that are involved in this situation killed themselves.
Yeah.
I guess they must all feel really guilty. That must be it.
Roberts. Okay, got it. There's photos of Ghislaine Maxwell and Virginia Roberts and Prince Andrew. She says Ghislaine Maxwell trafficked her to Prince Andrew. So why wouldn't Ghislaine Maxwell, why wouldn't you call her in to testify? This is going to be a great test for Republicans in Congress, and also a good out for the Trump administration.
I think he's right. He's right about this. Benny, 100% right. Is that I think that every single person, this is what I think that we should push for right now. Every person in Congress needs to come out in support of this. And the people that don't, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Daily Mail is fake.
Why?
This has been reported by too many different sources than for it to be fake. It would have been verified at this point, especially after this being out now for nearly 24 hours. I feel like it's probably not fake.
How you get rid of something like this. If you bring in Ghislaine Maxwell, you show transparency. You should totally do this. We should totally do this. This is a great idea. Here's Ghislaine Maxwell. She's spoken very, very little, obviously.
Yeah.
But here's Ghislaine Maxwell in a recorded line from her prison saying what she thinks about Epstein. And here's Tim Burchett, ladies and gentlemen, member of Congress, saying why he thinks the Congress won't do this.
What's he saying?
No, he didn't. I don't believe he did. I believe that he was murdered. Well, I was shocked. And I wondered how it had happened. Because as far as I was concerned, he was going to. I was sure he was going to appeal, and I was sure that he
Gotcha,
was covered under
bitch.
the non-prosecution.
I'm the coin flipping king
agreement.
now.
You thought he was good? Are you? What do you mean you thought he was good? How could you think this?
Yeah.
But I wasn't in the indictment, so I wasn't mentioned. I wasn't even one of the co-conspirators.
And too many of my colleagues, I'm afraid, are compromised in this area for whatever reason. Somebody's whispered in their ear.
That's right, brother. That's right. You got to hold them accountable. Let them know. That's right.
Hey, you don't want something to come out on something else. You better keep your mouth shut on this. And that's exactly what they've done. And it continues to go, whether it's the honeypot the Russians use or something worse. I don't know, but it's clearly, you see that up and down the line. You see good conservatives vote for liberal policies. And
so you're saying that right now, currently ongoing in our Congress, there are members of Congress who have been compromised by either special interests or the intelligence community to not give the American public information on Jeffrey Epstein?
I believe so. 100%. 100%. I want to tell you one quick thing. I know it's a little different, but I've been involved in the UAP issue, and it's, like I said, I'm not going to bring out little green men in a flying saucer, but it's about transparency. I had an amendment on the FAA reauthorization bill.
Name them. Name them. I really hate how everybody is going and talking about how this is going to come out, and all these people are compromised and all this shit's happening. But then just name, at least put somebody's name out there, because all they need to do. See, the thing is that all you need to do is have one domino fall, and then I think that things will kind of collapse around after that. And
That said, if an American pilot sees a UAP, an anomaly or something, and they make a report to the FAA, that report has to be made available to Congress. I was told by the whip.
That's crazy how fast he went from this to UFOs, bro. This is a speedrunner. I've never seen this before.
What happened to my amendment? And he said, it was killed by the intelligence community. And I said, you mean the intelligence committee? And he said, no, the intelligence community. It was not even brought up. And these are unelected bureaucrats that have that much control. And so, we got to start electing people
that much control.
This pandering stuff that's going on now, it's just a distraction.
Just find out who it is. They got to find out who it is. And as soon as you start putting out names and stuff like that, the thing is that
that's what we need to start doing.
It's easy how people know these, but they're all afraid to talk. Yeah, you know what I think it is? I'm going to be real. I think half of them are lying. I think they're just saying this bullshit just to act like they know what's going on, to make people that they disagree with or dislike look bad. I think a lot of them are lying, bro. I'll link you all the video. This is a Benny Johnson video. I've been watching his stuff for a bit now, and I really like him. I think he's great. And yeah, there it is. There's a video right there. Give it a like. And everyone's lying. I don't think they're all lying. They've been milking it for years. Yeah, definitely. Why do you think Hunter Biden is still free? Everybody knows why. It's because he's the son of the president. That's the reason why. We all know why. And so, no, I really think so. And you put one name, that person will immediately start throwing others under the bus. Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm telling you, the way that the way to handle this is that. See, I think that only somebody I always thought Trump, this is one thing I thought about Trump. I always thought Trump was a scumbag, psychopath, narcissist, mob boss. And that's why I really thought that maybe he could do some good. Because
that's what I thought.
That's what I would want to have, right? That's what I wanted. That's what I was looking for.
Kinda
We were going for that. And so if anybody knows how to deal with these people, it has to be Donald. And if he doesn't know how to deal with them and he can't do this, nobody can. Nobody fucking can. And so that's the real problem that I have. He's got to fix this? Yeah, because he's one of them? Exactly. Well, that doesn't, you act like that's some kind of that, then he would know. Then he would know. Yeah, exactly. Elon can? Maybe, right? Musk has to too. But he can't run for president, right? He can't run for president. He can't do that. And so that's it. I'm thinking, what the fuck happened to WikiLeaks? So I guess we're wise to corruption. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, like, that's what I was hoping for. A lot of people might think that's crazy for me to say, to vote for somebody because I think they're insane. But that's the only thing that I think will solve this problem, is an insane person. And that's it.
Insanity beats insanity.
So apparently McDonald's is, they're getting rid of McDonald's in Chicago.
There'll be lots of McDonald's locations.
Okay.
Nearby.
Bro,
Check
this
out all
is
those
bad.
golden arches.
This
But
looks
one by
bad.
One, you can see most have disappeared.
The golden arches on Clark, not there.
Wow.
No more Big Macs at this Loop location either. More McDonald's gone, within a 10-minute walk of each other. What is going on?
I think that would be a question
Why
for
would this happen?
McDonald's.
Oh, we asked them,
I
but
think
got
it's
an
a quick
appreciate you
baby
reaching
garden.
out reply.
Seems like... Because they don't want to say the reason why they're leaving. The reason why you're leaving is you don't want to have a vendor in a PvP zone. That's the reason why. It's so obvious.
Yeah.
A lot of
Literally,
people don't
player
wanna talk
versus
about
player.
What's really going on here? But before we get to the real
crime,
truth
yeah.
of why these places might be shutting down, have you ever been to an inner city McDonald's that made you feel safe and secure?
Interestingly, McDonald's...
Usually, like, so this is what I said before, like, for us, it is Whataburger. And, like, this is, like, I took this girl was from, Canada, and she grew up in China. And I took her to Whataburger. And she wouldn't even sit inside of the lobby. She was standing outside while I ate my food because she was afraid of the potential PvP situations that could occur inside of the lobby from the various NPCs that were there.
Global headquarters is only about a mile
Yeah,
from the
bro,
Loop.
she was not
Why
ready
are
for that.
they hightailing it from their hometown? Again, no explanation from corporate.
Yeah, they don't
An
want to
outside
say.
source told us crime and tensions with the unhoused were a factor for at least one of the
Of
closures.
the unhoused? You mean homeless people? Jesus Christ, bro. Like, these euphemisms are driving me crazy. They really are.
Crime! That's exactly what's taking place at McDonald's in many parts of the country.
What a
but
surprise!
interestingly,
What?
even in New York, where you
What?
see some of this at its most intense, these stores have found a way to stay open because they're near America's busiest train station and they're by Times Square, where people can place mobile orders.
Look at
And
this, bro. Like, why do we live in a world where everything has to be done through... Like, when I was growing up, we didn't have to deal with this shit. This is insane. That we got fucking bulletproof glass KFCs. You know, this McDonald's has more security than a Bank of fucking America. Oh my God. COVID barrier? Nobody's wearing a mask. This is not because of COVID, I'll tell you that.
and flee the store as soon as they get their food.
Illinois Restaurant Association had another theory.
I know that since 2020, restaurants have seen an increase of 35% labor costs, 35% purchasing costs, and almost 20% in fixed costs.
That'll do it. And so they've had a 100% increase cost of the fucking items on the menu, so suck my dick.
Recipe, consumers cutting back on fast food.
Yeah, because
you've noticed the vacancy
it's a waste
signs
of
around,
money.
but they don't scare you.
And sometimes, for sure, you see, you come this way and you're like...
Okay, so this guy here, he's in a super high-end looking restaurant here.
Yeah.
He's not serving fast food.
Yeah, he doesn't need to worry about this. Like, because you don't have the, what'd you call them? Fuck. Like Nevrons. I'll just say that. The Nevrons that are coming into this area and causing problems. The zombies, yeah, no, that's it. And no, that's it. Portfolio, well, I mean, whatever it is.
Food. Yes, people are cutting back on fast food because it's no longer fast.
So crazy?
It
That's
might
what they
not
are.
actually be food, and the price is way up. But there's another reason why stores are closing, and it's because they're attracting the wrong type of foot traffic, and that tanks these places. They have to shut down.
Most retailers look for ways to increase.
Like, I didn't even know people were uncomfortable about this. Because, like, growing up, I just thought it was normal that there was a crackhead living at McDonald's. Like, if I went to McDonald's and there wasn't a crackhead there, I would think, oh, there must be a police officer here or something like that's going on, right? Like, I mean, every single McDonald's, like, correct me if I'm wrong, But like every McDonald's, you have the lobby, right? And inside of the lobby, there's an area where the cashier's desk is not within line of sight of the rest of the lobby. And inside of that out of LOS area, there's a homeless person that has a complete computer setup there with like probably a George Foreman grill, and it looks like they've been living there for 3 days. And that way, the manager doesn't see them, right? And they've got their backpack there, they've got their clothes out, everybody, like they're camping there, right? They live there now. And so he's 3, exactly. And so like, I have people come, like, you know, when that girl did that, I was like, wait, what? No, he just lives here. No, he's fine. He might ask for your receipt later so he can use it for his rewards card to get a muffin, but that's it. No, he probably won't stab you. That's it. Yeah. I didn't even know that this bothered people this much.
Traffic. But the McDonald's at 2154 Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn is doing the opposite. As the sign on the door shows, no one under 20 needs an ID or a parent, while some dislike the new door policy being enforced by a trio of security guards and backed up by NYPD officers.
Let me guess. This policy reduced the problems by, let me guess, 100%. I bet they didn't have any problems after this. I'm not even kidding. I actually bet this probably totally solved the problem.
The police.
The reasoning is plain. McDonald's locations are all too often the scene of violent crimes.
Yeah.
And both the victims and perpetrators can often be young.
So,
that's exactly true. Like every like fast food restaurant that's near any of like the high schools or middle schools here, there would always be PvP events happening there. Always. Like I remember, bro, people breaking the order things. Like there were multiple Dairy Queen. There's a Dairy Queen by my high school, and there would be multiple Dairy Queen events that would happen every single year.
Is taking over these stores, and the problems you have in Chicago, a high-tax, progressive city that doesn't back up its police, are the same problems you've got in places like New York, where we don't have a legal system that holds people accountable for destroying restaurants. So what happens if they're not in the busiest parts of town? They've got to close. Look at these places in Chicago. These were flagship locations, and now they're gone. And it's not just New York and Chicago that have an age policy at some of their stores.
If you're over 21, you must bring a doorbell to be let in.
Wow.
It only this is crazy, bro. Like, what are we doing? This is, I'm going to say it again. 2%. We put the 2% of all the problem boys in institutions and prison and force them to work. All of these problems will magically disappear. I promise you. They will magically fucking disappear. We won't have any of these problems anymore. We won't need to have fucking dining room hours. We won't need to have plexiglass windows. It's going to be gone. Every problem's going to go away. It'll fix the economy too. Yeah, it's going to make everything better. It's modern slavery. It's opt-in slavery.
With the kids, the normal community comes here. Everybody interacts. They're great.
Yeah.
The McDonald's on Franconia
It's more
Road.
than 2%. It is, but the 2% would be the minimum, number one. And the 2% makes the remaining percent more manageable. You can manage the remaining percent, but the problem is that if you have, like, you reach a critical mass where there's too many problems and you can't address all of them.
Fairfax County kicked off new safety measures, angering teenagers and thrilling adults.
I think it's a great thing. This is the first time.
There it is.
In probably 5 years, I sat down for 15 minutes in this McDonald's and enjoyed a hamburger.
To get into this,
because I know why. There's a middle school. There's a McDonald's near the middle school, and if you go to that McDonald's at 4 p.m., that place is a fucking zoo. They're sitting there. They're like they had to get rid of the drink machine. They can't even get their own drinks there anymore because they kept going and putting their mouth like, doing this, throwing fucking ketchup at each other, like all this bullshit. Like, they had to go and take everything out. Hooligan, they were. Yeah, and that's it. They jumped the fences. Yes, it was some crazy ass motherfucking shit, man. And degenerate. Yes, food fights. Yeah, throwing food at each other. You did that as a kid? I was involved in one Dairy Queen situation. And to be fair, it wasn't even really my fault. It was my friend's. We had a guy we knew, his name was Fabian. And we hid my friend's ice cream and we told him that this other random group of guys stole his ice cream while he was in the bathroom. And he started he was gonna get in a fight with them. And Fabian just had it. He was holding it under the desk. And he goes, Eric! And he turns around after he's yelling at them and talking to him. And he goes, and that was it, man. Like, yeah, I remember this. S-tier paint? Yes. Bathroom ice cream. Yeah, so it wasn't your fault, but you sure didn't tell him? No, I didn't tell him. I knew this shit was going to happen. You sure his name wasn't Mohammed? No, but we did have a Mohammed in our school. He came from Nigeria. He was like related to the Nigerian royal family or something. And he would visit Africa and like post photos like I'm visiting the homeland. And he is now, my understanding is that he is now a detective for the Austin Police Department. Yeah. He's actually a detective now. Which is crazy because we used to do things that were on the opposite side of that. But yeah, he switched sides. So good for him, man. He also had like, this is, sorry, I'm going off on a huge tangent. He had like one of those slabs. If you're from like the South, you know what that is. But like if you're not, it's like those cars that have like all the lights on them, the TVs on them. They're like super like the real like ghetto fabulous style cars. Like he had one of those, and like, yeah, bro, yeah, it was the whole thing. Yeah, return to slab. Yeah, I remember that.
McDonald's.
Okay, I didn't know you could sit down at a McDonald's anywhere and enjoy a hamburger.
Yeah,
Where I'm from, I don't know if that's possible anymore. Shout out to Fairfax County, Virginia.
Customers are greeted at all entrances, which are locked, with a sign saying they have to be over 21 to dine inside.
Because due to repeated instances of student violence. See, this would never happen if you just put the kids in jail.
A doorbell alerts a staff member who lets
a doorbell, bro. Like, you actually have a doorbell.
You in.
For McDonald's.
As you can see, they're happy to greet some customers, while others get denied. According to a spokesperson.
You saw this kid with a backpack? Nope. No, Billy, you're not coming in here. We saw you. You stole 200 ketchup packets last time you were in here.
For this franchise, student violence and disrespectful behavior erupts here at least once a week.
Yeah, of course.
And staff and customers are sick of it.
Of course.
Thomas Edison High School is just across the street.
So, the McDonald's in Brooklyn that also has this policy, they are also by a whole bunch of schools. So, youth violence might be an out-of-control problem at places like a McDonald's that cater to folks who...
Youth violence isn't the problem. Youth accountability is the problem. That's the difference.
A lot of fast food. And of course, that doesn't excuse the violence going on in some of these places, but it does explain why McDonald's in certain parts of Chicago might have to close down, even if people say these are busy areas of town that don't have a foot traffic problem.
A welcome greeting of graffiti. Are you getting tired of answering the question, how is the loop doing?
No. It's been our pleasure. What does this say? We have permanently closed our doors. Damn. So they actually had to relocate.
Loop doing?
No, not really, because I every day there's something new and improved.
Like the restaurant where the Chicago Loop Alliance's Michael Edwards met us.
Everybody trying to always blame this shit on black people, bro. Like, no, we caused this problem and we were white, and there's a bunch of people from Mexico too. Like, there were some black people, yeah, but it was mainly white people and Mexicans. Like, that was my school. It was like 70% Hispanic. You don't need black people to cause these problems. You could cause these problems anywhere. Yeah, like I was there. Fuck, I recorded videos of it. Is everyone? Yeah, no, well, is poor people? Yeah. Here's the thing, is that the funny thing that I think about this is that, you know who this hurts the most is the people in these communities. Because the people that are in these communities are the ones that end up losing jobs, losing opportunities.
No, it's going to help them because now they're not going to be eating garbage food.
And
it's
being
a W.
treated like de facto, basically criminals. That's the thing. Is like, and do you ever think about this? Like, whenever you have guys that like you go to, you know, Church's Chicken. Like, there's that one video we saw. This guy went to Church's Chicken, and it's like they had more bulletproof glass on there than they do at fucking Chase Bank. Like,
really,
you have more of that, and it's like whenever you treat people like they're incarcerated for long enough, they start acting like it, and so you have this the most.
Yeah.
Because the police are the ones that ensure that these people get to the most.
Yeah.
Because the police are the ones that ensure that these people get to have a life that they don't have to be looking over their shoulder. They don't have to be constantly fucking worried about having their shit stolen. Like, that's it.
On Memento.
It's racial and you know it. It's also gender-based. Like, if you want to say that it's racial, you can say that it's gender-based. Should we treat men differently than we treat women going into a restaurant? I don't think that we should. So I don't think that, again, there are a lot of problems that different ethnic groups have and don't have. Like, for sure, right? And different, like, commonalities and, what do you call it? Like, what's a better way to say it? Different trends that different ethnic groups have. That doesn't mean that you should make policies and treat people as if they are that ethnic group, because a person is not an ethnic group.
Beautiful.
A person is an individual. And if you treat a person like they're an ethnic group, you're dehumanizing them. So the solution should not be based off of, you know, an ethnic group or looking at this group of people like they're bad. It should be looking at the problem. And even if this problem disproportionately affects an ethnic group of people, it's still a good solution. Like, a great example of this in the inverse is affirmative action for low-income families. This is something that disproportionately helps minorities because a lot of them have lower income households, right? Especially like black households. This is something that would be beneficial for them. Is it a bad system because it more likely helps those people? Of course not, no. So you shouldn't be thinking about this in the perspective of race. You should be thinking about this in the perspective of the behavior. Because if you solve the behavior, that's universal. It's meritocracy? Yeah, like, focus on the problem.
A moment. First, an assessment of the loop's health.
First quarter of this year, 1 million people came down, $280 million in economic impact.
Downtown foot traffic on the weekends is even higher than before the pandemic. Consumers are coming, commercial tenants not as much.
So the problem isn't a foot traffic problem. The problem is a law and order problem. And if you live in a place like Chicago where this is taking place, or in New York, and nobody goes to jail for stuff like assault or petty crime, or you've got super lax bail laws that release repeat offenders on their millionth time getting busted, you're going to have a lot of this going on. And businesses will just decide, you know what, it's not worth it for us, even with all the foot traffic.
Right. Yeah, why would somebody want to put an area there? Like, that's it.
Signs around, but they don't scare you.
Sometimes, for sure, you see, you come this way, and you're like, I mean, maybe I'm the craziest.
Yeah. Didn't you say any while ago you don't like affirmative action or any policy that disadvantages you based on identity? Yes, and this is completely in line with that. And when I said that, I made the exception for income. I think that income-based affirmative action and poverty-based beneficial behavior, even if it disproportionately helps minorities, is something that I'm completely in support of. Basically, I'm in support of making decisions to help groups of people, but I don't think that the delineation should be based off of which ethnicity or which gender they're a part of. So, like, for example, if there are people in a rural area, then they might have a structural disadvantage that could be addressed through some sort of government means. Big supporter of that. Not a big supporter of helping everybody that is a certain race or a certain gender. Very big difference there.
Christopher Roldan is betting big on the loop.
Cook, buddy.
Right next to the train, he just opened Memento. It's a fast casual taqueria on one side, sit-down restaurant on the other.
That's a nice
handmade
place.
Decor, self-serve liquor, and mouth-watering Mexican food.
There's this unique thing about the area that you have tourists
self-serve liquor.
Well for the highly Instagrammable Amarillo.
Yeah, it's that restaurant will be successful. You're not gonna have Nevrons going in there and causing problems at all.
Gelato franchise.
Okay, Just because McDonald's is shutting down doesn't mean other businesses that have a totally different pay structure and a totally different clientele that they cater to have not found ways to stay open. I absolutely believe that overpriced gelato and macaroons are doing well in Chicago.
Roldan also owns around the corner. He's opening another Amarino in the Loop this summer.
Yeah, see? And the reason why also is because a lot of the people that go in and cause trouble can't afford any of this food. That's another big reason. Why would you go into a restaurant if you can't afford anything? Like McDonald's, that's the reason why there's a lot of people at McDonald's that are there. It's because they can afford the food there.
Yeah. All of the 300 locations, 19 countries, this one in Chicago is the #1 in sales. You have proofs that this area works.
All the ingredients at least some investors need to dismiss doubts about these sad signs.
Okay, let's back up for a second here. They don't have seats. There are not tables. You're not supposed to grab a big tray with food for several people and bring it to a table and sit there and spend half an hour to 40 minutes in the store. This is a get it and leave type of place.
That's
and
right.
Unfortunately, that might have to be what happens to McDonald's. The McDonald's in New York, these places are slammed if they're in a busy area. And you see
I've seen this before. Like, I've been to McDonald's before, and there's so many McDonald's, like here, at least in Austin, where, like, I swear to God, I feel like I'm going into a prison going into that McDonald's. McDonald's used to be so lit.
Yeah.
It used to have, like, you'd sit down, and it was like, Ronald McDonald was a chair, or, like, fucking Grimace was, like, this, like, big, kind of, like, beanbag, round, like, chair thing. You could sit down there. And, like, now it's, like, these like, fucking chairs like this. They're, like, bolted down to the ground, and you can't move them. Yeah, there's, like, a Nintendo 64 there. There's a play place.
Lots of people coming in, getting their breakfast, but they do not stick around. They leave. And maybe that's why some of these McDonald's in Chicago are vanishing. If these stores were making money and they didn't have a crime problem, they would stay open. Heck, they'd stay open even if they had a crime problem because the money and the orders were good enough to keep them there.
Absolutely.
But thankfully, Chicago's mayor is up for re-election, and that city has a chance to change things. Let's see how that's going.
And the fact of the matter is, Mayor Johnson has 99 problems, and President Trump is not one of them. There's
this guy. He hates white people. I know him. He's the one. He was the one that says that he hires black people because black people are more generous than white people. Remember him? A real winner there.
$988 million budget deficit.
And he's going off on President Trump. Like, you can't even keep a McDonald's open. You got people that are pillaging the McDonald's, and you're mad at Donald Trump?
City is going to be facing. RTA has a $770 million budget deficit. Chicago Public Schools, $550 deficit.
You want to admit this is racial? You guys, y'all push me so hard to try to, like, go and, like, push some, like, race stuff. This guy is a racist. He's a fucking racist. I would never vote for him. As a white person, I would never vote for this guy because he's advocating for race-based policies. He's the racist. I'm not. Yeah, why the fuck would I vote for this?
That's true.
Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, with this guy, it is race. It absolutely is. He says it. This isn't me judging. This is a fact.
Chicago Transit Authority, over $500 million deficit.
Place is falling apart.
The
It's
mayor
not just
of Chicago
McDonald's.
does not have time to be worried about what is happening with President Trump. He has his own issues. And I think that we need to remind him that we have been unhappy with him. You know, we're talking about a man with a single digit.
That's fucked.
I'm sure that
a single digit.
He has relatively low approval. But just like
what a fucking retard. Holy shit. Oh my God.
New York, where I'm at, Chicago, they've got this problem where the person that they elect
New York,
is part
New
of the
York.
problem, and then they get upset with that person,
That's
then
what
it's
you
time
get.
for another election,
They
and then
vote-
what do? They
elect
bring
another
in
retard.
somebody who just continues the status quo. So he very well may win, despite what you're hearing here, which could mean...
If you win with a 6% approval rating, I honestly would be impressed. I would respect that.
True. That'd be hilarious.
McDonald's leave the city.
Over Memorial Day weekend, according to police. Yet Mayor Johnson continues to claim that he's making the city better and he's working to make it safer and that violence is actually going
I swear.
down.
It's getting better, boys.
The key
It makes sense, right? Because no, it makes sense. See, the violence at the restaurants are going down because there aren't any more restaurants. We don't have all these fights at McDonald's anymore. Like, I solved that. The fine print there is there aren't any more McDonald's. But, you know, it doesn't matter.
that we are
don't
making
worry about that.
Continue to push forth our effort to build the safest, most affordable big city in America. Our investments are clearly having some strong returns as violence continues to go down in the city of Chicago.
It's tough to find.
Okay, we got to talk about that because in New York they tell us the same thing. They tell us that violence is down. It's the safest big city everywhere, and you're safer here than you are in a place where criminals actually go to jail when they do something wrong. These numbers that we're getting out of these progressive cities, they are totally bogus. Look at this in New York, just a month and a half ago.
Punished for allegedly faking New York City subway crime stats. Wait, the head of the New York PD District Transit Committee was stripped of his command allegations. Police report falsified to downplay subway crimes. Yeah, because the thing is, I can't let him see that I'm fucking up. Oh shit, I don't want him to know.
Transit commander punished for faking crime statistics while they're telling us that crime is down. What are they doing? They're making up reports, eliminating and misclassifying.
Fraud, makes them look bad. It just makes them look bad.
A handful of incidents. Is that how these big cities keep getting safer? It might be.
Turns because crime is still up. It's running rampant. And people are still fleeing the city because of it.
It is still up. And let me tell you something, and I think I talked about this. You know, Mayor Johnson and Illinois officials...
6%, man. Man, what the fuck are you doing? But you think about how bad that is? 6%?
That's horrible.
God damn.
Love to talk about how
Might as well
crime is
quit.
down. Yes, crime is down a little small.
What is that? What the fuck is that? Is that an armadillo?
Amount of what
Someone
it
threw a
was
fucking
last
rock.
year, but not down so much that you could be somewhere bragging about how crime is not happening.
Oh, now they're crawling through the window.
What the fuck is this?
So much that you a little small enough to talk about how crime is down. Yes, crime is down a little.
It's a rock. The guy threw a rock in there. I get it now.
Amount of what it was.
It's a rock, and you got somebody crawling in.
Yep. Wanted some of that chicken.
So he threw the rock through the window, and now he's roaching in through the hole.
Yeah. He's roaching in.
Oh my God.
Year, but not down so much that you could be somewhere bragging about how crime is not happening here in the city.
No, I
told you guys a couple of months ago, my husband was literally carjacked in front of our house, and I live 3 blocks from the mayor. So don't tell me about how crime is down and that the citizens of Chicago are...
It's like a utility worker.
I just got I think I like that word, the nevrons. I should just call all the people that cause these problems, just everybody might just call them nevrons.
Sheesh.
That's just the word, bro. Like
the nevrons have
he just walks in, goblins, exactly.
Happy with this administration, and we're happy with what we're seeing because we're not.
What are you doing?
You're the same mayor that we was unhappy with in 2020.
It's not even locked.
When I first started on this platform, nothing has changed about that.
Look at this guy helping himself right here. The restaurant's register right here. But you know, it's hard.
It's free loot.
Hard for a mayor to make or break a city's crime problem. Now, I'm not saying that that's not what's going on here, but many of these cities have other progressive leaders who pass laws.
You didn't even lock the door? Like, I mean, so you didn't lock the door, you didn't lock the fucking cash register, and this guy's just going in on it.
People like this.
It's not empty. Yeah, aren't you supposed to put the money? Like, I never worked in one of these jobs before, but aren't you supposed to put the money in the safe?
Mr. Robber here keep doing their thing without any fear of retribution from a justice system. But here's the thing, if people are leaving the city because of crime, where's this crime happening?
Someone actually brought this up because me and my friend were thinking about robbing a Wendy's because he worked there, and we were talking about it, and like, yeah, no, it probably was an inside job because we were thinking about, like, you know, yeah, exactly, right? This is like back in like 2010, maybe 2009. But we ended up not doing that because I thought that the reason why I said not to do it is because I'm like, bro, I've been to that Wendy's. They have like 5 cameras there. They're gonna get us. He's like, no, dude, they won't. We'll put like a thing on our face. I'm like, no, dude, they're gonna get us. We go there all the time. They're going to immediately know it's me. They're gonna know it's me instantly. I go there constantly. And yeah, and because it's illegal. Well, because it's too high risk, bro. Like, yeah, don't shit where you eat. Yeah, that's our Wendy's. Like, we can't. They'd pick me up easily. Yeah, they would get me instantly. So yeah, actually, you bring up a really good point. That probably was an inside job. Really, really good point. I never even thought of that. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
It's not happening in the rich neighborhoods. It's not happening to the rich, wealthy restaurants. It's happening to the places and at the places where the middle class goes to spend money. And if the middle class doesn't feel safe in a McDonald's, it doesn't feel safe spending money there, and the places are overrun with lawlessness, people are going to have to leave. Franchisees are going to close their restaurants because their customer base just isn't.
They're not making any fucking money. It's not complicated. Oh, I have a store and it costs $15,000 and it's making $12,000. Okay, I'm gonna close the store.
All right.
Duh.
There. What do you think about that? Is that why McDonald's are leaving Chicago? Is that why they're probably going to leave certain parts of New York pretty soon if they don't get a handle on their underage violence problem? Let me know. Yes. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.
No, it's insane.
Even in death,
it's insane that they even let this shit happen.
McDonald's is leaving.
And I feel like what's so embarrassing about it, let me link y'all the video. What's so embarrassing about it is that people think that they're helping somebody. They think that they're actually helping out these communities by saying like, oh, the police are so bad. Oh, they're so mean.
Yeah.
They're so bad.
They kind of are sometimes. They can be.
We want to protect you from the police. And then they go and they let these people just fucking... Again, they feel so good about this. They're helping, bro. They're helping the criminals. Yes, it's so embarrassing. Oh, it's a socioeconomic thing. They have to rob the Wendy's. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What do we do? What are we talking about? It's outrageous. Yes, I don't even want to. Yes, white liberals and gated communities that never have to live with the consequences of their own performative fucking empathy. It is so annoying. Let me link you guys the video. Give it a like. People rigging Steam reviews. What a surprise.
That's crazy.
So I've got a question for you.
This is kind of important, though.
Anymore? Can you trust the Steam AI disclosure? You'd like to think that you can.
I mean,
I thought I could.
You probably better than most things. I mean, but you can never trust anything 100%.
But today, we've got this story. One where 2 games from, when you follow the whole chain, billion-dollar companies just broke Steam's biggest rules. I mean, one of them should be pretty much one of the biggest rules, review manipulation. And so far, these companies are getting away with it. And if Valve don't solve this, it will open the floodgates to behavior that, at least in one case with the reviews, would completely ruin trust on the platform. So basically, what if a Steam review is about as trustworthy as an Amazon one? Don't think that's the Steam that you and I want to use. Also, here's something you'll find interesting that I just found out using Ground News, who are today's sponsor.
I think that, by the way, I do think that reviews, like submitting fake reviews and then having people put in fake reviews, at this point now, they've been made illegal in a number of places in the world. So companies can be held legally liable for putting out fake reviews.
You know the Screen Actors Guild strike in gaming? Well, they just reached a tentative deal that's ending the year-long video game strike. But what's interesting is watching how outlets spin it differently. Ground News here shows 98 sources covering the story, and the framing is all over the map. Some outlets lead saying strike suspended, others emphasize that it's a tentative agreement, which is a little bit more optimistic. And here's another bit that caught my eye. UK outlets are calling the AI stuff a direct threat to the industry, but the US-centered sources, they're focusing more on the AI protections being secured. Essentially, it's kind of like same deal, but different narratives, different framings about whether voice actors won or just got a okay compromise. You also can see the bias breakdown. It tells its own story. 63% center coverage, but only 5 right-leaning sources touched
Nobody
this.
talked about
And
a
look,
right wing
when
at
a major
all.
labor news story gets ignored by one side of the spectrum, that's you not being served. That's you missing out on part of the conversation.
Devs will literally 5-star their own games via friends and family. Yeah, but like that's like such a drop in the bucket. That's not something to really worry about. Like it's the systematic manipulation. Like, I mean, it's same as like, you know, like view botting, for example. Oh, wow, somebody has their stream open on 2 other computers, so they have 3 viewers instead of 1. Like, yeah, obviously, like, you shouldn't do that. But at the same time, it's not really worth investing resources and time into preventing that from happening.
And that's one example of why I rely on Ground News's Vantage plan. There's so much else as well. I mean, here I can see 98% high factuality or above ratings for the sources. I can compare how the different outlets package the same facts. And all that helps me catch what your usual sources may end up skipping on. And once you're set up, say by adding the entertainment and gaming pages, you can just get ahead of industry news and actually see the big picture. So go to ground.news/Bellular, and that's where you'll get 40% off unlimited access with the Vantage plan. That's what I use. That's the best deal that you'll get. And the link to get it is just down below in the video description. All right, I've first got to set the scene before we get to
I'm talking about 5-star gamers that we're talking about. Yeah, exactly.
So on Steam, right, usually rule breakers kind of get nuked. I mean, here's an example from February where users flagged a game called Pirate Fi. And as it turns out, it was just riddled with what they suspected was malware. So that happened. 4 days after the game launched, Steam killed its store page. Then they reviewed everything, and 2 days after that, users who ran the game in their machine got warning emails about potential risks. And this is an example of things going right. You see, Rule 9 of Steam onboarding states that you should not distribute malware. Shocking thing.
Wow.
But here, a clear violation led to a very clear...
Well, then how is it possible that they were able to release Dragon Age Veilguard?
Result, as was the case with this other story where an entire publisher's library was pulled because they were essentially churning out endless fake games designed to manipulate Steam's trading card economy. Kind of crazy stuff. And we've seen instances of individual devs being whacked for trolling, for ban evasion, and if you're an angry dev who decides to tweet a death threat to Gabe Newell, yeah, you will be...
What the fuck did you expect? Duh!
...be taken out on Steam. Now, in every example here, it's a very clear
pattern.
Are you fucking retarded? What we would all want. The rule is broken, Valve finds out, they take action, and there you go, everything is good, the platform is healthy. But here's the thing, those examples were mostly smaller teams, mostly indies. This week, though, we've got 2 listed companies breaking Steam's rules. This sort of thing has happened before. Remember the whole discussion about the in-game advertisements and how a whole bunch of companies were essentially just kind of flying in under the radar,
and then they made a rule about it. That stopped immediately.
Think today's situation is even worse. First up today, we got Naxxon, and they're no stranger to controversy, like say the MapleStory lawsuits, the Darker lawsuits. But now it's their abuse of Steam reviews, and I think this is one we should be absolutely scathing and clear about because it's goddamn ridiculous. So here's how it went down. Last week, Blue Archive launched in Steam. And if you've got no idea what Blue Archive is...
Well, you know exactly what it is. There are 4 girls in this photo. They're all anime girls, and 3 out of the 4 girls have cat ears. We know what it is already.
Good for you. You're free. That's so you're not confused. It's a huge gacha game. It's been going for a few years. I think 4, very popular in mobile, and now it's on PC. And it seems to be doing real well. 91% positive reviews from 8,524 users. Pretty damn good. Now, say you're a connoisseur of the whole collectible girls plus concept genre of game, so all the gacha games, you'd probably think the Blue Archive is just as good as this gacha darling. And take a look at this particular YouTube video. It serves as a good example.
I played Inamase Pretty Derby because it has 96% positive reviews on Steam.
example. The title is I played Musashi Pretty Derby because it had 96% positive reviews. Now, what if you saw a similarly titled video, but about Blue Archive saying 91% reviews? You'd probably think it's really good. But here's the thing. While those reviews look similar, you would be wrong to trust them because there's a key difference. Cygames are not breaking Steam's rules, but Nexon is.
What?
See, to celebrate Blue Archive's PC launch, Nexon created celebration events. There's a fan art contest for currency, or Steam gift cards, social media raffle for currency, and then there's the big problem. A Steam review event, where basically all users get in-game gifts once Steam hits a target number of reviews. Negative or positive?
If the total number of Blue Archive reviews written on the Steam page reaches the target amount, you'll receive event gifts.
Doesn't matter, it's just the number of reviews.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Steam's rules for user reviews are crystal clear. I will quote them. Don't attempt to abuse or artificially manipulate the review system. Don't solicit reviews in exchange for any
Seems
games,
pretty fucking simple, huh?
DLC money, or other rewards. Absolutely
They
clear
asked for
cut.
total, though, not positive. That's not what it says in the rules.
Those rules are being broken.
Undeniable.
And it does kind of make sense why they would
100%.
try it. I mean, review manipulation is completely commonplace on mobile stores. It's one of the reasons why so many of those games have massively inflated review scores, by the way.
Yep.
Not actually that good. But of course, it's done for a reason. The good reviews look good. They encourage early adoption. They make something spread more. But of course, on Steam, unlike the mobile stores, it is explicitly against the rules.
I think Steam should just take the game off the list. Just take it off the list, period. Just kick it off Steam. I mean, like, Blue Archive, like, I mean, realistically, if you look at, like, I mean, how popular is this game, really? It's 12,000 players. Who cares? It's not like it's a big game. It's too much money? No, it's not. No, it's not. Steam is like a multi-billion-dollar company. It's not too much money. They already stopped the campaign. I think they should just, in my opinion, if I was Steam, I would just ban the game.
Now, Nexon is worth a hell of a lot of money. They're a big company, and they're even worth a lot of money to Valve, and that means
they can't sue. It's so obvious. It's so blatantly stated that they broke the rules. It's not even a question.
There's a real simple question here. How much does Valve value their own rules? How much do they value that? Will they make an example out of this game? What will they actually do? Because the rules are being broken. And if the rule is broken and you do nothing, people will question the rule.
Exactly.
And this
More
brings
people will
me
break the
to
rules.
Today's second defendant. The Alters is the new game from 11-bit. You probably know 11-bit from Frostpunk. And the good news is, it's a great game. It's 86% on OpenCritic, 88% on Steam, and that's all from real non-Blue Archive reviews.
Wow.
Which is nice. The problem is 11-bit's mistake with false representation of generative AI. So here's essentially what happened, right? A user noticed that background art contained an AI prompt. It was a bunch of code, but one of the lines was basically the prompt. Now, this was a small asset. It was the kind of thing that basically would normally be covered by lorem ipsum text. So basically, some AI-generated placeholder stuff, and in this case, they basically used AI to generate some technobabble stuff, but then they left it in. And look, if they didn't notice that, and that was the reason why they didn't use the disclosure on Steam, I suppose that would have been kind of understandable. But it actually turns out it's not just that, because something else happened. Non-English users noticed some.
I think that generative AI is probably in a lot more games than what people can realize, and the only reason why it's not being called out more is because it's so good that people don't notice it. Do you really think that these companies aren't using generative AI when it's such a good tool and such a good system? Why would they not do that? As long as people disclose it, nobody cares. I think that why should a company have to disclose that they're using generative AI? What's the logic that they should have to disclose that? There is no logic. Yeah, exactly. It's just people don't like AI, and so they're simply trying to. The reason why is that they hope that by creating this distinction, they can further alienate and isolate AI products and separate them from the market. That's the reason why they're pushing for it. It's the Steam rules. I know that, but why is it a rule? I understand it's a rule, and I understand you have to follow the rules. I get that, and they should have done that. But, like, let's go a step further than that.
Something altogether different. Those same prompts appeared in
transparency. I don't understand this. So, like, Why should somebody need to be transparent about this versus like having a video game developed in like a certain country, or like let's say you outsource part of your video game development to a certain country? Do you have to disclose that also? Why is why is generative AI something that people deserve disclosure for, but not other forms of business practices? Why is that? It's because customers care, but I don't think that they do. I think that it's a very small amount of people that are trying to artificially increase the amount of negativity towards AI in the hopes that maybe that will cause them not to lose their job. I think that the majority of the AI hate is completely artificial.
Titles on some of the in-game movies. Now, when called out for this issue, 11-Bit did confirm that both things were true, that the art was indeed placeholder text that wasn't removed, but that the subtitles was actually deliberate. And here's how they explain it. It's late in development for their game, and the team decides to implement these movies. But they have a problem, and that problem is localization. Their localization partner would not be able to get that stuff done in time. And that essentially meant that with the time
Why would you want to pay somebody for localization if you could just have AI do it? It's stupid. Like, what a stupid premise. Of course you're going to use AI. It's a better tool and it does a better job.
At 11-Bit could either ship no subtitles for them, or they could translate them in-house with the resources that they had. Where clearly, of course, they just went to using chatbots for that, which is kind of understandable. Yeah. A language model is pretty good at translating language. Obviously,
most AI stole art. I don't really think that you can say AI, like, I don't have any sort of unique anger at AI for stealing art when I look at people that copy shit all the time.
Yeah, that's not...
Like, there are so many games that are
the same bullshit
copies of other games.
Exactly.
And am I supposed to look at that and be like, that's okay, but when AI does it, it's bad? That's just... It's
exactly.
Not logical. It doesn't make any sense to me. If the problem is that something that you're making and producing is derivative of another product, then logically every form of derivative behavior would be viewed the same way. But it's not. AI is viewed in this unique way that it's a unique evil, even though other companies do the exact same thing. Aren't you conflating inspiration and copying? In some ways I am, because functionally they're the same thing. AI is functionally using another piece of media in order to inform and create its media, okay? Developers and artists do that all the time. I don't see a big difference here. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Not as good as a proper creative localization job, but you get the point. They went to that technology. Now, they say that this was only 0.3% of the overall text in the game, and so they decided to just make that call, to use the chatbots so that they could have the subtitles.
Yeah, sure.
Now, in their statement, they acknowledge that the wrong call was made, and they say that they should have simply let you know. Yeah, duh, they should have.
Yeah.
But not just because it's the right thing to do.
It's also Steam rules.
They should have because they need to. See, Steam has got generative AI disclosure rules.
I think that Steam, by the way, I think that they're right to have these rules right now. And the reason why, even though I think the rules
people
are stupid,
need to know,
is because of legal liability. The reason why they have these rules is because of legal liability. Because there's nobody knows where, like, legally AI is going to stand.
And the rule states, pre-generated, any kind of content created with the help of AI tools during development. So clearly, 11-Bit also broke Steam's rules.
Yes.
And to be clear, Steam's definition as it stands is pretty damn broad. So if your game is using AI services during development, that's something you've got to disclose, seemingly, you know, whether it makes it to the final product or not. It's broad as hell, but that's the wording of the rule. So 11-Bit may have intended to do this and then replace the content, but they launched without the disclosure that they needed. And as of the time of writing, there is still no disclosure. Now sure, if they put that disclosure there, maybe they would have lost a few sales on the launch of the game, or something like that. But I've got to imagine that audience trust and not breaking Steam's rules, those things...
Well, there's Steam has an obligation.
Not a basic
like if I was
bitch, you
Steam,
can't
what I
stun
would
me.
do is I would offer refunds to everybody who bought the game. I would say that it doesn't matter how long you played the game. If you want to refund the game, you can refund the game.
There you go.
Because, like, again, and the reason why you do that, and you no, it's very simple. Steam is a service, and when people use Steam's service and they misuse it and they take advantage of the customers that Steam has, You know who gets the phone call? Steam does. Steam has to deal with the bad PR from this, not the developer. That's the reason why. They've effectively made a sale on a false premise.
Yeah.
They said that they were
They
doing
can't false
something.
advertise.
They didn't. Sorry, they didn't say they were doing something that they were supposed to disclose. You've made a sale on a false premise. When you make a sale on a false premise, then a refund is in order. It's that simple. What if you bought the game, say, a year ago? That doesn't matter to me. It was a bad faith sale, and it was done based off of inaccurate information. That's it. It's actually such a simple idea.
Will certainly be higher. So that's our two naughty games companies. Now, in a way, this could all just seem like tattling to the teacher, you know? Gabe, these developers are doing a terrible thing in your platform. Yeah. No, it's not that.
No, it is tattling, and we need to keep tattling, because if they do it and they get away with it, more people are going to do it, and more people are going to get away with it, and then the system becomes worse over time.
Yeah.
Reviews become less trusted, and it becomes gamified by malicious actors that want to manipulate people out of their money, which reduces the quality of the products that we get on Steam, and it also reduces the quality of Steam as a product itself. Absolutely, this is an issue.
There's a reason why I bring all of this up. You see, in both cases, there have been no consequences.
This game looks okay.
has not retracted their overt review manipulation campaign. 11-bit have not updated
Damn.
the store page. How little effort would it take to update the store page? I mean, come on. Now, sure, there's bad PR in both cases, but there's little material consequence coming from Valve. And unfortunately for Valve, a pattern is beginning to form. 11-bit
I think that they just might not have dealt with it yet, honestly. It took them a while. Like, for example, with The Day Before, there was like a scam game that came out a couple of years ago, and a lot of people wanted refunds on it. It did take them a couple of days to like have a resolution for this. And also, they could be in conversations with these developers, figuring out what the solution is. Chrono, thanks for 10 subs. I
broke
appreciate
the
it.
rules, as did the smaller games that I opened up today's video with. Now, those small games, like with malware and other things, were very easy to punish. But a well-liked, well-selling game from a real big company that's worth a lot of money?
Still easy to punish. Still easy. And if you don't punish them now, you're going to have other big companies that call your bluff, and they continue abusing your system. You have to make an example out of people. Because the moment that you let one exception go through, then other people stop respecting your rules.
Yep.
That's, in a way, harder to punish for Valve. It certainly seems so anyway.
Easy.
I mean, in one way, it's actually just as easy. The rules are the rules. Just apply them, forehead.
Yes.
But that's not really how reality ends up working. What Valve has got to do is manage their relationships with each company. And here...
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's a buyer's market. And Valve is the buyer. They don't. The fact is that the reason why all these companies come to Steam is because Steam is the biggest marketplace for PC gaming.
Yeah.
If they want to choose to make their own launcher and avoid that, then they can choose to do that.
Out a lot.
But the fact is that there's a reason why all these companies are coming to Steam. It's because Steam provides a massive audience, and it gives their game way more exposure.
It would appear that the value of the relationship and the associated revenue with that is worth more to Valve than their own rules. But I think they should be worried about that.
It's not. Nothing is worth more than the relationship and the trust that you have with your customer. And if any business partner puts the trust that you have with your customer at risk, that is now a bad actor business partner that's going to hurt you.
Because I think we both know what this really would do. It would set a precedent. The point can be made with a very simple hypothetical. What happens when another developer manipulates reviews with exactly the same tactics as Blue Archive did, and then they get punished by Valve, but they just say, but what the hell? You let Blue Archive happen. You never issued a statement, and you never punished Nexon. Why are you being unfair to me?
And now Steam is wrong.
And yeah, Valve 100%. Could say, well, look at the rules, you broke them. To which the company could rightly say, well, clearly, Valve, it's not a rule because those people, Blue Archive, also broke it, and you didn't do anything about it.
Exactly.
Now, what I'm about to say is not really apples to apples, but there's a reason why, right? In the legal system, you have the law as it is written, but then you've also got case law. And the idea being that case law guides a judge on how to interpret the word of the law and actually apply it in, a real material scenario.
Sure.
So here, think of Valve kind of like the judge. I mean, they're also legislative, but you get my point, right? What Valve have got to do is act. And they need to act because they need to set a precedent
Yes.
of how their rules are followed.
Yep.
That's the problem with Valve's kind of fluffily worded rules. Even take the generative AI one. Technically, you could argue that almost any game would fall under that if their business operations are running on an email platform that perhaps AI auto-labels their emails, because that would be contributing to how the game is actually made. So from that perspective...
That's not even true, I don't think.
Technically
any kind
is.
of content, art, code, sound created with during development, not including legal infringing content, prereferences, output of the game. No, because that's outside of the it's outside of the scope of the game. Like, that's not even true.
So from that perspective, not only have Valve got a very poorly worded AI disclosure policy thing, as for their actual rules, like the ones that Nexon are maliciously exploiting, well, if Valve have the rules and they don't enforce them, then that would essentially be seen as, oh, well, in that case, you set the precedent that doing this at the level of Blue Archive does not get you slammed, doesn't get you banned or actioned against. And that's what could lead other developers and publishers to try the same thing. And if Valve was to punish them, they could probably even make a legal case of Valve incorrectly applying their rules, as is understood through Valve, basically not giving a shit about their rules earlier.
It's preferential treatment too.
Suppose if you're a Nexon
you
stan,
could do that against Twitch.
Say, well, hey, they don't specify that the review needs to be positive. It's not asking for that, therefore...
What? That's not what the rule says. It says manipulating reviews. It never said anything about positive reviews. It never even said that. It wasn't about that at all. You just read it. It doesn't say that.
Oh, I got
be fine.
cooked.
Well, no, it still is manipulation. It's similar to, like, preaching to your own choir.
Yes.
The people targeted by this are Blue Archive players, people who would want the game to succeed
I didn't
and who will get rewards
up.
for the review
Sounds
milestones.
like this could be applied to Twitch.
So of course
True.
those will skew positive. Of course it is manipulation, and that erodes the
It
value
obviously
of
is.
and the trust in Steam
brother.
reviews.
Yes.
And that is
Wasn't
something
paying
that cannot
attention.
become normal.
Yes.
As for 11-bit, well, they broke the rule. There should be a slap. But ultimately, I do think it was a misjudgment impacting a very small part of the game. Certainly, insofar as like AI disclosure related things would go, there is far, far, far more malicious stuff that could be going on.
You just
That
gotta
doesn't
pay
mean Valve
attention.
shouldn't do anything, because if Valve does nothing here, they would just give the impression that this sort of thing is okay and that they don't take their own rules seriously.
Yep.
And of course, you just know that if that happens, the grifter types would take any wiggle room that they could get and absolutely use it as a justification to just go hog wild. So something needs to
And
be...
they're going to do it too. And they're going to say, why can they do it and I can't do it? This is the same problem that Twitch has. When Twitch doesn't enforce their rules, then everybody gets pissed off. And they say, well, what about this other thing? What about that other thing? How's that worked out for Twitch? Enforcing your rules asymmetrically is never a good idea.
Done, but it's still not as blatant
It's a very
violation
bad idea.
of the wording and the spirit of the rule as in the Nexon situation.
Terrible idea.
So, Valve, give them a
The
slap,
worst.
project to the rest of the industry that you're not asleep at the goddamn
Right.
wheel, because if you are asleep at the wheel, the norms on your platform will change.
Yep.
One where we as customers cannot trust reviews, as an example. And guess what? If it's bad for us, if we can't trust reviews, if we can't trust the disclosures are actually authentic, we will feel less confidence. We'll be less likely to buy on Steam, or at the very least, we'll think twice. And as anyone who understands sales knows,
Blue Archive is a bad example because their community will still review, trust me. Well, if their community will still review...
No, you're gonna still buy on Steam. You're just not gonna look at the reviews.
Your conversion rate just absolutely falls to shit. So to Valve, I have a very simple message. Would you trust someone who doesn't enforce their own rules?
Yeah.
I don't think you would. I don't think we should. So
Like
get
Twitch.
on it.
Think
and
about
see
them.
what happens when you take a set of rules, the Stop Killing Games movement, and the death of Anthem. Watch this video next.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, man. Yeah, there it is. It's normal to ask for reviews when you're a mobile game dev? Why would I care about that? It's against the Steam rules. Period. Don't ask for reviews. That's it. It's super simple. But this is what mobile game devs do. This isn't a mobile game dev platform. Yeah, like, that's not the way it works, guys. It ties to prizes, that's the problem. No, it's not. The problem is the fact that it's happening at all, okay? Too many Blue Archive defenders in chat. The game looked pretty decent. There's a video. Give it a like. I do agree with this a lot. I very much think this is bullshit. And that's different. It's different when you add incentives. It's worse when you add incentives. But they're both bad, okay? Blue Archive canceled that Steam event review event a few days after it happened, apologizing and stuff. That's fine. And if they have if they have a resolution for that, that's great. But the thing is that Steam still has to do something, because if only apologizing is what you're going to do, a lot of people will take the risk in doing something if they know that there won't be any negative consequences. And that's the problem. Even how blatantly Twitch is doing it, they have yet to lose a case or even get sued for it. No, they haven't. You're right about that. They haven't, at least not yet. And I like how Amazon reviews are now the gold standard for bullshit. I didn't even know Amazon reviews were bullshit. I had no idea about that. It's the first time I've ever hearing about that at all. Check out Blue Archive reviews. And let's see here. Didn't Steam TOS say that you can't offer compensation for any kind of reviews? No, it says that you cannot manipulate reviews. It is so blatant in what they say. Don't attempt to abuse or artificially manipulate the review system.
There you go. Simple.
There it is.
Can't screw that up.
Are they artificially manipulating the review system? Yes. The next line too? No, then these are two separate lines. So this is number 1 and number 2. Just because you break number 2 doesn't mean you also didn't break number 1. Hence the full stop. Yeah, it's a full stop. That's a period at the end of it. They're not saying put a positive review up there. How is it not manipulating? They are giving free rewards even if the reviews are bad. Where in the rules did it state at all about bad reviews or good reviews? Does it say anywhere in the rules about good reviews or bad reviews? Does it make any distinction between the two things? No, manipulating can mean a lot of things. I don't think this is one. Why is this not one? Manipulating is swaying reviews one way or another, not encouraging reviews?
Oh shit, I might lose.
To handle or control.
To
influence.
I hope I don't get hit with a 30.
The connotation is that, but the definition is not. It's just like literally, like it's just literal vocabulary. Because they're not asking for good reviews, it's just my opinion. This isn't an opinion. You're just simply wrong based off of vocabulary. This is definitional manipulation. Manipulation doesn't occur whenever it's just something that you agree with. Manipulation occurs when a change is forced. That's it. There's no taking an L. I'm taking an L on this one. Is there anybody, like, how can anybody... This is the definition of the word. This isn't an opinion. This is a fact. I see your point, but I don't think they're really trying to manipulate the Steam review system. Then why would they do it? What? This is the reason why I don't think most people should be able to vote, by the way. This is the reason. People literally do not know the definition and the meaning of words. It's scary. It is legitimately fucking scary that people do not even know what words mean.
Bro, I'm still confused. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Come on, you fucker. I just need to wake up. Oh, the fuck? I'm getting fucked here. Fuck, no way. Jeez, finally. There it is. You were to swap Pokemon, he probably would have won. Jeez. Work for it. Let's go. I'll take that. Yo, slump. Oh, there's the Eevee I've been looking for. Shit. Arion. I don't know. We get one of those for every battle. What's that mean? Okay. Every 2 battles we do, we get an hourglass. Okay. Not bad. Draw covers. cover. Hey, Pokegold? Pokegold items yet. Oh shit. Screw it. Edit on my deck. Not too bad, actually. That's what happens. Most used cards, not in the Pokeballs. Alright, basic and go. Yeah, I never checked and seen if I could do the Pokeballs. Oh yeah. Here we go. Shit. See what we got.
Untapped potential with art on Twitch, but it's crazy, man.
Gonna have to
I'll
move
watch
the
people
show
who are
quick
literal
while I
gods
get this
and they
set
just
up.
can't break like 10 viewers, and I'm like, I don't know. I think time lapse is kind of the key, but then you're not really streaming your art. You know what I mean? The Pokemon was pretty fun and funny. I want to see if the guys were into it. It's it's a different experience for them too. They're trying to just like figure out how to add to a design, and I mean, I'm trying to figure it out too. It was a fun experiment of a stream. I'm not saying it's gone for good, but it's definitely, yeah, Ernesto. It's definitely something that we need to like see what we can work the kinks out of and speed up the slow parts and Yeah, it's a tricky one. Wallabeat fucked us. That was like a lesson in chat going in too much and us not controlling it at all, because I was like, it needs to look like a... Honestly, probably retitling it too. Like, watch us design cursed Pokemon. I think that would sell it better, because I think our train of thought was like, it needs to look like it came out of the game. And I'm like, afterwards, like Wallaby, I was like, no, it needs to look like a fucked up Pokemon we would have made. Not one from the actual game. That's boring. They've already made 5,000 of those. Like, we need to make fucked up cursed Pokemon. And making them fight would have been sick. That would have been the thing to make me say, let's do this. If there was some kind of t-shirt TKO kind of automated thing that we could do with them or something and place a Gamba, I think that would have been sick. But I'm not saying it's dead. I'm just saying we wanted to figure it out a little bit more. And then, you know, it doesn't take much to totally take my probably ADD brain and just be like, okay, I want to draw something else now. And then I'm designing merch now. And then, oh shit, it's been a month. You know, but yeah, we'll bring it back. I'm not saying it's dead, but I do think we could figure that one out. It was fun. It was fun to do something else other than sketching police sketch, which is a whole lot of bigger, smaller, rounder, up, down, bigger, smaller, rounder. The reveal is cool, but I just wanted to mix up the art stuff a little bit. Like one of those every other week, maybe every 2-3 weeks you do an art stream like that, I think would be more than enough for our like variety. You know what I'm saying? Did enjoy it. I appreciate those of you who did enjoy it though. Police sketch popped off in shorts too. Yeah, it's interesting. I never know what's gonna work well with that format. But time and time again, the one thing I've ever learned with the art stream or art period is fast time lapse is just better than straight up noodling. You know what I mean? Like endless rendering. It's literally paint drawing. Literally. You know what I mean? Lies of penis tonight. Tonight is the night. Hopefully we can beat this. I'm really hoping we can beat this shit. I think we've got a handful of bosses, so I'm not entirely sure. But we will see, nonetheless. Nonetheless. All right, Gunblade, boys. This is it. This is the one. Sketch streams are fun. Chat likes to be involved. I think it's a really good... How's that? Its volume's alright. Damn, this gun is so sick. Horror. I want to beat this, Keith. That's why I want to beat this, because I want to get to more horror. Really want to get to more horror. And V-New. Thank you, dude. Dazed. Still yapping. You know, when I look around and see other people's streams, they yap for a good hour and a half sometimes before they even play a game. But it is nice to be able to catch up with you people before it's just kill, 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 puppet, 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 lie, 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 lantern, lantern, lantern. Turn that shit on. Hell yeah. Gunblade. Yeah, if you have any good horror game recommendations, hit the Discord, please, in the game suggestions. I am looking for them. Anyways, here we go, boys. Liza P, DLC, can we beat it? We got the Gunblade. It's a gun. It's a blade. It does it all. Last we left off, we defeated some kind of giant bearded, bald, weird, giant freak monster that took me way too long. And then we unlocked the best gun in the game. Look at that thing, boys. What are you buying? Attack when it's low, changes your weight to very heavy. Well, I'm kind of already doing that, so we're already fat chilling. Dude selling remove freeze. I got a feeling we're gonna want one of those. But yeah, we are looking for horror game suggestions. Mouthwashing. I got that one on my to-do list next.
The
after we beat
horror.
this game right here. I think I want to definitely check that bad boy out. Silent Hill 2.
I want to see you
we did
guys
not
play
beat it,
that.
but it did get kind of boring and sad on the last one, so we stopped playing it. But I think that's just because we were on the labyrinth level, and I think we could definitely pick that bad boy back up, put an end to it all. But I'll be real, that last part was fucking, it was a snooze. Like, all of chat was like, yeah, you don't have to play that game again. It was just so sad and boring, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Got the gun shit. Dude, this is so fucking sick. I was hoping there was a lot more to this game because this gun is so sick, or this weapon. I was like, man, I want to play the rest of the game with this, and we still have like a handful of bosses, so we got to enjoy it while we can, fellas. Got to get the feels back. Legion Darkas. We just chilling.
Just, boy.
We big just chilling. Advanced cranking. We J'ing off. We big J'ing off today, fellas. It's a different vibe. It's Donkey Kong week. Ain't nothing wrong with just J'ing off with the chat one time. Where do we put it? Whatever you want. The way he flips it around, it's so sick. They keep adding content, I'll play this forever. That's what I'm saying. Honestly, forgot how good it was. I was not giving this its much needed attention when it dropped. I don't know why I was like, oh, Eliza P DLC, that's cool, I guess. This shit is dope, dude. It's so sick.
Not that great. Let's be honest.
Even in your mouth? Hey, man, I can't see you. You could do whatever you want. Matter of fact, I don't know. I want to know what you're doing. You do something, you don't tell me. You keep it to your goddamn self. You J off however you want. Ouch. Yes. Yeah, how do you like hitting the wall? Kablamo. Dead. Just it off. Getting real jussy with it. Yeah, you dead. A letter to family. Omarion. Take the children. Oh, God. Yo, speaking of Omarion. Dude, I fucking woke up. Had myself a little cup of coffee. Said, I'm going to see what's going on the internet. You know what I mean? Let me see what's going on Instagram. Scrolling around, minding my own business. Reason I'm saying, speaking of Omarion, I scroll down, and what do I fucking see? First thing with my coffee, Conor McGregor. And I was like, well, that's a weird start to my day. I'm never trusting Instagram for you page. Dude, this dude is out there. This dude is out there. And we just came off the Omarion thing with the Patreon, and I'm like, all right, it's enough of this. And then this thing whacks me in the face first thing in the morning. And I'm like, dude's got little weights on his dong. Dude's got a dong pick out. He's got little weights on it. Leaked his weenie pic. Weights on his weenie. What a way to wake up. On Insta? That's what I'm saying. I was like, I thought this place was kind of safe. I was like, I don't want to see what's on Twitter these days, because this is how Instagram's going. You know it's bad over there on Twitter. That's so funny to have little weights on it. He had weights on his penis, yes. That's like fucking it made me laugh because I'm like, it's so funny to have little weights hanging on your wiener. I was like, dude, that's like, it's like, oh, Bill Nye the Science Guy leaked his penis. His fucking dick's in a beaker. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of funny. Like, that's where you would put it if you were that guy, I guess. Fucking Bill Nye's penis is in a little floating planetarium. It's like his dick is orbiting Jupiter or something. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous, dude. Oh, I got some guy throwing shit over here. Fucking Echo the Dolphin is back. He's fucking shitty. Holy fuck, that was fast. Alright, first one, count it. Bill Nye the Penis Guy. Just joined. What are you talking about? Nothing. We're talking about Liza Pete. The worst part of waking up. Conor McGregor's junk. Just boom, pow, penis surprise. Welcome to the internet. That's the verse Bo Burnham forgot. Welcome to the internet. Penises everywhere. Die. Get my souls back. Are you lying about peas? I wouldn't lie about a pea to you guys. I would not lie about a pea. Not around you.
You lying on me.
You guys have too many ways to cross-check and make sure I'm telling the truth. Ooh, give me that ergo. Jump for the Dolphins! Yo, can I just sneak past you? Can I just... Oh, fuck. Let's go. Ouch. Ouch. Fucking shit. Let me just get the fuck out of here.
Here, almost done here.
Welcome to the boat ride, bitch. It looks kind of funny. Reminds me of Marvel Rivals Jeff. Goddamn annoying ass shark. Final Fantasy ass weapon. I know, isn't it sick? The gunblade creates fire, burns the fishes. Yes, it do. Yes, it most certainly do. Correspondence from beyond the sea. This reminds me of the Bloodborne DLC at Fishtown. Did I see Superman? I did not. I was almost gonna see it. I was like, kinda. Last minute, I was like, I'll stay home. I'll wait till it's on streaming. Or the next weekend. It'll probably be easy to see then. Probably be no competition. I don't know if theaters were really all that packed for it, but I heard it did all right. Most people last week were saying it's a solid 8 out of 10, though. It's not bad at all. Damn, your moveset is bonkers. Hey. Yeah. Pretty good. Watch it on the old IMAX. Are you still alive? Ah, motherfucker. Give me that half moon stone. Sick of the theaters, gone downhill. You gotta really work to find a good one. What sucks is when you do find a good one, when the good movies come out, it will be booked up for a while. You gotta get that maximum reclino. Basically laying down.
Yeah, if you're living life at that point.
Fucking jay off and enjoy your movie. No one to bug you.
Yeah, get the blankets.
If you
get your
want to pay that
wife
extra
over
price
there.
to go to those theaters that let you like have a waiter and shit, just don't order any food. Food will be bonkers expensive. Like a $30 scoop of ice cream, but just don't order anything. Those theaters can only hold like 12 people. So no one's bringing their kid to that theater. It's kind of been my move lately. But you're definitely You're paying extra for less.
Oh,
crap.
true. Yeah, you're not gonna. Yeah, you're not bringing your kid.
Went to the theater and had a steak. God damn.
Go steak.
This
cake.
move is getting abused so bad. This playthrough this makes it so easy. You see people having full convos. God damn, Lenny, it's brutal. Last one I saw on like the regular schmegular, some dude sat next to me with just a giant plate of fucking, just giant hot dogs, and it just was stinking the whole time. And he kept. This is when I saw, what was it? Final Destination, Bloodlines. The guy just kept sighing, kept going, just like the smell of his hot dog breath the whole time. It was rough.
Saying that he has a problem.
Food. I think I walked in with a coffee. I didn't think it was a thing until I was like passing the dude checking us in. He looked right at my hand and he was like, whatever. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
Coffee? Yeah, right.
You know, you walk in with a giant hoagie, they might stop you.
I'm bringing a hoagie. Where my hoagie boy is at? Who's bringing the hoagies in to work? Big hoagie energy is what I want. More hoagies, more problem. I always hear. Alright, I remember getting stuck here before. Protect, cryo beam. Durability. To engineer. There we go. That does. What?
Ascent is go.
Oh, Gil wanted you to check in. Scans of the Scourge. All that dark energy twisting and turning on itself. It's splendid.
It's dangerous. And that's all I...
Just all of it. So alien. But I'm a scientist because science brings me closer to something greater than myself. As if this sacred could be diminished by the search for truth.
Give her the love.
Now I should probably update the rest of the team with my...
You're setting up in here, huh?
Yeah, I'm going through what we got out of that vault. If I can crack this data storage box, it'll help with a personal project back on the Nexus. This is a nice, out-of-the-way place where I can tinker, and I can sleep anywhere. It's not exactly homey, but I like that about it. Not really looking for a home. Oh, but I will help you find everyone a home. While I'm with you, at least.
Does your brain ever take a breath?
Sorry, not really. Even my dreams are in time-lapse. I get it. You want to know who's on your ship, so you're here to figure out what makes me tick, right?
Something like that? Sure.
Yep.
Well, I was born in a log cabin on rural Haitiana to simple but loving parents, just trying to... I look forward, not back, writer. Why snooze through my life story? Get to know me out in the field, while we're uncovering the mysteries of this galaxy. That's why I'm here. Got tired of yawning back home.
Tackling complete strangers in the Milky Way wasn't doing it for you?
I think tackling you anywhere would be fun. Did I say
Oh
that?
no shit.
Life won't be boring with you around.
No shit.
Maybe you just needed more sleep.
We were out for 600 years. A special someone made the trip with me, and she woke up a different person. I've slept enough. Ryder, the Milky Way was so... been there, done that. Even if I hadn't done it, someone had. If there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I live for the unknown. For the never been done.
Well, congratulate yourself. No one has ever so successfully dodged my attempts to get to know them.
Yes! I'm number one! Buy me a drink sometime. Who knows what will spill out of my mouth. Then again, I need remnant scrap. Remtech, I call it. For projects like the one I mentioned, which you're gonna
I'm not gonna say it, boys.
Promise to
Can't
bring
help
me what you
myself.
scrounge, and
I'm
I'll
not
submit
saying
to all
so.
your questions.
Remtech, huh? You got it.
I'm in the galley when you're...
This console reports on the militia's current strike team missions, Pathfinder. Please speak with Tyrion Candros for authorization to participate.
Our tech lab is an engineer's dream. It's perfect for any delicate technical work.
Get here. Hey, doors.
Nice place you found.
Clean air, plants, helps me think.
Something on your mind?
Maybe.
Your biotics always do that when you're maybe stressed?
I got it. I'm good. I don't normally lose it like that. A huntress should have better control.
Huntress?
Another term for an Asari commando. I was one, before the initiative. Some things stick, though. Like losing the old man.
How does a human soldier get to serve with Asari?
Prove your biotics can rip an APC apart, and people get nervous. Funny that. The Alliance found me a cross-species military initiative in a hurry. Sent me to Thessia to serve with the Huntress unit. One of the few places where my powers were welcomed. Your father made another one.
Talk too much.
Then maybe we'll all get what we came out here for.
You, me, side by side? I like the sound of that.
Don't be charming when I'm mad at you.
Are you? You're not glowing. Blushing, maybe.
Look, there's still the mission. A lot of dreams to fulfill.
So what brought you out to Andromeda?
Biotics like this. Thinking like an Asari huntress. I never had a place.
He loves it.
Best I could be was a useful freak. The initiative was meant to be different. Will be different if this mission succeeds. So I'm seeing it through. It's quiet in here. I can keep the plants watered while I work. Best I could be. Meant to be different. While I work. See? If they made it, we could use some Asari expertise. If you... Hi there. But we did good work. Peace. The Asari were space... The Lucinia? Checking...
Wow.
Asari huntresses figure things out. Can't get anything past you, can I?
Alright, that should be enough.
I'm in the armory.
Armory? Is this it?
talk to someone.
There we go.
Oh, hey, Pathfinder.
The Pathfinder's there? Let me say hi.
Fine, but don't embarrass me. Ryder, this is Sid, my sister. Sid, Ryder.
Hope I'm not interrupting something important.
Not at all. We were just finishing up.
Wait, Ryder, I just wanted to know if...
So I know it feels like I just jumped aboard your ship without explanation.
I would have done the same just to get off the Nexus.
That's not why I came. Sure, I want to explore the galaxy, but I'm really here to work. I know everyone on the crew, even the actuators Gil prefers for the ship. Better, I know how to get my hands on them. With me around, your crew's going to be at their best. We've been failing for months, Ryder. Now that we have you, we have a chance out here.
Wow, that's some laser focus.
Yeah? Was it too much? Some people get intimidated.
We need that sort of drive. I just hope I can keep up.
You'll keep up. And I promise I won't tell if you don't. I should track down a lead for Gil's actuators. Back channels, you know.
These ladies want it. Whatever that thing is, they all want it. Can't help it. It's over here.
Pathfinder, help me with something?
Don't tell me he wants it too.
Gotta make the space comfortable.
Fuck.
Plus, the fabric diffuses the charge from an overclocked Omniblade. Not giving up a 6% boost, right?
Right. What?
Never mind. BS for the requisition. So, finally time for that beer? And after 2 years and a dozen suspensions, I took a lateral promotion out of the force. Being a cop just didn't fit. But crisis response? Digging people out of trouble? That worked. I bet Hustle followed you into a few peace actions. Think about your Alliance days much?
I put it behind me after Dad's work went sour. It was a long time ago.
600 years, give or take. So, Pathfinder. Why Andromeda?
That blunt, huh?
That blunt. I don't hear idealist a lot. I just still do. I have to. We're in it.
If it all goes wrong, it could feel like we left for no reason.
I know why I'm here. A bad start can't change that. I won't let it. In crisis response, I'd focus on essentials. That's you and this team. Pathfinder leads to planets, leads to people. You've got your part covered. You've got this. I'll do my damnedest to help with the rest.
Right.
Pathfinder, making the rounds. Slumming it, huh? Want to see how the riffraff are making out?
Hey, it's a dirty job. Are you the riffraff spokesman?
King, actually. You might want to bow. Otherwise, no telling what might fall off the Nomad when you're out there.
I'll take my chances. Just want to see how things are going with the ship.
I can coax more out of this baby than some might think, but we shouldn't go too far or push too hard between Nexus stops. For now. It just feels good to be stretching our wings, you know? Locked in idle too long, you start to drift. People, same as ships. Stuck on the Nexus, gotta say, I was regretting joining the Initiative.
Seems like life back there was pretty bleak.
Not gonna lie, it sucked. I tend to live the way I work. Kind of feel it, do it. Not a lot of close ties, no real sense of purpose. Figured maybe I'd find my true calling in Andromeda. Then I got here and, oops, I just made a decision there's no turning back from. I was going nuts on that station. You can't know how jazzed I was when you showed up.
I do more than show up.
We're exploring this cluster, eventually the galaxy. If your purpose is here, we'll find it.
Then the question will be, what will I do with it? In the meantime, you just keep pointing this ship wherever you want it to go, and I'll make sure she can get there. Deal?
Deal.
That's right. Lackey. Here.
VidCon channels are ready, Pathfinder.
That's the console for our strike teams.
What are they?
Assault and extraction squads. When we need the best, I have Apex, combat experts who've signed up to defend us. Since you have a front row view of the cluster, I can give you authority to dispatch them.
I'll deploy your people carefully, Kandros.
Appreciate that, Ryder. But trust me, Apex can handle themselves. Authorization complete. Good luck out there.
I gotta fly to the Nexus.
Where's my data pad? Oh, how'd you get under there?
Suvi, were you talking to your notebook?
Oh.
Glad you stopped by. You'll pardon me if I keep an eye on our vector?
That's probably smart.
Nothing like being on the bridge of your very own ship, is there?
I could stand here and drink in that view all day.
When I was test piloting the ship back home, I often did. Of course, it took a whole team to build the Tempest. I was the only one to come to Helios, though.
Why did you?
What can I say? We poured our hearts into a ship that wouldn't realize her potential until Andromeda. I could have stood on the shore and waved goodbye, or took the leap to see how it all turned out.
I get it. Like leaving a good story half finished.
The team liked that one of us was going. It felt right after all we went through. I remember Serena debugging line 2281 over and over, chewing that green pencil. Tion and O'Connell arguing equations, tapping on the console, 3 drips of coffee on the corner.
You remember all that?
Oh, yes. Solarians have photographic memories, and apparently mine's unusually sharp. Like my past is still happening. Though I suppose with the Solarian arc missing, you might not get many chances to compare.
Did you hear anything about the Ark back in the Nexus?
Not that I dislike your company, but it's lonely without other Solarians.
This is it.
This is about as far as the Nexus surveyors could get before, well...
Let's see what's waiting here. Anomaly on sensors. Probes launched. Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
Take that quick. I understand now.
Familiar territory.
The Nexus has been here for months. Still not enough time to survey it all. Anomaly on sensors. Deploying probe. Anomaly found.
In hot.
Pathfinder, is it true? We're settling Eos.
We've thought that before.
But Eos is different now, right? Pathfinder.
All right, settle down. Give him space. Lieutenant Syax, Kendros' aide. They all wanted to see you. Real hope again. It's been a while.
Relax, Lieutenant. If there was ever a day to pop some champagne.
Certainly. The initiative's finally back on track.
Professor Herrick, right?
What you achieve with that remnant vault is unprecedented, Pathfinder. Impossible. But with new scientific talent waking up, we'll unravel those mysteries. The whole Nexus will benefit.
That's right.
We've taken some hard knocks, but this proves we'll always get up again.
Always.
Well, what are you waiting for? There's a new world out there.
Thank you, Ryder.
Please report any suspicious activity to the nearest security representative.
What? I was just being honest.
Hello.
Here we are, one young Pyjack. Ready to see Andromeda, huh? Sam, can you send a note to Kesh? Make sure our new friend gets delivered to the Tempest.
Acknowledged.
Hello. Just use the console to see what's available.
You got it.
Paint jobs. That'll do. Damn.
This is not what I signed up for.
All clear.
Top scientists have.
Corda's looking for you.
Hey, can you drop by the biolab?
Oops. Looks like our Pyjack friend got out of his cage. He'll be fine.
Report from the Nexus. Population's growing as people wake up. Lots of hopefuls waiting for a home.
Bradley will have all the help he can take.
They'll be starting crops soon. Can't tell if they have enough water or too much. I grew up on a little cargo freighter. Only saw gardens in vids, but I always loved them. I daydreamed about planting a big rose garden when we got here and still imagine it sometimes. Roses in Helios.
So there's a heart soft as rose petals under that uniform.
I got plenty under here, pal. Does the big bad Pathfinder have a soft spot too?
I might. For certain someones.
Good to know. We've all got our something.
Damn.
I didn't for a while. After I left the Asari Commandos, well, I didn't leave. My mentor, Nasira, said I should go.
Why?
The initiative would suit you better, was all she said. Being a huntress suited me fine, but she insisted.
Wow. You fight side by side and then she gives you the brush off?
It hurt. One big kick out of the nest. Still, that's familiar. When your biotics are honed into Huntress-grade weapons, people can be weird about it. The initiative seemed better. Just didn't see how I'd fit into their brave new galaxy. I never fit anywhere before. Then I met some jerk named Ryder. Talked about traveling to Andromeda like he was teaching you how to see it.
What part of that vision made you want to take the plunge?
A civilization where everyone had a place, even AI, or an overpowered human biotic. Your father said, I get being different. Now imagine being welcome and making others like you welcome too. When I was 13, I could warp a steel girder. He made me wonder, what if someone had told me that's okay?
He gave you a dream to work toward. He was good at that.
Who doesn't want to belong? Especially somewhere like the Initiative. So I gave the Initiative my all. Kept thinking of the niche I wanted. My rose garden. I thought I knew what I was going to be.
This is about not taking over as Pathfinder?
Didn't think it would still sting. Nasira, your father, even my parents. They leave, I'm left without answers. Nowhere to stand.
I get that. We've all had a lot of disappointments lately.
You're doing well. For having no training, being your second isn't so bad. And if that remnant tech pays off, maybe someday I'll have roses too.
Yep. He loves me. What can I say? Play in multiplayer.
Those remnant vaults, all those secrets. Have to go exploring in one someday.
Imagine flying through one.
Someone needs a talking to.
A violent illness related to cherry-like fruit brought back from Habitat 7 has authorities baffled. Multiple passengers are still in quarantine. This is HNS.
Plus, they bagged a dozen.
No news on the Turian Ark yet. Or is this militia business? But that isn't news to you, right?
This is wrong. Just wrong.
Pathfinder, do you have just a minute? Ryder, isn't it? Kerry Tevessa, freelance vidmaker. This is Hakim, my producer. I could use your help.
What are you looking for?
Director Tans asked for an uplifting documentary on the initiative. Translation, paint rainbows over our problems. But our problems are history. People deserve the truth, not propaganda.
Maybe a crisis is the time for hope, rather than hard truths.
That was Tan's angle. But if we pretend everything's fine, who does that truly serve? The heart of my documentary will be an interview series. I was hoping you'd take part. I want the dirt and blood of our story, not the convenient fairy tale Tan's looking for. Interested?
You don't mind treading on the initiative director's toes?
What would he do? Pool funding we don't have? I'm game if you are.
Let me get back to you.
Sure, who's busier than you? We can have technical difficulties for a while.
Good to see you. Hello. Director Tan is expecting you.
Last time I was here, this was a storage closet.
Pathfinder Hall just needed a Pathfinder to open.
We're still getting the commons area ready. Hydroponics is only at partial capacity.
Not good enough.
We don't have enough people. My workers need a break, Tan.
I sympathize, but not until our survival is no longer at risk. Now please excuse me while I meet with our Pathfinder. Hey, Ryder. Addison told me about the outpost. You're the hero of the hour.
I guess this is one bet that paid off.
Point taken. Always revel in your victories.
That's why I'm standing here.
Oh, I never doubted you. It was the others. They don't share our vision, Ryder, of a prosperous future in Andromeda.
I suppose we agree on that much.
I knew that given a chance, your talents would emerge. Deciphering the vault, alien terraforming. It's not how we imagined all this, but a good Pathfinder improvises. And a great one hangs it on the wall. Yours are the first trophies to grace Pathfinder Hall. You're a symbol now, Ryder. A reason for people to believe.
I plan on doing a lot more than that.
That's the confidence
Just
we need.
getting
Take
started.
charge and ignore your critics.
Careful, he'll end up adopting you, Ryder.
Ah, my staff.
Colleagues, you wouldn't be looking to cut us out, would you, Tan?
I remind you, I am the director of the initiative.
Acting director.
The director's had a rough time, stepping into a job he didn't ask for. I sympathize. Let's give him a chance.
As I've said all along, the Pathfinder and I are of one mind.
I have concerns about your decision on Eos, Ryder. An outpost full of scientists won't do as much good if the Kett attack.
But it will help support the Nexus. Improved research could help feed our people.
And we could argue about it all day long, as we always do. The decision was made. Now we move on. What is your plan for moving on, Ryder?
We have a lead on the terraforming network. I need to take the Tempest deeper into the sector to investigate. If the other Golden Worlds are where they should be, this could get us closer to them.
Careful. The Kett are scouring the cluster for remnant technology. You'll end up in a fight for sure. You might also run into exiles. They didn't leave the Nexus on good terms.
And we still need more outposts. They're important to expanding the station.
Though with Ark still missing, this could be a chance for Ryder to search for them. Yes, I think that's best. You have my permission.
I wasn't really asking for it.
Of course. I support that kind of enthusiasm.
Right.
Ryder, this is Harry, back on the Ark.
Go ahead.
We may have found a way to talk to your sister, sort of. Drop by when you can. Hyperion Medbay.
Will do.
Had a year to think about it.
Pathfinder, we are to contact Director Addison as soon as possible.
Right. Something about Andromeda viability and perks could be useful.
The history of the initiative cannot show that we were defeated by a space cloud.
What am I going to do?
Any logistics updates are due within the hour.
Thought that was something else.
You've shaken things up, Pathfinder. My department actually has colonial affairs to direct. And you have new tools to help grow the initiative. AVP, ready for spending.
Sam said there was new functionality to discuss.
It's how the initiative was designed to support the Pathfinder. You and your team are out there making Andromeda viable. That empowers all of us. Hit a threshold. A new cryo group can be brought out. Want more focus on research, like on Prodromos? That's your call. Brecker will introduce the interface and handle minutiae. All you need to do is decide what life in Andromeda means. No pressure.
Maintenance crews, please report to the commons area.
Hello, Pathfinder. I am Cryo Deployment Administrator Vladimir Breka, C-63 Galati. Your first task is to decide irrevocably the course of every life in the initiative.
Whoa, that seems like too much.
Yes, of course. But now you respect what we're doing. Andromeda viability and Nexus thresholds are your tools, your reward, and our future. How can I help?
All right, Breka. Where do I start?
The interface is active and will respond only to a Pathfinder. It's ready for your first selection. You may begin shaping the initiative at your leisure.
Hydroponics reports oxygen production is nominal. Superintendent Cash reminds everyone all power grid adjustments must be approved beforehand. A reminder to all personnel, overtime hours remain in effect. You're listening to HNS, your source for news in Helios, an independent arm of the Andromeda Initiative.
All right.
I know we slept for 600 years, but right now
Species are at odds as talks break down over a unified curriculum for initiative kids. The Asari say they'll work it out.
Check back on the Djibouti boy.
Like you can actually get that. A blammo.
Behold, an elixir of
A little bit more dodging. You see it? It's
crafted by the
happening.
most brilliant alchemist as reward for my
He's not all talk.
contributions.
He's doing it. Dodging forward. He's just gonna let me do that. Drinking it up.
You know far too much. It's time for you to die.
Let me get that heal. Dude's growling. But I know that one by heart. Cool, let me have that one. I raise my gun to your umbrella, good sir. Boom. a 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. That's gonna hurt. Okay, we gotta wait for that dodge. Gotta relearn the whole dodge fight now. The whole dodge damn fight. And when is he done doing his shit? Are you done? Okay, you're always done after the tackle. Heal! Big move. Ooh, that was nice. Oh shit, he's already chasing me. Let me do it. Let me do it. Okay, good enough. It's against the clock now. Ouch, fuck. This decay shit sucks. What are we gonna do about this decay? Also, fuck, dude, that arm, there's no time to charge in that phase 2. That arm's not gonna be worth it, phase 2. I think we need to be just blowing loads phase 1. Doing his new thing. Just doing it. Yeah, he's doing that new thing. Let's just fucking shoot this first phase. Shoot him. Dead. Think dead. Robo, what up, dude? 75 months, man. Jeez. Thank you, sir. Ah. Yeah. I said I'd do it. I'ma do it. Great. And in his face. Shoot. He didn't give a fuck about that. Yeah. Oops, wrong button. Charge it up.
Crafted by the most brilliant alchemist as reward for my contributions.
Oops. That's just a little one. How do you like the taste? Oh, I thought he was changing. He made a sound. Turn around with the gun.
You know far too much. It's
Fuck you with the bullshit grenades. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Hit him with that yeet. Heal it up. Not good. Double heal. Down you go, bitch. Oops. Meant to press R1, but I'll take it. Okay, cool. Now the real party begins. Oh, there's one. There's two. Shoot him in the face. He's on fire. Dodging. We've got to dodge. We've got to dodge. done doing all of that shit? God damn. Guy needs stamina, so if you could relax now, it'd be great. Not now. Oh, no, it's a bait. Dude, if I just dodge that one. Oh, if I just gotta dodge that one where he jumps back in. I saw him too. He was coming. I was like, wait, this is where it's like a fake out. You gotta not. You could chill. Here he comes. He's gonna. And then he's like, oh, right as he did it, I remembered that shit. Fuck. Yeah, we got this guy, though. It's literally down to like that last little bit. You guys are right. I see you guys with the decay. You gotta dodge. Phase 2, you cannot parry. My health bar is just draining. No stamina. Yeah, I need to buff my stamina. After this, we're redoing our points. I know I keep saying I'll do that. After this, we'll redo it. My stats are probably all over the goddamn place, dude. Not good. I need to switch to heal. Uh-oh. Believers. That was a rough one. Sorry. It's in there. It's a little sneaky one. You can get it, though. Oh, I thought I had it right there, too. Oh, what the hell? Yo, you can. If I just stay there patiently, you can kind of get it. You can get it.
An elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemists as a reward for my contributions.
Take a little gunshot there. Dodge that bullshit. Charge it up. Yo, let me. Ooh. With the blue flame? Who is he? Oh, he just had to wait a second longer. I probably could have got it. Shit. Fuck you. No. Stamina. Please. Oh. Swing, swing. Give me that. Thought I had it. Alright, so like, what's up? So like, what's up with that umbrella, though? Hey, no, that should have fucking stunned his ass. We're in the corner. This is not good. Get fucked. Give it to me. Fuck you. Give it to me. You gonna barf and shit? Nope. Okay, now he is. Do it all. What the fuck is this move? The razzle dazzle jumps all the way around. Ooh, we got it, boys. Keep that thing spinning. He's on fire. I ate that whole combo. Oh, gross. Ate the whole combo. Fuck. Phase 1's good. Phase 2, he does that one where he's just kind of all over the floor. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. You should try smoking weed. It's always that guy. God bless him. There's always the maybe you gotta just get good. Har har har. Then there's the have you tried not getting hit? Har har har. Then there's always that one gem in the chat. Bro, you just gotta get high one time. Bro, you just gotta fucking get high one time. Bro, you tried these edibles yet? Fuck, what game is this?
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the game ends.
Dude, I pressed dodge. I did. Give it to me. Don't gotta dodge if I know all his moves by heart, 'cause we've been here for so long. Except that one. That one I should dodge.
Behold, an elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemists as reward for my contribution.
Got his ass. Whoa, that looked cool, man. That was a huge explosion. Boom, pow, surprise, right in your face. Dude, I pressed it. I did. I don't want to just get these parries in. All right, it's go time. That one. Then there's that one. Whoa. Oh, I meant to heal. Oh, I meant to heal. Believe me. Oh. Why are you attacking? Why are you attacking? Not the wall. Oh, the fucking decay. The fucking decay. Oh, fucking shit. Yo, you try that shit I sent you, it'll fuck you up, bro. So is that guy. Honestly, other arms, this one, although it needs a charge, it's the only one I'm gonna actually use. That puppet string just gets me fucked. Gets me right fucked. Run it back.
And in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Give it to me. Oh, all the way around, huh? Trying to get behind him. Swing, swing, swing. Yeah, you can do that one again and again and again. It'd be nice.
Behold, an elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemists as reward for my contributions.
Heal it. Okay, I'll hit you. From the back. That fucking combo, god damn. Heal. Heal. This motherfucker. No. Off of phase one.
For she too will die.
Those back shots. I know, man, when they come in, it's like he's just got this weird thing where he's like, I'm done doing my combo. I'm vulnerable. But only for 1 second. It's already gone. There's like a little, you see the little red on his back? And you're like, don't fall for it. Don't press it. Yo, Lid Productions, have you upgraded your P organ? I think I have. I don't think I have any quartz to throw at the tree or whatever. We're playing with what we got.
You truly are innocent, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Might be a stat change. Might be, honestly. I don't know what we're running. Been a while since we looked. Ooh, we'll take that. Put his ass to sleep. There you go.
An elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemist as reward for my
Give me that. Thank you. Give me that P. About to get that P. Get peed on. Swing, swing. I'm gonna pee all over you, dude. Get pissed on. Still going. Fuck. Dude, you see that? It looked good. It really did. Give it to me. Yes. Yes. Fuck yeah. Clang, clang, clang.
Wait. What is happening?
There. And there. It's such a weird delayed hit. I swear to God, can't even see it. Trying to heal, please, God, let me just heal. Using an amp tool, I'm feeling good. Feeling good about it. Don't fire. Okay. Healing. Double heal. Healing. Healing. Can I please? This sword is hanging on for goddamn dear life, dude. Oh, this sword is like, so it's like, I'm gonna break. The fucking sword wants to break. Fuck. That part is like the worst time for it to be broken. His like, his downtime is so little. Oh, fuck. Shit. I mean, at this point, we just gotta lock it in, dude. I don't think any of these arms are gonna change anything. I think we just lock it in, dude. The charge shot. We wasted his first phase pretty quick. Fuck. Fuck. Calling it. This one's it. This one's it. If I was to believe, this one would be it. If I was to go in, this would be it. Mm-hmm. This would be it.
You truly are.
This would be it. If I was gonna do it, this would be it.
But the games end here.
Fuck you! the gun? There it is. Give it to me. Get fucked. I've got to heal. Good sir. Oh, I thought I had that R1. I thought I had it. I think you just take that. Any chance you get it? Sword, don't fail me now.
Alchemist, as a reward for my contributions.
Oh, you bitch. Didn't even get to see that coming. Whoa, that's not good. Fuck. Ah! Heal. Please. Yes. Fuck yes. What are you doing? Please, please, please. Where is it? Show me your ass. That's what I thought. Ow. Clang, clang, clang. All of a sudden, we're greedy, and we pay for it. He's gonna let me sharpen, I'm gonna do it. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
He too will die.
Phase 1, don't heal. Fuck. That's a good rule. I got him on that last one, too. Last time we got phase 2, I had 7 bottles stacked. That one I had like 5. I was kind of like, I just want to redo this one off the rip. Back in we go. Scragey, what up, dude? 100 goddamn months. Thank you for your subscription, dude. That's huge. The big hundo. How'd I feel, man? You're in the triple digits now, brother. You're in that triple D.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than
Thank you,
one.
dude.
But the games end here.
Oh my god, he throws those point blank if you're close. Uh-oh. I had to heal. Either go for it or dead. Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
It's time to die.
This guy's phase 1 is getting harder somehow as we keep going. Dude. Fuck!
An elixir of
Alright.
power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemist as a reward for my contributions.
Bro, dude, I'm behind you. Let me have it. Give it to me. Just take that right in the face. Dude, going for that red mark on his back. Going for it. Yeah. If you could just give that up all the time, that'd be great. Thanks. Trying to rush him down. Not good. Give up that backside, boy. Turn around, stick it out. Yeah, cough on your own shit. Get shot in the face. Okay, 1, 2. Okay. Take a hit. This one ends in the big tackle, right? Yeah. Okay. Big tackle move. Just gonna heal. Chill. Okay, sometimes he just does that one for fun. Fell for the bait. God, he keeps stopping. You think he's fucking done. They've had like 5 runs where he's just like 2, maybe 3 hits. Son of a bitch. I didn't see how far my weapon was from getting fucking broken that time either. That elusive back bussy. Yeah, this guy doesn't want to give it up. It's like it's a 50-50. I'll get it. If I go around him when he's like done attacking, it's like a 50-50.
You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Yeah. It's a gamba every time. Get up and get blasted. Give it to me. Give it to me. Where is it? It's not done. That one I always get hit on. Fall for that every time. Drink it up. Can I have one? Fuck yes. Get fucked. Oh, great. That did nothing.
Crafted by the most brilliant alchemist as reward for my contributions.
Yeah, shut up. Blowing out his back, boys. Let's get it. Might top that off. Thought I had it. Thought I had that. Dude, what?
More legendary challenges, or she
Fancy motherfucker. Motherfucker. Lie or die. Gotta repair all those. Yeah, you're right. I've been doing that, though. I think on that last one, I wasn't too close to breaking. All you stat boys, check me out. You tell me. I think this is off of our base game. I'm honestly just running with whatever we put in here. I mean, we were going heavy on motivity. Like, what stats would change anything? All you deep peeing boys that are saying stats. What's like a point or two?
We're on a collision course with unknown objects.
Make corrections. Sam, are you on this?
Collision is imminent.
All stop, now!
pet ships. A dozen. No, more.
They've got us pinned against the Scourge.
They are scanning us, Pathfinder.
Well, scan them back.
Where is the one who activated the remnant? Their DNA signature is there. Answer me.
You're the one in my way. Who are you?
They've lost navigation.
We're being steered into their ship.
Just tell me what you want.
I won't explain what you can't understand.
Ryder, I have almost regained control of the ship. I need a few more seconds.
I actually know a lot about the Remnant. We should compare notes.
Enough! Your defiance is naive and reckless. This day marks the beginning of your greatness.
Sam?
I have plotted a potential course through the Scourge.
Do it! Report.
Enemy destroyed. Damage to aft sensors.
Scourge got it?
Yes.
Get us out of here.
It will be tight.
Callow? Yes!
Nice work, kid.
Yeah. But who the hell was that guy?
Ryder, we've got trouble down here. You need to find us a port now.
Great. Where'd we end up anyway?
Sensors are damaged, but I think we're at the vault's coordinates.
You think? Gil, give it what you can. We're setting down.
We're being contacted.
We have to land. Open a comm.
Tov Jagalesto. Tov Jagalesto.
Listen, sorry to just show up like this, but I swear, we're the galactic good guys.
Efanola. Fahan and Gasadregara. Efanola. They're forcing us to land.
Then we land. Yes. Ha, look at that. It's beautiful. We need in that vault.
Please, you're not really going out there on your own.
We can't afford a repeat of last time. I'm the Pathfinder. First contact is on me.
Most important thing ever. No pressure.
If this goes badly, if I get eaten alive, even if it's hilarious, please destroy the vids.
Tasco Jabba Yenvat.
Get us qual time yahal.
Hello. I'm a Pathfinder with the Initiative.
Yes, you crossed dark space. I've heard of your journey, Joel. I have this in hand.
Ephra saw the ship come in and sent me to find out what's going on.
He's a human from another galaxy. A Pathfinder.
Aya is hidden, protected. What do you want?
Our intentions are simple. We'd like to look in your vault, and then we're out of here.
You think that's simple? You don't know anything. I'll inform Ephra. He'll be waiting for you in his office at the Resistance headquarters. I'll meet you there.
I will accompany you through our city. Your crew will stay on your ship. Follow me. Follow closely. Do not try to explore the city or interact with anyone. Ephra's guards will use force if necessary.
Understood. Is it okay to ask you questions?
I suppose.
If you're the governor, why do I need to see this Ephra?
He's leader of the Resistance.
What's that?
They fight the Ket and protect us.
What's happening?
I detect unusual levels of electrostatic energy in the Angara.
This is insane. It belongs in a containment cell.
The Governor Shire handled this.
You don't know what you're doing.
Am I that intimidating?
You're an outsider who invaded our home. We know nothing about you.
I'm not here to cause trouble.
Then keep moving.
How did it find us?
He, not it. And stop staring. Ephra will send it away.
None of the local flora register in my data files. We've encountered an undiscovered ecosystem.
Your city is beautiful.
Thank you. You're the first outsider to see it.
I'm honored. What happens if Ephra doesn't like me?
He won't. But you need to earn his trust.
He's responsible for everyone's safety. I know what that's like.
You're a leader.
Trying to be.
This is the Resistance headquarters. Ephra is waiting inside.
They are bullies, but this situation is now your fault. Don't get kicked out, Moran, not because of them.
But you're telling me to be weak?
No. I am telling you to be strong through your cunning and heart. Okay? Hey.
It really is the best one in the Resistance.
I know. Our experience with the Ket makes us naturally distrustful of all aliens.
We've had our own run-ins with the Ket.
Then you really do understand. When the Archon came to Helios, he demolished our sovereign state. Took what he wanted, as if we were nothing. Now, the Ket mercilessly abduct Angara. Often, we never see our people again. Come this way. Ephra is waiting.
Wait, the Ket kidnap you? Steal your people?
And the Resistance fights them every day. With everything we can.
Is it attrition? What are they after?
You should save your questions for Ephra.
Kadara be damned. I won't lose Vold.
Ephra, this is one of the aliens from the Milky Way. A Pathfinder.
Pathfinder. It's an aggressive move coming to Aya.
My people from the Milky Way were bold enough to come to Andromeda. I need to be at least that bold to save them.
So, Pathfinder, never mind how you even found us. Why are you here?
On a hostile planet we call Eos, I explored an ancient structure, a vault, and brought it back online. It stabilized that planet's environment.
Remnant. Recent intelligence supports that claim.
If I'm right, there's a vault on Aya that's different. I need to look inside.
You're right. There's a vault out there, but it was shut years ago and the entrance hidden. We can't help you.
The Moshai could. She's our most revered scientist and elder. She knows this vault.
But now the Ket have her, and our rescue attempts failed. She's lost to us. And you.
Let me show you what I can do. I won't take one step without your approval.
You have no idea what you're dealing with. The Angara learned years ago the perils of messing with vaults. So did the Ket, for that matter. We're done here.
Ephra, I feel... Ephra, what this alien says is extraordinary. The Moshai would want us to be brave and not let this chance pass.
Joel, you talk too much.
Let me assess this, alien. I'll be your eyes. I know you can spare me.
Go if you want. But when he tries to kill you, be prepared to strike first.
I'm Jal Amaderov. I'll be your envoy through Angaran space.
It's gonna be cozy, so I hope you like people.
I hope I don't regret this.
Me too.
I've organized my analysis of Aya. Shall I relay it to the Nexus?
Definitely.
Ryder, ship's fixed up and ready to fly.
I'm just saying, as far as first contact goes, at least that went better than the last one.
Only slightly.
Yeah, what happened? I wanted to look around.
And now we have another mouth to feed, whatever he eats.
Did the translators not work?
They work.
Come on, everyone. Can we just all please try to... just listen up?
Begging. Interesting strategy.
Ryder, we followed our best lead here, and now we don't even have that.
Jal has offered to do what he can to help us access the vault on Aya.
How do we do that when we're leaving the planet it's on?
That's a fair point. Jal?
Seriously?
Settle down. Ryder's right. There's an Angara right here. Let's hear from the new guy.
One day, about 80 years ago, the Archon and the Ket arrived in Helios, and the horror began.
They declared war?
Nothing so easy to define or fight.
The Ket kidnap Angara. Their people disappear without a trace. What if they were us?
Sure, I'll fight Ket all day long, but that's no plan.
I agree. We need to get into that vault, Ryder. Surprisingly, I'm with PB. Our own mission has to take priority.
We have a plan. Kind of. Pretty solid. Jal?
The resistance is stretched thin. I was tasked with traveling to two of our worlds, at our briefing this morning. And you'll accompany me.
Because?
Because then, Ephra will see you as trustworthy. You want that.
Jarl's told me about these two worlds, Havarl and Vold.
Before the Scourge disaster, Vold was a thriving planet of billions. A shining center of technology and life.
And now?
It's the center of our ground war against the Ket. Our resistance base is fighting Ket Command for control of the planet.
What about the other?
Aval is the birthplace of the Angara. It's started to degrade, to become wild and dangerous. We suspect a remnant.
Now we're talking.
We've recently lost contact with our scientists.
Still don't get how any of this helps us.
I do. Help us, or rather help me, and I'll vouch for you, right? Because Jal wants inside Aya's vault too.
Pathfinder, it's your call.
Don't know yet. Just be ready to go at a moment's notice. Got it?
You bet.
Jal, give Callow the nav points for both planets. Let's do this.
Away from being easy mode, because I think we're just at this point just stop sucking ass, just lock in. As far as my PP organ, shit, I don't know, just been grabbing shit. Some more stem, something that cures decay. See, I don't have any more. What sucks. We ain't got none. I could teleport over that hobo Joe and he could, you know. Well, what? I'm gonna buy like one or two of them? You know what I'm saying? I could throw some fucking thermites at his dumbass? At this point? Anything helps. Why don't we throw some hot garbage on him? Go for it.
Oh, we're gonna have that garbage. Gotta love it.
What if you just believe? You buy some with 2k ergo? Let's see if we can. Why not? Since it's coming down to that decay, it's pretty much what's killing me in the end. It's really the difference. Where was that hobo Joe? He was only like 2 teleports away. The dude was like right here.
Try not to scare him away, huh?
I think he was selling them.
Aya has so much biodiversity.
Why is technique like 9 and
the
advanced 8 if you want to
waterfalls,
do fire?
just like Sirkesh.
See, I never look too deep into the game if there's like diminishing returns at a
Anomaly
number.
on
Joker
sensors.
face. I mean, this weapon's pretty sick, but what is it? Motility and technique?
So, what is...
Purchase? Oh, he only sells antifreeze. Yeah, see, I don't even have the cash to buy it if he did have it though. 3 burns, keep that active as much as possible. Burn his ass
Our
down.
ancestors came from this system.
Which point him?
From Havar.
Which point is it?
It looks so
Down to your last 1K. You gotta gamble responsibly.
I'm picking up something.
You gotta gamble responsibly. You got 1,000? Don't gamble with 1,000.
I found something.
Don't I have any? We have any? What you call it? There. Throw some thermites on his dumbass. I got a cluster grenade for his dumbass. We'll use some of these. Burn him. Burn him. Lend you points? Ugh, if only they let you guys. Then it'd be a whole lot of illegal stuff going on in the chat. Maybe it's a good thing they don't.
You truly are innocent, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Dude, you see it lit up? I'm pressing the goddamn button.
You may thought too much. It's time for you to die.
You don't want to give it up. Not this run. On this run, he said, nope, it ain't going to be one of those where I just give it all up willy-nilly. Give me one, though. Matt Mander, you gave me that one. Thank you, boy. I did not mean to press that. I meant to put fire on, but it's all good.
An elixir of power, crafted by the most brilliant.
Setting the nav point for Darpanev. That's where Emotion's team should be.
Ooh, and we apply the fire?
It used to be an Angaran town. There'll be landing pads and good sightlines for a safe approach.
Anomaly on the sensors. Something big, possibly hostile, taking evasive action.
Wait, I don't think his...
Well, that's something you don't see back home.
Bringing us in.
Now we're in the freaking game.
Ryder, I will meet you at Darpanev.
I thought Aya was beautiful. This blows it away.
If there's a vault here and it's working, I wonder why it didn't show up on the map in EOS.
I don't know about this, Joel.
Are you sure
It's risky
you
letting
don't
a
want
stranger
me to
wander
come
about
with you?
tomorrow. You know
I
the
don't
dangers.
think it's wise for you to be in Angaran territory without an Angaran escort. I know Haval. That, and you're already in danger of being shot on sight by Rokar.
He's not wrong, Ryder.
I'll give it more thought and let you know if I change my mind.
Thank you.
Tell me more about Havarl.
It took time.
This is them? The ones from the other galaxy?
Yes. Ryder, Kirin Dowles, lead scientist at Darpanev.
I just have to say, Havarl is beautiful.
The planet's beauty is the least of my current concerns.
Where's the rest of the team? Ryder has experience with Remnant. We might be able to help their investigations.
You haven't heard? While the team was exploring the monolith, something went terribly wrong. They were caught in some kind of Remnant stasis field, frozen in place, unresponsive.
I know how to work Remnant tech. I can help you.
Ryder has seen a vault and apparently reset it. Somehow.
Ocean of fish, one will have gems in its mouth. But if you think the alien can help, I'll set skepticism aside. The monolith is not far from here. See what you can do, but be careful. We don't know what triggered the stasis, and it may happen again.
Catch you guys later. Have a good night. Take care. Gotta get some grub. Have a good night, guys. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Don't forget to like, follow, and smash that subscribe button for more content. I will see you here in a little bit later tomorrow. Have a good one, guys.